All right. We are live. Welcome in, everyone. We've got Valhalla Vidya, Trans Girl Jade, Requiem Punk, Axel T, Psy Deathful, Admiral Paco. How are you all doing, you lovely, lovely people? I see a question from Axel T. Why are you streaming so early? Because it's Sunday. I haven't been doing the Sunday streams as much as planned, but like I kind of did want to do like my Sunday afternoon gaming stuff, and this is also kind of like one of those days where I want to do like group gaming with friends. I've got a Discord server set up for that, but I don't have a lot of like coordination going in on it yet, and I don't think I'm going to be doing any group gaming today, because today we have a lovely gift from hbomberguy. It is a 4-hour video called Plagiarism in YouTube, and I saw the timeline blowing up about it yesterday. Now, I am not going to be turning this into a segment. I'm just going to be playing video games, and we're going to watch it and react to it. But it is a 4-hour video, so that's going to be... We'll see if we even finish it by the end of stream. But yeah, anyway, why don't I go ahead and get all of this going. Now, I do need to do some audio tweaking. In fact, I'm going to bring the game volume way down just so that when I've got the video going. All right, we're going to test out here. We're going to play the first couple seconds, and let's see.
$337,000. Tell us the story briefly.
Is that good, or is it too quiet once he starts talking?
In 1970, in Analog magazine, Harlan Ellison and Ben Bova published the short story Brillo.
How's that? Does that is that a good volume level, or do I need to boost it? Hey, Maddit Yahoo, welcome in. Love you some React content to an anti-plagiarism video. Right, well, like I said, I'm not turning this into like a YouTube segment or anything like that. I'm just streaming, and we're going to watch it today. Boost it just a smidge. Okie dokie. Let's bring this up. There we go. Let's try that.
Ellison's one of the most famous writers in history, but Bova's no slouch. He soon became editor of Analog, where he was beloved.
And then I'm just getting some...
Beloved, and won the Hugo Award for Best Professional Editor 6 times.
Hey, AZA921.
This one on...
Okay, so if that sounds good to everyone, all right, we'll start over and we'll do this officially while I am playing some Mario. So give me just a second. I also... I am kind of down on what monitors I have access to for everything, just because I've got one monitor being used for my Switch, so things are a little cramped and I have to swap windows over here and stuff so I can monitor everything. But let's get this started. First up, let me get the game going before I start playing the video. We're going to do a Ouija run. And with that, let's get the video started.
$337,000. Tell us the story briefly.
In 1970, in Analog magazine, Harlan Ellison and Ben Bova published the short story Brillo. Ellison's one of the most famous writers in history, but Bova's no slouch. He soon became editor of Analog, where he was beloved and won the Hugo Award for Best Professional Editor 6 times. This isn't one of his. He accepted this one on behalf of George R.R. Martin, whose career he started. George couldn't make it. He was running a chess tournament at the time. Writers used to have fun. Now we just complain about Twitter. On Twitter, Brillo was about the world's first robot police officer. His name's Brillo because Brillo pads are metal fuzz. That's pretty good. This is one of the earliest stories in fiction about a robot.
Hang on. Okay, I was just testing that I can hit space. I didn't have it deselected or anything like that.
Cop, a commonplace trope today, and soon in real life. It wasn't the first example. The most famous earlier one would be Isaac Asimov's Caves of Steel. Remember this, it will come up later. Ellison and Bova thought the idea had legs and decided to adapt it into a TV show. They pitched the idea to a few companies, including NBC, where an executive named Terry Keegan said no. They later showed Brillo to Paramount, where the head of development, Terry Keegan, he'd recently been hired there, said no. The same man passed on the same pitch twice at 2 companies. Clearly not a fan of the robot cop idea. 6 months later, Terry Keegan sold a show called Future Cop to ABC. It's a show about a robot cop.
He's an android, a robot, the perfect cop.
Our boys realize they've been ripped off.
When I saw it, I wanted to file immediately. My attorney said...
Now, just to get things out of the way, like I said, I'm not turning this into a segment, so if my reaction to it is a little bit on the light side, I am splitting my attention. I'm not intending to turn this into a thing, but I did want to watch the H-bomb video, and figured I might as well do it while playing some Mario. And it's already got like 1 million views, so we'll see how this goes. I'm also... It does not look like this YouTube doesn't let me... There are some channels that if they've got a check mark next to them, like Mark Rober, if you try to react to his stuff, YouTube will take it down. So far, it doesn't look like it's hit anything. So, you know, I'm not trying to steal H-bomb's content. I really just want to watch it.
Forget it, man. He said 90% of all plagiarism suits the plaintiff loses. Besides, these guys will kill you. You'll never work in this town again.
They spend years finding a lawyer willing to sue a giant television conglomerate, despite the cost and the possibility of being blacklisted from working in television. In his deposition, Keegan claims he never read Brillo, an obvious lie. It was later discovered the memos proving he deliberately ripped them off had been burned. The jury found in favor of Ellison and Bova and awarded them $337,000 in damages, about $1.2 million today. Ellison used some of the money to put up a billboard across the street from the studio reading, "Writers, don't let them steal from you. Keep their hands out of your pockets." Or at least he said he was going to in interviews at the time, and later journalism claims it happened, but I can't find any pictures, which is a shame. Either way, they still made off with all that delicious money. Yum yum.
I've been waiting 4 years for this moment. 4 years to tell other writers they can fight him and beat him.
So, what's all that about? Okay, you know that trick video essayists use where they open on a semi-related example that sets the stage for the wider topic? It's a classic, I do it all the time. I wanted to open on a recent example of a writer winning a plagiarism lawsuit and getting their day in court. But there isn't one. This ancient case, which took place over a decade before I, and statistically you, were even born, is still the best, most recent, and almost only example. Ellison and Bova are among the few writers to ever see financial compensation for their work being stolen.
Jeez. It's a little bleak.
Oh, this always happens. Testing, 1, 2, 3. For the foreseeable future, if someone else on here steals your work for money, there's not much you can do except talk about it. A few years ago, I made a video with some examples of plagiarism, and even covered a time I felt it happened to me. The guy in question, Lukey Poo, briefly posted a 10-minute response accusing me of overreacting, before appearing to think better of the whole thing and deleting this, along with the video copying me.
I watched your video, went through it piece by piece, and copied it because you're such an incredible YouTuber.
Thanks, Luke. Apology accepted. He has since rebranded his channel, recognizing the irony in presenting himself as a literal piece of shit, but his videos are still awash with plagiarism accusations, ripping off other YouTubers for hours at a time now, the only new sections being stuff about how homophobia's fine. Maybe the rebrand was a little too soon, but no authority took Luke's video down. He could have left it up, and people often do. You can spend ages on a unique video with an original idea, and a way more popular guy can rip it off, along with its thumbnail, get a bajillion views, and rake in the cash. On YouTube, if you have an original idea, if it's good, it won't be yours for long. The fact I'm making this video during one of the...
So I was seeing a side-by-side comparison of some thumbnails from like YouTubers that had like made one video that like really took off compared to everything else on their channel, and like how many of these ideas were literally copied with like the thumbnail completely ripped off by Mr. Beast. And I don't know if that comes up here, but I saw that going around and it was pretty grim. The idea that a much bigger YouTuber can take the exact same idea as you, the idea that really blew up your channel, and just make it as another part of their channel. And yeah.
The biggest creative strikes in history isn't lost on me. Other people's hands have never before been this deep in the pockets of creators. We need Harlan Ellison's billboard now more than ever. But I don't know how to rent a billboard and it sounds expensive. So instead, we're going to talk about plagiarism on YouTube, what exactly it is, why it's wrong, and the many unintended side effects. Only then can we begin to talk about what to do about it, or at least what I'm going to do to try to put some of it right. I'm going to use a few relatively well-known examples you might have heard of already, and some new ones I found just for this video. I could even ruin some of your favorite YouTubers for you.
I think he did.
Apologies in advance. So,
spoilers, I haven't seen this video yet, but I have definitely seen that apparently James Somerton's entire career is gone. Now, I didn't know who James Somerton was before this, but it seems like a lot of people did. So, yeah. Let's see that happen.
let's start some fights. Part I. Philip.
What's going on, everyone? Thanks for clicking on the video.
Philip Mewson was a YouTuber who reviewed Nintendo Switch games and accessories and talked about Nintendo-related news. His videos were surprisingly well edited, and by that I mean they used way too many fancy transitions. I mean, they're not even hard to do, you just drag and drop them on your timeline and what? But when he applied for a job at IGN, his obvious mastery of a plugin everyone else also has, and existing channel with a decent size led to him getting picked as their new Nintendo editor. On August 6th, 2018, his review of Dead Cells went up onto the official IGN YouTube channel. But then on August 7th, YouTuber Boomstick Gaming posted a video titled, "IGN copied my Dead Cells review. What do I do?" He had noticed some similarities between Philip's reviews and his own, published in late July.
Dead Cells takes a progression of a Metroidvania and integrates it into this procedurally generated action roguelite.
It takes the progression system of a Metroidvania and transforms it into a procedurally generated action roguelite.
This combat system
That's
is
pretty
fast,
close.
fluid, responsive, and one of the most rewarding representations of 2D combat of the entire genre.
Fights are fast, fluid, responsive, and hands down one of the most gratifying representations of video game combat
back.
I've ever experienced.
Dead Cells figures out an intriguing way to have your roguelite and Metroidvania experience
go.
all in one by focusing on your failures and urging you to try something new the next time.
Dead Cells strikes a perfect and engaging balance between the Metroidvania and roguelite experiences by focusing on your failures
Jesus.
and urging you to experiment each time you do fail.
There's like
Dead Cells only
barely
falters
any
slightly with
rewarding
some
going
repetition
on.
setting in, especially on the early areas and during longer play sessions.
Dead Cells does falter slightly with some repetition, but it's only felt in its earlier areas and during the extended play sessions.
Speaking of repetition, oh my god. The review was taken down while IGN investigated the issue further, and then later that day confirmed he had been let go from the company. But was this the first time Philip had done this? Catching someone doing plagiarism
I'm going back to this one because I realized there's the other exit I need to do still.
is difficult. Someone has to notice the theft, which means having also seen the copied work. And if it's anything obscure, that's quite unlikely. If you catch someone plagiarizing once, chances are they rolled those dice a few times before and hadn't been unlucky yet. People started looking through his other reviews in case there was more. Over at Kotaku, Jason Schreier's article on the firing was updated to mention an anonymous tip, pointing out similarities between Philip's review of FIFA 18 on the Switch and the one on Nintendo Life by Chris Scullion. Philip's review was made for his personal channel before he was even hired at IGN, meaning he'd been doing this for a while. Scullion himself would later post a video comparing his review with Philip's, showing off the many similarities, and I'll link that in the description. But I want to zoom in on my favorite example. Philip tries to hide what he's doing by changing words around, and he does it really badly. In his article, Chris says, compared to the non-Switch version,
Oop, hang on. I accidentally opened something. All right,
the
there we go.
graphics are a good deal less detailed. Here's Philip's version.
However, when you get up close and get a good look at some of the character models, it's pretty clear that they do have a good amount of less detail than the Xbox One and PS4 versions of the game do.
It's pretty clear that they do have a good amount of
Of
less
less
detail.
detail.
No one would ever write that sentence on purpose. You only create that by trying to change something you stole. There's a great example here of the deeper problems that play.
Did he just like do like a find replace for certain words and like not even check the script afterward to see that it still made sense? That's really bad.
plagiarism can cause. Philip's review contains false information. For example, here when he talks about the game's Women's League feature.
FIFA 18 comes with the standard tournament and kickoff modes, as well as the Women's League, which was officially introduced in FIFA 16.
There are no...
Oh, and Nerodia says this video ain't looking at weak shit like taking someone else's popular idea and doing it yourself. So it's not just like what I was talking about wasn't just like taking somebody else's video idea. It was like even stealing the title and thumbnail design, right? But like, yeah, if he doesn't address that here, that's fine. I'm sure he's got his own thing going on. I know Illuminati's going to come up in here, but that's no surprise because when the whole thing with Legal came out, hbomb was there to accuse her of plagiarism. So sounds like he was like, oh, I'm working on this video about plagiarism. Illuminati's accusing someone else of stealing. I've got all this information on her. Why didn't I drop some of that?
Women's leagues in FIFA 18. There's women's football, but leagues are specific real-life organizations that do not exist in the game. Philip's plagiarism avoidance techniques caused him to reword a sentence so badly that he invented a feature that doesn't exist. While these discoveries were being made, Philip made the decision to record and post an infamous, quickly deleted video onto his channel entitled My Response. Not an apology, a response. Philip denied everything.
Why do they always start their apology videos by like sitting down in their chair and sighing? Have you noticed that? Like that's just the thing. Everyone on YouTube does this when they need to like, or it's not always just an apology, but it's definitely like if you start an apology video, you sit down and you go
everything, took no responsibility, and told numerous lies in this video. At the time, this was criticized heavily by everyone for obvious reasons, but looking back on it while trying to understand this kind of behavior, it's actually really useful. This is worth looking at in a discussion of plagiarism because by being so poorly thought out, it's actually a valuable insight into how people react when they're caught, and the different ways they try to cover their ass.
Well, it should be interesting to see the behaviors that he categorizes here because, well, we saw what James Somerton did in response to this video. He has like nuked his entire Patreon. He took down a bunch of his videos. Actually, I don't even know if his YouTube channel, like, I mean, sure, it's still up. I'm sure he hasn't deleted it, or otherwise I would have seen things. But I did see that he nuked some of the videos that hbomb references here.
Someone more competent than Philip uses these techniques in a subtler way, we can recognize them for what they are. Thanks, Philip.
There were a lot of circumstances surrounding it, but at the end of the day, I was the editorial lead on it, so if anything, that makes it my responsibility.
He claims there was a complicated process to making the review with lots of circumstances. The point is to make you wonder what really happened, so you forget what happened. Another way of doing this is to be passive about the events, so it's almost like they happened to him instead of being something he did.
Oh god, the passive voice is used so fucking often. Like you'll see it in reporting about the Gazan genocide. Like they will talk about Israelis who were killed, but Gazans who died. You'll see it in police reporting where like, you know, the person that they killed, they'll be like, oh, he was like a suspected murderer, but the cops who killed him are just like, oh, it was he died in an officer-related shooting, right? Like,
like I said, I take full responsibility for what happened with the Dead Cells review.
Philip doesn't say, I take responsibility for what I did with my review. He passively takes responsibility for what happened with the review. When someone tries to use language to imply what they did happened by magic, they make it pretty clear they're trying to deceive you.
I try to look at all resources that I have available to me before I start formulating my own critical opinions so that I can offer the most cohesive possible review. The bottom line is that what happened with the Dead Cells review was not at all intentional.
Even if whatever happened, it was an honest mistake of some kind. But the problem is honest mistakes are easy to explain. Dishonest mistakes leave proof behind. Philip didn't unintentionally write a very similar review because he watched another one. He copied their words exactly and changed some of them to try to hide it. Hearing Philip try to pretend this isn't what he did.
Oh, hang on. I see Puppy said that's literally verbatim what Colleen Ballinger did, just never explaining what were the allegations. Right. She was saying her apology video, or quote unquote apology video, made it look worse because it made more people like look into it. Like when she said the only thing she's ever groomed is her dog, I was just like, oh, so you're definitely a pedophile, right? Like that is not something that you say in an apology video unless you did some bad shit with kids.
It means we're not just dealing with a plagiarist, we're dealing with a liar who has more to hide. Philip's next lie was he had nothing more to hide.
I was lucky enough to get noticed on IGN through my...
To be clear, I'm not calling Colleen Ballinger a pedophile. I'm just saying that it makes you sound like a pedophile if you say you didn't groom anyone without going into what the allegations actually are.
My YouTube channel, which, if in case you're wondering, is in fact all of my own original work.
A truly amazing defense there. Even if it did happen, which it didn't, it only didn't happen once. But the goal is to preserve what's left of your reputation by getting people to stop looking for more. This behavior goes hand in hand with a special anger directed at the people who are looking.
So you can keep looking, Kotaku, and please let me know if you find anything. Which, by the way, their news editor, Jason Schreier, tried to imply that my FIFA 18 review was also inauthentic by claiming that I copied it from Nintendo Life, and that's just so not the case. I mean, maybe he was implying that if you have similarly opinionated reviews, then you're just plagiarizing, or maybe he's just trying to get as many clicks off of my name right now as possible, or maybe he just likes kicking people when they're down. I don't know. I mean, check it out for yourselves and you be the judge.
He's referring to how Jason updated his article to include that anonymous tip. Philip accuses him of deliberately attacking him for attention by reporting what he has done. The section about how absurd it is to suggest he copied Scullion's FIFA review is probably why Scullion made his video in the first place. It begins by showing this clip. Bit of an own goal there. By the way, Philip, that's a football pun. Philip is using the reporting on him as a bid to gain sympathy. Yeah, I did something bad, but really, the bad guys are the people trying to see what else I did. Not me, the guy who did all of it. This tactic takes a more direct form.
But one thing that I do know is that it's not very fun being the target of a gigantic lynch mob who wants nothing more than to feed it.
Can we not, like, just, like, casually throw out the term lynch mob? Like, that has a very serious, like, racial connotation, and, like, just saying, hey, it sounds like you copied somebody else's review. Maybe let's treat those words with a little bit more care, you know?
Into your destruction. The amount of hate and threats that I've been receiving on social media have been pretty staggering. And I get it. I mean, people are mad, and rightfully so. But it's one thing to go and harass me, berate me with hateful words and threats, and it's a whole other thing to look up my family members and spread hateful comments on their social media accounts.
Okay, did that happen? Or, oh, I guess, spread, yeah, that probably did happen. I know the internet. If somebody fucked up, some people are definitely going to try and do that.
It's just not okay. I mean, not on any level.
Obviously, no one deserves to have their family members threatened over their plagiarism. And there is a valid conversation to be had here about how we treat people who we believe to have done something wrong. And it's really unpleasant seeing someone try to weaponize that and use it as a shield against criticism. He just got done shit-talking a journalist and trying to make him the bad guy, and lying about the FIFA review. Scullion has spoken about receiving a lot of abuse from Philip's fans during this period as a direct result of Philip lying like this, another potential reason he had to make that video. If you talk about harassment without being cognizant of the harm you are causing to others right now, you clearly don't give a shit about the problem you just brought up. Philip really didn't help his case by making a Columbo villain bet you can't prove it speech. You can keep looking, Kotaku was an especially silly thing to say, since obviously people did keep looking. Many more examples came to light. His Fire Emblem Warriors video was mostly reworded from one on Nintendo Wire.
Decimating defeating mobs upon mobs of enemies with the simplest of combos, and tearing through forts and mini-bosses with some of the most flashiest and stylistic special attacks.
Most flashiest? His Samus Returns review was stolen from Engadget, and his Bayonetta 2 review from Polygon, and Jason Schreier seemed weirdly invested in reporting on all of it. In several videos, Philip just copied text directly from Wikipedia or other related wikis.
Super Mario Odyssey's theme is highly focused on surprises and travel, and the developers incorporated many of their travel experiences around the world. For instance, elements of the Sand Kingdom were derived from Kenta Matakuro's experience during a trip to Mexico, and the Luncheon Kingdom's food aesthetics were inspired by Italy and other European countries.
Okay. The copying stuff just directly from Wikipedia and passing it off as your own work. There is a specific example to me that I can think of, because when I was a much younger fesh, I had made a campaign for StarCraft 1. It was kind of like a somewhat popular campaign. If you were in the StarCraft 1 campaign community, you might have heard of it, but like it wasn't like at the level of like the Antioch Chronicles or anything like that. But it was big enough to get featured in PC Gamer magazine in like a 2-page spread where they were covering like, here are some of the best single player campaigns from oh, how'd that happen? Aren't you supposed to charge through here? Let's go. Let's try that. Oh, did he just not have enough speed? That's interesting. So anyway, I'm just gonna kill this guy. That way they don't bump into each other. All right, let's get enough speed going for you. Okay, so like I said, StarCraft 1 campaign got featured in PC Gamer, but it was never like super huge. It had like some modest play, and like I said, it got into the magazine. But I had edited the StarCraft 1 Wikipedia article where it was talking about some of the popular fan-made campaigns, and I was late teens when I put it out, so I decided, hey, why don't I just like add to this sentence that's talking about the most popular campaigns and add mine to it. And I think it pretty much stayed there unchecked until they removed that section entirely. But I was still able to find other places that would mention my campaign that had absolutely no citations about it, and like it would be in stuff that was in like other languages, and like I would just translate it, and I realized no, they just took the page from Wikipedia and are passing it off as their own article. And I know that because they are putting in something that I specifically put in there that didn't even have a citation to it, that like nobody else would have written. Anyway, back to the video.
The developers recognize that when traveling to foreign countries, something that really has an impact is the different currencies.
All of my own original work.
On October 10th, the apology video disappeared, along with 901,000 views worth of other videos from Philip's channel. For a small YouTuber, this means a lot of videos getting privated or deleted all at once. This is actually another important tactic that plagiarists use, to try and hide as much of the evidence as possible. Philip has successfully hidden the extent of what he actually stole in his YouTube videos. Many of Philip's videos are now considered lost media, referenced in articles about the plagiarism or in videos showcasing it, but not as actual copies that you can watch. This is obviously no big loss, but it sucks for me that there's not many archived copies of some of these videos, because, like, now I have nothing to cut to as reference footage. It's just, now I just have to stand on my set and talk to you. His article about Octopath Traveler is a fucking doozy. It steals a bunch of shit directly from Jeremy Parish's review at Polygon. And let me just say, buddy, if you can barely string a sentence together, people are gonna know something's up when you're suddenly using words like extrudes. When this was discovered, Parish tweeted, "Dang, I got extruded right into the middle of a scandal," which is probably the funniest thing to come out of all this. But that's not the only thing he stole for this one article. It also plagiarized one of his co-workers at IGN. Words from Seth Macy's video review of the game made it in too. Here's some clips from Macy's video.
Both its battle system and aesthetics pay loving tribute to the Super NES era. While this isn't merely a modern retread of past classics, but a phenomenal homage with genuinely fresh ideas in a fantastically charming wrapper of old school meets new.
Seth was especially shocked by this, it seems like, and it's not hard to imagine why. To take game criticism and writing original material seriously, only to have someone a cubicle over take a hatchet to your stuff and collect a paycheck for it is so deeply insulting. Things were bad enough that IGN pulled the plug on almost everything Philip ever made for the site just to be safe, something I've never seen an organization have to do before. He even, and this is insane, did a video explaining the Nintendo Switch's HD Rumble feature, and his explanation is just stolen from a fucking NeoGAF post.
A normal rumble is just a motor which spins, creating a vibration, right? Well, HD Rumble uses linear actuators, similar to Apple's Taptic Engine, which is what they use for the new Force Touch stuff in the new iPhones and Apple Watches. See, I believe that these are different in that they are more likely weighted electromagnets.
You believe that? Holy shit. He copied some text from a forum directly into his script and just read it out.
Why would you say, if you're doing in a review, why would you just say, I believe? Like, if you're gonna be stealing somebody else's work, and like they don't even know for sure, they just say I believe it, like why would you cite that as your work? Like, that's not even good plagiarism. Find something that's more confident.
Why would you even do that? No, seriously, that's the question we're trying to explore here. Why do people plagiarize? Philip is a great help in finding answers to these questions, because 8 months after all of this died down, he released a second apology. Well, arguably his first, since he didn't really apologize in the first one, but still.
Hey everyone, I'm not here to make any excuses or to try and justify my actions. I'm only here to apologize to the people that I've wronged.
He says sorry directly to several of the people he copied from, but to avoid making himself look too bad, he doesn't mention the forum post, or the time he stole from someone else at IGN, or a bunch of the other places. He also doesn't apologize for denying everything, pretending it was an accident, or accusing specific journalists of being out to get him by reporting on it. I think this points to what this apology is actually about, which is appearing more humble and honest to try and repair his reputation.
Yeah, you gotta, sit down in the chair and sigh. And look serious and apologetic.
Admitting to the truly embarrassing.
Oh, hey, Twos. I am 18 minutes into the video, so we're going to be here a while.
Stuff, or the dishonest shit he said when he was caught, would just make him seem disingenuous. It's hard to come off as honest if the apology includes lying to your face in the past. He wasn't done making excuses either. 2 days later, he uploaded a third apology.
Hey everyone.
I'm getting deja vu from these videos now. In this video, he tried to explain why he did all this. He had insecurities about the quality of his writing and his fear of disappointing people.
I felt pretty confident with my video editing skills and my abilities to create visually appealing content, but I wasn't always confident with my abilities as a writer. And when I got that big break with this awesome gaming company, my insecurities were amplified by like 10 million. Because the audience was bigger and the expectations were higher. I really wanted to do well, but I was also really scared of saying the wrong thing or putting out a bad review.
Now, maybe it's because he's lied before and still wasn't owned.
That's really pathetic. I was scared of saying the wrong thing, so I just took somebody else's words and did a find replace on some of the words so that I end up saying the wrong thing.
Up to the extent of what he did, but I simply do not accept this as the reason. Lots of people have anxiety about their writing. In fact, I'd say most writers do. Not many of them handle it by stealing, so anxiety and pressure feel like an easy excuse. From seeing almost all of Philip's videos, I feel comfortable in calling myself a Philip scholar at this point, I can tell you for a fact that he is bad at making videos. He thinks cinematic transition packs equal good editing, which is the reddest possible flag, but even in terms of basic content, the videos are just bad. His earliest videos are just news about the then upcoming Nintendo Switch, or stuff like the top 5 ways to play the Switch, a console that no one can play.
The single Joy-Con method, and it's probably going to be the least preferred way to play the Nintendo Switch.
When the Switch was out, he branched out into reviewing accessories like carrying cases and stuff, and doing unboxing videos. Some videos are just summarizing Nintendo press releases. This is the literal definition of content. It's like it got squeezed out of a Nintendo branded tube somewhere. It's the
Okay, I feel called out here. A lot of my coverage of the writer's strike, obviously I have to like go over and read like news articles about it. I was always trying to add my own commentary as well, but a lot of it was just I would pull up a Variety article and read it, but also give my commentary. I don't know exactly, was Philip like just reading like their press releases and not even giving his own commentary on it? Because commentary is important. There have been things that I have done on my channel that I don't think I have uploaded as segments because I felt like I wasn't actually adding anything there. I was literally just reading the article.
Most how do you do fellow kids energy I've ever seen coming out of a 28-year-old man. So he started doing the most egregious audience growth tricks for dummies you can imagine, like constantly having giveaways for subscribers. Philip's following didn't grow organically from people liking him or his work. Those people don't exist. It grew from offering free shit if you subscribed. But I'm gonna give Philip some credit here and say at some point he recognized, correctly, that he didn't know what he was doing. I mean, if it's obvious to me watching them, it must have been obvious to him making them, right? So, what do you do if you know you won't get ahead without copying someone better?
You copy someone better.
Someone better. And I'm not even talking about plagiarism here. Even the stuff that isn't stolen is derivative. There's this one guy called Nihongo Gamer who's done some pretty useful tech reviews, and one of them was of an arcade fighting stick for the Switch. It did surprisingly well, and he gives it a proper workout as someone who clearly knows their stuff with fighting games. A few weeks later, Philip coincidentally decided to review the same thing. But Philip isn't a fighting game aficionado, so his live gameplay footage is him playing Sonic and, Mario Kart? Making this review functionally useless as a review of a controller made for fighting games, but Nihongo Gamer also in the same video reviewed this Switch holder that looks like a little arcade machine. Philip, coincidentally, is also reviewing one of these in his video.
This game is so much better now.
This makes this game so much better.
This isn't even plagiarism, it's just strange. Philip didn't know how to build an identity of his own, so he just borrowed the style and content of successful videos in an extremely cynical way. He didn't make these videos for the fun of it, or because he cared about making them. It was always just about chasing success by any means necessary, and when that didn't work out, he just borrowed even more directly and got into this mess. In a fairly recent...
I'm trying to think, have I done that? Like, like I said, I went into this video saying, I'm not plagiarizing, I am just reacting. But, like, it's starting to get into my head about, how I handle my channel. I can't think that I have consciously, directly aped somebody else's, like, entire channel. I mean, there's certain, like, stylistic elements from, how I do streams that I've taken from other streamers. Like, I try to capture a little bit of the energy that Demon Mama has when she starts her streams, just because that's, you know, I've watched almost every Demon Mama stream she's ever done, so you know, it kind of is very familiar to me. But I still think I'm doing my own thing, you know. Yeah.
In an interview, he's described himself during this period as having imposter syndrome. But that's wishful thinking, isn't it? There's a difference between having imposter syndrome and being an imposter. Objectively speaking, Philip pretended to be a reviewer and critic while actually just being a thief and a liar. But I think it's possible to reverse engineer this falsehood and arrive at its core truth. The explanation lies in a little thing he said in apology number 3. I consider it the most meaningful thing Philip has ever said. It's not true, but it's meaningful.
So I took from sources who I trusted and respected and I agreed with, and I tried to change them in a way that I would say it.
Philip claims he sought out reviews from other people he respected to steal and learn from. But, to be blunt, who the fuck is Boomstick Gaming? When this happened, Boomstick's channel had just over 10,000 subscribers. Barely anyone had any idea he existed. And look at the other places he copied from. Mostly random websites, niche gaming outlets, fucking forum posts. If you consider something so obscure you can get away with stealing it, you do not respect it. Philip copied...
Yeah, Valhalla Video, yeah, the imposter syndrome. Well, and I've seen other YouTubers who were reacting to hbomberguy's thing and just being like, oh man, this is getting me deep in my head about everything that I've done. So maybe I am an imposter and I'm just stealing their reactions.
These people because he thought what they were doing was beneath respect. Remember Caves of Steel? I told you it would come up again, you little bastard. You better not have forgotten. In the lawsuit between Ellison, Bova, and the studios, one tactic the studios used was to accuse them of being the real plagiarists, of ripping off Caves of Steel when they were writing Brillo. The problem is these writers were all friends who knew and respected each other, so they could ask Isaac Asimov what he thought of that.
So we went to New York. I've known Isaac for 25 years. And Isaac, in his deposition, said, I've known Harlan for 25 years. He said, you don't steal from your friends.
It all sounds so simple when Isaac Asimov says it. At the start, I briefly mentioned one of the many times someone's entire idea and thumbnail have been copied. The thief later flipped the thumbnail and changed the color of his shirt. Amazing. This guy's kinda notorious for stealing from people, and there was a really notable encounter where he made fun of a guy by joking about how many subscribers he had. This comes off as generic former Vine star narcissism, but it's difficult to ignore that he specifically steals from people he considers beneath him, having a lower number. If you're not as important, your ideas are up for grabs. In 2016,
well, I'm doing this one
Trump's
twice anyway,
speech at the Republican National Convention was found to have plagiarized one of Michelle Obama's speeches at the Democratic National Convention. The audience hadn't seen a speech given at the other convention, so none of them noticed, but the media did later. The question going unasked at the time, at least for me, was, why Michelle Obama? Her speech about hope and dignity and respect and dreams had nothing to do with being a Republican. They hate that shit. Why didn't the writer rip off a Nancy Reagan speech about killing the poor or locking up black people for using the drugs her husband gave them? Well, plagiarizing another Republican would annoy Republicans, whose opinion the writer actually cares about. If you respect someone, or want their respect, you generally don't risk a fight with them by jacking their shit. But if you don't like someone, stealing is almost like getting one
That's a good point.
over on them, isn't it? No one was ever fired or seemingly punished in any way for stealing a speech and pretending they wrote it, and that's because none of these people give a shit about Michelle Obama. They're probably glad it happened. If you broke into Obama's house and stole some of his silverware, most speakers at this convention would pay you a cash prize. Plagiarism is an insult, and don't people love to insult their enemies? Here's something petty I should have forgotten about but didn't. When Lukey Poo made his short-lived video response, while defending himself on the grounds he actually got the idea from someone on Twitch who saw my video, and they're definitely real, he still took the time to explain that he also didn't like I criticized right-wing YouTubers he was a fan of.
I thought hbomber was a relatively decent video creator. I disagreed and didn't like some of the stuff he did, like when he went after Sargon of Akkad and some other YouTubers.
This sat with me. Why was it so important for him to signal his allegiances?
Son of a bitch.
I think the point was to make his theft an act in a larger culture war. Even if he did rip me off, I'm the bad guy. I don't deserve to be treated properly, so if anything, it's good if he did. You don't steal from your friends, you steal from the guy who made fun of Daddy.
At this point, I'm convinced the only thing hbomberguy needs more than a testosterone shot and some estrogen blockers is a lesson in humility.
Your kid used $50 for V-Bucks? That sucks. Sorry to hear that.
Okay, where does, and I mean this as a compliment, the most fuckable twink I've ever seen in my life get off telling me how to manage my T levels? Is he speaking from experience? The way Philip pivoted when caught to attacking his accusers feels all too familiar to me as someone who has received the same treatment from someone like him. There's this indignation to it. I'm better than you. How dare you tell me not to steal? What's emerging here is a social element to theft. Plagiarists seem to have this belief they are better than their targets, more important, more deserving of credit, better politics, a better class of person. Your ideas are wasted on you. They'd be much better served in my videos. Other games people looked down on what Philip did with so much anger, and people from IGN continued to be aggressive at him for years afterwards, because they understand this instinctively. His actions essentially said out loud, he thinks games writing is so worthless, it's okay for him to steal it. The IGN crew are especially entitled to be angry about Philip though, because he did really damage their credibility. When your company produces plagiarized stuff, it damages people's faith in your institution and its ability to not do that, and it's really hard to get that goodwill back. This leads us, as all things do, to the Angry Video Game Nerd, Part E. Cinemassacre. The Angry Video Game Nerd is a popular series in which... I don't need to explain this. AVGN made James Rolfe a household name the world over, in cool households. Under the umbrella of his mostly one-man production company, Cinemassacre, James made other things too. One of these, and my favorite, was Monster Madness, where every October, James would release a video every single day about an old horror or monster movie. I used to rewatch these whenever I was hungover in university. It always made me feel way better. There's an infectious positivity to hearing someone share something they genuinely enjoy. Good stuff. As the years went on and he got busy with other projects and having children, I mean, his wife had the children, you get it, Monster Madness took a back seat. Some years he only made a few new ones. The guy was busy, or maybe he'd lost interest in a project he'd done for over a decade at that point, and that's fair enough. But then Screenwave got involved. For people with better things to do, Screenwave Media is a YouTube network / influencer agency thing who work with various YouTubers, helping them produce content by editing their videos for them, assisting with writing, and helping them find sponsors. They apparently work with a bunch of channels in various forms, but they work especially—
That sounds to me like one of those, I don't know, I generally am distrustful of any like organization that's like, oh yeah, you know, partner with us and we'll, you know, we'll make sure more people see your thing. Because that oftentimes ends up being like rent seeking, like Maker Studio. Back in the day, Maker Studio basically owned all of the channels that most people watched on YouTube. Epic Rap Battles was part of Maker Studio. And a lot of it just ended up being like, they wouldn't actually provide the, you know, the help that they were offering, or they would provide some token offer, but then use that to say, okay, now we own everything that you're doing on your channel. Like, and then Maker Studio, I think, ended up getting bought out by Disney. Like, there is an epic rap battle that's Jim Henson versus Stan Lee, where Walt Disney shows up, and he has the line saying, "I'm owning this battle. In fact, I own this whole series." So, yeah, I just, in general, I'm kind of distrustful of organizations like this. Even if this one isn't specifically like that, it sounds to me like it's giving me that vibe. Anyway.
Especially closely with Cinemassacre. The writing and editing of the AVGN videos became different and weird, like someone else was doing those parts. The channel started making new types of video, which were like James standing kind of awkwardly in the corner while Screenwave employees discussed a movie. There was a Cinemassacre podcast, and James often just wasn't in it. The guy whose channel it was became an optional side character. Oh, and everything became packed with sponsorships.
If you don't know, Skillshare—
It got so bad, episode 200 of AVGN is split into 3 videos with separate sponsors, purely because they sold too many brand deals.
Oh, we're gonna have to make the episode 200 3 episodes because we sold too many brand deals, and they didn't tell James.
Under Screenwave, Monster Madness became a different beast. They streamlined production by eliminating the writing. It became James and a rotation of Screenwave employees you don't know, and James didn't seem to know too well either, discussing the film and trying to come up with something interesting on the spot for 15 minutes. Some of these guys were basically ordered to be on the show by their bosses and seem uncomfortable being there, which makes these being shot on a dungeon set fitting. And you're constantly reminded why this was made at all.
Available now, US only. Release the Kraken!
The show certainly wasn't what anyone had been watching it for, and the creators appeared to notice, because in April 2021, it was announced Monster Madness was coming back, for real, with the old style of scripted videos featuring just James and his short and simple voiceover. Like the old days, but, you know, with Screenwave's help, so not really. Newt Wallen, a Screenwave employee, was enthusiastically tweeting about how he had written 20 of the 31 videos himself, with others writing the rest. The whole point was it was a guy passionately sharing his actual opinions, but that guy wasn't writing them. But some people were still excited. It was a pandemic year, we were all indoors, not much else was going on.
Be sure to check out Cinemassacre's Monster Madness around the world. 31 days, 31 countries.
October rolled around, and so did the first new video, for the film 28 days later. It was weird. Like James was reading something written for him, which he was. But what really stood out was what he was saying. A guy who famously avoids politics and serious real-world events in his videos suddenly started talking about how the film reminded him of the horror of 9/11?
And when seeing the film today and being put into that time period, you can't help but think of 9/11 and all those TV images of Ground Zero and Baghdad being devastated by war.
It didn't take long for people to start Googling the words he was saying. A user named ZB123 posted a thread on Reddit showing a huge portion of the video's script was taken directly from a review in Film Comment, a fairly well-known film criticism magazine, by Dr. Cecilia Syed, who is currently a senior film lecturer at the University of Kent. Let's compare and contrast, shall we?
Horror films are frequently interpreted as allegories of our realities.
Okay, that was quick.
Their fantastic or supernatural elements often spawn from symptoms of social and political tensions in a specific era. 28 Days Later is set in a post-apocalyptic Britain, which has been devastated by an epidemic that within seconds can transform its victims into crazed cannibal killers. Following a car accident, he wakes up from a 28-day coma. Finding the hospital abandoned, he walks out and wanders through the empty London streets. He finds that people have fled the country after the outbreak, but those who remain are either dead or have become the infected. The group sleeps in debris of deserted buildings, eats canned food from abandoned supermarkets, and fights off the infected. 28 Days Later aligns itself with the typical loss of individuality plot. It's interesting to read 28 Days Later in terms of the state of affairs of the world. The movie began shooting on September 1st, 2001. You can't help but think of 9/11 and all those TV images of Ground Zero and Baghdad.
Oh, jeez.
28 Days Later has political and social undercurrents that resemble our world even now, only if you wonder if history will ever stop repeating itself.
So they just stole the entire article.
Order is born from chaos, and then chaos is born from order.
It was as if Professor Syed's review had been killed and brought back from the dead in a new, tainted form. That's not how the zombies in 28 Days Later work. Okay, it was like her review was the patient zero of 28 Days Later reviews, and it infected the... This is pretty straightforwardly plagiarism. The angry video game nerd had just stolen a film professor's review of a movie. In true AVGN fashion, shit hit the fucking ceiling. What was going on? Initially, Justin Silverman, the lead Screenwave guy, claimed this was a result of a new person who was helping, accidentally mixing some notes into a script, and this would be fixed soon. And
accidentally
all the other
missing
episodes
notes,
were
for
fine.
sure.
The new person thing isn't true. The guy who did it had worked with Justin for like a decade, but I can understand trying to protect someone's identity if you believed they had just made a small mistake. Justin updated the page the video was posted on to say it was being corrected to remove some accidental plagiarism, whatever that means. So whoever...
The entire script was plagiarized. What do you mean accidental plagiarism? That is a pretty big fucking accident.
Did it, they successfully convinced Justin this was an accident. But it wasn't. There's the telltale red flag of the awful writing you get when someone who can't write tries to rewrite something they copied.
The movie starts with the usual tropes. Mankind's experiments go haywire, resulting in destructive results.
There's another way you can prove it wasn't accidental. You know, the other excuse we've heard before, how it just happened once and the rest of the videos were fine? They weren't fine. Reddit user Retired Fool went on the website the videos were being hosted on and found the second episode uploaded early. Most of it was from a review on ScreenAgeWasteland.com.
The movie opens with a shadowy figure with multiple hand attachments who calls in the boys, 4 men from a government agency trying to deal with an alien invasion in a small New Zealand town. Peter Jackson plays dual roles of Derek and Robert, who interact through the use of creative camera work and editing. So Jackson handled acting, writing, directing, cinematography, editing, and special effects for the film. Derek is perhaps the best character in the film. He's bloodthirsty, clumsy, funny, and a little too full of himself. He spends a good portion of the film on his own, but Jackson manages it. He's got a good sense of physical comedy that comes in handy when Derek is dealing with a flap of his own skull that keeps allowing pieces of his brain to fall out. Bad Taste is a gloriously gory entry in the splat stick genre and a true cult classic. Watching
He's just straight up... I've never even heard the term splat stick before.
Today, you can kind of see inklings of the kind of films Peter Jackson would prove capable of later on through the pacing, camera work, and sheer inventive energy.
So Day 2's video was also plagiarized. The Return of Monster Madness isn't going so well. We know James didn't write this, so who could it have been? Was it perhaps the man who was just bragging about writing most of them himself? Yes, it was. The rest of the Screenwave guys looked at the scripts, and many more examples were discovered. Justin confirmed several more were plagiarized, and Kieran, a video editor who later quit, claimed in a live stream that all of them were.
We went through all the scripts, plagiarized them all. They had multiple, like every single thing was plagiarized.
Okay, this reminds me, this isn't an example of plagiarism that this reminds me of, but there was a movie that Hayden Christensen was in called Shattered Glass. That was based on a true story of a guy who basically was just making up, he was a journalist who was just making completely fictional articles for the New Republic. which is, as they kept saying in the movie, the in-flight magazine on Air Force One. So, you know, a very prestigious magazine. And how this guy had just basically written, I think it ended up being like something like 50 fraudulent articles. I'm gonna die. And yeah, when you run into something like this, and it started out where it was like just a single article that they were looking into, and of course he plays it off at the beginning like, oh yeah, no, I was really stressed out, and I just plagiarized, or not plagiarized, I just made up that one, but everything else is totally legit. But you know, you see one thing and you just start looking, and it just turns out like the entire body of your work is fraudulent. This is what it sounds like to me.
Fucking plagiarized every single thing.
This is a tremendous amount of blatant theft, if true, but soon it became clear almost everything Newt did and said was copied. While I was looking for other stuff Newt made, I saw he was one of the speakers at the roast of the Angry Video Game Nerd in 2013, and he was proud enough of this, he uploaded his bits
is his roast
channel he
also
was with.
plagiarized?
And just watching it without doing any serious checking, several of the jokes from this jumped out at me immediately.
Justin, I heard Justin was nervous before the show. He couldn't figure out what he was going to wear, either honey glazed or pineapple slices.
This joke is taken from a Gilbert Gottfried roast.
She couldn't decide between the honey glaze or pineapple slices.
Brent Vanderbrook is so deep in the closet, he's having adventures in Narnia.
This is a well-known joke from a 2007 Jimmy Carr stand-up special.
Come on, you're so far in the closet, you're having adventures in Narnia.
Wow.
People have been ripping this off for years. Here it is posted in 2009, with many of the comments remarking that it's old and stolen even then, and this was almost half a decade before Newt stole it. He is an in-character Tyrion Lannister Twitter account reusing it a few months before the roast in 2013. I haven't seen the show or read the books, so I'm just gonna assume they read Narnia there too. Don't correct me. While I was researching this topic, I found a Reddit post collecting all the places he stole from for this roast. Obviously there were a bunch. When I found this, I was worried people would think I just got this from here. I assure you I do my own research and don't just read Reddit posts. As proof, they haven't found the source for the Narnia one, so don't I feel special? Unless Jimmy Carr got it from somewhere else too. He's already stealing from the British taxpayer, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Jimmy Carr is like a total piece of shit, by the way. There was like, he did a stand-up special recently, for an American audience that like it was kind of making the rounds a little bit because of how embarrassing it was. It was like all of his pop culture references were like 10 years old, and he's just like, I am here to be the most edgy comedian you've ever heard. And it was literally just like stuff that a 12-year-old would think is edgy. A 12-year-old from 2012. It was like he was making One Direction jokes. Like, One Direction, when was the last time anybody talked about One Direction? Yeah, it's completely aside, but fuck Jimmy Carr.
Newt had just been very sloppily taking shit for over a decade. The guy was fired, and from the sounds of things, everyone's bitter about it, especially the guys who had to make new Monster Madness videos to an insanely short deadline.
And then we have to rewrite 20-something scripts and re-edit them in a week.
Even James Rolfe himself got involved. He quite famously avoids talking about controversial stuff, like 9/11, but there was enough confusion he saw fit to descend from his throne of gold and put up an unlisted video explaining what happened.
One of our writers had somehow added a portion that was taken from a pre-existing article. That's unacceptable, and all of us here apologize for letting that sneak in.
He went with the story Justin did. Some new guy pasted something wrong and confused his notes into the script.
The short story is somebody fucked up. Somebody knew.
I'm not sure if this was recorded before this turned out to be a lie, or if they just decided they didn't need to explain it to the public in detail. And that's understandable. But either way, it wasn't somebody new. It was somebody Newt. That's your joke for this video. Doing research, I found an interview with Newt about a low-budget horror film he wrote. However, the picture they used was Philip Mewson. I have no idea how this happened, but it's very funny. For the creative people watching, there's a kind of positive lesson here. You might be mystified why someone would copy stuff for a review. Why is it so hard to just write your opinions on something? But it turns out writing a good review is really difficult. For example, I use the phrase "it turns out" more than once every video by accident because I'm bad at it. I'm not even joking, I've written "it turns out" in the next section without realizing it. That's how fucking bad I am. Being able to write a good review is a unique...
Okay, that, I used to do NaNoWriMo every year, and there was a certain phrase that I kept using. And, like, now it's to the point where, like, I will never use that phrase, even though it's totally fine to use it. But I kept using the turn of phrase, make his way, or make her way. Like, instead of saying somebody goes somewhere, someone makes their way there. And I was using it so much that once I noticed I was using it that much, I will just never use it again, even though it would be totally fine to use it every once in a while. But I'm so terrified of overusing it that I won't use it ever again.
and difficult skill. Creative people often have trouble recognizing their skills as skills because eventually they feel like second nature, and they don't feel real and practical like building a house or doming. But it turns in that this stuff actually is valuable. If it wasn't, people wouldn't be stealing it. Creativity doesn't feel super special or unique until you realize people have to plagiarize it. Ugh, I accidentally bought this in size twink instead of bear. Oh, would you like some talcum powder with that, sir?
Is H-Bomb being gayer than usual? He's made several gay references, I'm noticing. I know he's bi, I just haven't really noticed it in his videos before. It feels like he's playing it up here.
No, it's fine. I could wring the sweat out from that and probably sell it.
Maybe he got laid recently? Could be.
It's worth noting that even when the plagiarism was cleared up, the new videos are still weird. The entire appeal of Monster Madness was it was one guy passionately sharing his opinions. If someone else wrote those opinions, even if they're not stolen, what exactly is the point? James put this better himself a few years back before this all began.
I want to make original films. Lots of people say, well, get somebody to help. Well, I can't get somebody else to write the review for me. It's an opinionated thing. Imagine if it was somebody else's words and they say, this movie's great, and then I think, oh, well, this movie sucks. So if I'm doing the review, obviously I have to see the movie and write the script. It's all me.
This is probably why he made a statement about this. Most people watching would have assumed James wrote the words he was saying, especially since he'd been so vocal about this before. This is an insidious side effect of plagiarism in larger operations. It implicates the person reading the script.
Well, and it's kind of shocking that, like, he would say that at one point and then just go and be like, yeah, I'll just go ahead and read the review somebody else wrote. Like, kind of doesn't make him look good that he would go back on that. Like, I get it that he didn't want to do the show anymore, or he was, you know, lost interest in it and was bogged down with other things. But then at that point, like, don't do it. Or, like, have somebody else host it.
Not just its writer. But here the plagiarism is just a symptom of the direction Cinemassacre's videos have taken. The unstolen ones are almost as strange as the stolen ones, in the ways James once predicted. You can only hand off so much of your work before it stops being yours. It feels weird to say this about videos where a guy calls a game from 1992 a fuckstick, but the magic is gone. These aren't videos anymore, they're products. Late-stage Cinemassacre is so low effort, the scripts have obvious grammatical errors, and James just reads them without even bothering to change them.
And it's with these survivors that Jim will struggle to stay alive with.
These videos used to come from a place of interest and care, to entertain or share something. Now they're made by a production line for only one reason.
Content.
expressvpn.com/cinemassacre.
Internet video as a business is at odds with internet video as a medium, dare I say, an art form. Put the gun down. The increased industrialization of videos doesn't necessarily make the videos better, just easier to make. But if you want to make as much money as possible in the short term, you cut those corners and you make as much product as possible. This gives me a chance to respond to the most common question about plagiarism on the internet, which is, why should we care? Does it really matter in the grand scheme if a review of Octopath Traveler or 28 Days Later is stolen? If you think that, you should try extruding that logic a bit further until it reaches the pain receptors of your brain. Internet video isn't a silly playground where teens pretend to be scared of horror games anymore. It's a business. There is real money to be made in this space, or so the emails from the World of Tanks guys keep telling me. So it's definitely worth interrogating the fact people's work is being exploited in these money-making endeavors. This issue will become relevant later, and by later, I mean now. If you want to maximize your profits by making a video every other day, how do you write that much material? You don't! Part Illuminor.
So oh no, here we go. Okay, I have a video every day. But they're always stream segments, right? I'm not doing like big high production value video essays or anything like that. I watch 2 to 3 movies a week. There's a couple TV shows that I keep up on, and then at the end of the week I do a stream where I go and review them all. Each one of those reviews might take me 5 to 15 minutes. I cut them up, trim them for, my ums and uhs and the pauses and everything like that, just so that it has a neater flow, and then I put it up. But it is pretty low effort content in terms of the actual video presentation. It's just my stream. Sometimes I will throw up a graphic here and there, but I've even kind of gotten lazy on that. But it's still me. It's low effort, but it's me. I'm not stealing from other people. I'm watching the movies, I'm watching the shows, and I'm giving my opinions on them. And again, because I am a small channel, kind of low effort, that's fine. Maybe at some point, and I really kind of at this point, I've been hitting some burnout, and I don't like editing. I would like to be at the point where my channel is big enough that I could hire an editor to make the segments a little snazzier. But when you're at the point where you're doing weekly or monthly video essays about important topics, that's really hard to do. There's a reason that a lot of channels end up going to commentary. I think Scott from NerdSync, he's kind of taking his channel more in a commentary space because it's a lot easier to just take a topic and then just rant for 20 minutes about your opinion on it, rather than putting together a whole well-sourced, well-written, planned ahead of time essay. Yeah.
It's a pun. I don't need to impress you. In 2021, when I was working on the vaccines and autism video, I needed something to listen to in the background while I built an Argos bookshelf, so out of curiosity, I put on other videos on the topic. One of them was by a channel called Illuminaughty, whose real name is Blair Zon. I hadn't heard of her before. She seems to do videos covering multi-level marketing schemes, pyramid schemes, and failed businesses, stuff like that. And she seems to make a lot of them really quickly. I wonder how. The video was fine? My phone was several meters away and I couldn't be bothered to reach out and...
It's wild how, the plagiarism allegations against Illuminati kind of fell to the wayside just from every other awful thing that she was doing.
Get it and change the playlist, so it just kept going through her anti-vax videos. And at one point, I did a double take.
There was a joint inventor on these products, a man named Hugh Freudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial. In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products.
I remember pausing, budget B&Q hammer in hand, and thinking, haven't I heard this exact sentence before?
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug
Administration,
which told him...
This is what HBomb had posted on Twitter after the whole legal drama.
He had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
An interesting thing about the MMR scandal is literally all of its big discoveries can be attributed to the work of one man, Brian Deere, whose years of diligent journalism are basically why we know what we do about Andrew Wakefield. His 2004 documentary, MMR, What They Didn't Tell You, effectively berserk eclipsed Wakefield's career as a legitimate doctor. It's great, and Brian uploaded it to his own YouTube channel for free in 2014, so so anyone can go watch it. This version has the timecode burned in at the bottom, which is kind of cute, but if you wanted to make your own video about the subject and use that as source footage, that's kind of annoying to look at. So I spent like 2 full days of my life trying to find a version without the timecode, and I finally found what I think is a copy of the original broadcast from 2004. Harrowing stories of child abuse do not pair well with teasers for the TV premiere of Moulin Rouge.
Oh, that is an awkward transition.
When Dr. Wakefield launched the...
Okay, that actually reminds me though. I had a partner once who worked at a thrift shop, and there were 2 main areas of the thrift shop that she had kind of taken ownership over, and that was book donations and VHS donations. And a lot of times it was just people getting rid of their VHS collections and not sorting through what was a commercially released VHS and what was just like a home recording. And obviously they can't just like go and sell the home recordings, right? But they would still donate them. And so what she would do is she would take the, just the recorded VHSs and just take them home and watch them to see if there was anything interesting there. Because like she was interested in like, a lot of, archival, like looking for lost media and stuff like that. But there was also just like, like looking at commercials of the day. Like a lot of stuff, it was just like trying to identify, okay, here's exactly when this was recorded. Let's see if there's any commercials there that have been lost media that people are trying to find again. And this is, I would watch them with her occasionally. It was usually just her on her own, but sometimes we would hang out and watch them together. That really reminds me of this, that, just the whole commercial of the era cutting to all of this. Yeah. Not really related to what's being covered. It's just, I just remember it.
MMR scare back in 1998.
I used footage from Dia's documentary in my video, explained how important it was, thanked Brian for all of his hard work, and even recommended his book on the subject that had just come out. And he actually emailed my producer Kat with metrics showing people actually did go out and buy the book after seeing my video, which is great. I love knowing that my audience actually reads books. Thank you so much. So, the reason the Illuminati video sounded so familiar was because I had just rewatched that documentary.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine
and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse and misprescribing of controlled drugs.
And made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
Professor Freudenberg has long been controversial.
Hugh Freudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial.
Been long controversial? So, this is weird. She wasn't quoting Dia, she was saying his words out loud as if she wrote them. So what's happening here? Well, after the bookcase seemed to stand up on its own, despite all the pieces mysteriously left over, I watched the video properly and noticed she does acknowledge Brian Deere and the documentary pretty openly.
In 2004, Brian Deere came out with a documentary entitled MMR, What They Didn't Tell You.
Blair watched a documentary and then downloaded it and used it to make her own. In the first 20 minutes, she plays a chunk of the documentary, or just quotes it, 25 times. More than once a minute, you're hearing something Brian Deere said from his mouth or hers. So this video is lazy? I'm personally insulted that she just used the version of the documentary from Deere's YouTube channel with the timecode burned in. That gets to me a little bit after the effort I put in.
Well, I mean, you were digging into it, whereas she was, trying to put out a video a month or however long her release schedule is. So she found the thing, didn't look too much further into it because she has a deadline to make. H-Bomb puts out a video maybe every year or so because, he's actually putting in the work to make sure that he's putting out like quality documentaries. Yeah, obviously I get just having the little gripe about it, but it does make sense to me that she would just use the Brian Deere version of it.
But that doesn't make it plagiarism, it's just not very good. And hey, it's not like this is her one source, she quotes a lot of other places too. Or does Here's some of the times she quotes someone else in the video. Wow, look at all this research she must have done. One thing though, what's the source for these quotes?
It's the documentary.
Okay, we need to talk about how to cite a source for a second. If you watch any non-Illuminati video essay, you'll see these pretentious little commies put some text in the corner telling you where their quote comes from. This is so you know what they're quoting, so you can check it or go find it and learn more if you want, and to give proper credit to the people whose ideas or knowledge they're borrowing. If you're using someone else's words in a video you intend to make money off, it's very important to give proper credit and attribution. Listing where the quote is from is important, not just so it's easy for people to find and verify it, but it's useful context which helps people interpret what they're seeing. If someone showed you a quote that made a person look bad, you might feel a bit cheated if they didn't mention its source is a blog by someone you've never heard of that doesn't exist anymore. I have a little rule for quoting that other creators seem to use as well. If someone saw a clip of your video out of context, would it be possible for them to tell you're quoting someone and where it's from? Blair, for some reason, doesn't cite her sources. Here's a part where she quotes Andrew Wakefield.
Wakefield also...
Well, and I also remember when hbomb had posted that one clip in Illuminati's replies. She said, like, in her response, she said that, like, that whole segment was, like, an extended quote. Like, not that she was plagiarizing, she's like, no, all of that should have just had, like, quote marks surrounding the whole thing. But, like, that's not how she was presenting it.
Stated mumps, measles, and rubella together might be too much for the immune system of some children to handle.
I love there's a tiny Andy there for some reason, but not saying where he said this is pretty bad citation. But this isn't a mistake. Blair is hiding the source on purpose for a reason. You see, this quote is from the same documentary again.
I knew it.
Brian Deere plays a clip of Wakefield saying it at a conference.
Measles, mumps, and rubella given together may be too much for the immune system of some children to handle.
Why didn't she just play the clip? She had it downloaded. Well, because she's already played so many clips from this documentary, it looks ridiculous. So she started quoting it, and just not telling you she's quoting the one thing she watched. I wonder where all the other quotes come from.
And more still, nurses were leaving, saying they don't like what's being done.
Nurses were leaving and saying they didn't like what was being done to these children.
It needed 3 people to hold these kids down
in some cases, just to have blood taken.
I feel very sorry for the children
who I feel were being abused.
This study had, in fact, begun with a contract from a group of solicitors that were
trying to sue MMR manufacturers.
Chadwick said he had hoped the ordeal, when it hit the news, would die its own death.
It includes injecting mice with measles virus.
He injected mice with measles,
extracting their white blood cells.
Extracted their white blood cells and injected the stuff into pregnant goats.
This is amazing. She just quotes people from this one documentary and pretends she did any work. Eventually, she stops bothering to even make it look like a quote and just starts saying Brian Deere's words out loud. And that's how the stuff at the beginning happened. She got so lazy she stopped bothering to pretend she wasn't copying the documentary.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products. Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
MMR, what they didn't tell you, has been chewed up and spat back into your mouth like you're a little baby bird. My favorite part is when some of what she...
When I am covering a news article, I have the news article on screen. If I'm reading something from it, I'm usually, with my mouse, highlighting the section that I'm reading, so that when you see me do it, you know that it's coming from that news article. Come on, Blair. This is... Oh, that's bad. Honestly, Blair, I think you should be canceled. I was iffy on you before, but now I think H-Bomb's put the final nail in the coffin.
He's saying appears in quotes for some reason, attributed to lawsuit with FDA. Like, no, Brian Deere said that.
He established a scientific system that would satisfy Wakefield and Pounder for testing.
And Pounder? Wait a second, who's Pounder? This Pounder guy never comes up again in the video. She brings him up here by mistake because she's paraphrasing another section of the documentary.
He established a scientifically valid system that would satisfy Dr. Wakefield and his head of department, Professor Roy Pounder.
Roy Pounder is an important character in the story. Blair has cut him out completely to save time, but she accidentally kept this one reference. This makes the copying kind of blatant. She's referencing a guy who exists in the documentary and not her video. Obviously, stealing someone else's words is plagiarism, but on a more zoomed out level, so is copying an entire documentary and trying to hide it. Like, obviously there's something wrong here. Here's a hint. If you're trying to trick people into thinking you're not quoting the thing you're quoting, you're probably doing plagiarism. But here's where it gets interesting. Blair knows people might notice this, so she's come up with a defense mechanism. The video has a link in the description to a list of sources, where stuff she quoted or showed in the video gets linked. This is normal, lots of people do this, although usually they cite them when they use them in the actual video, but still. It's an unlabeled collection of links that's difficult to sort through, but if you keep digging, eventually you find a link to Brian Deer's YouTube upload of the documentary. So now if anyone criticizes the fact she ripped it off, she can say, no, I was using a source, I cited it, check, it's in my list somewhere. And she uses this flimsy excuse to basically steal anything she wants. Blair frequently plagiarizes people, never mentions they exist in the video or cites them anywhere, but she puts a link in a list no one will read. So that makes it okay, right? The video we've been talking about so far is the second in a series of 3 about Andrew Wakefield. Here's part of the first one where she talks about his early career.
He became a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons in 1985 and a year later was awarded a Wellcome Trust Traveling Fellowship to study small intestine transplantation in Toronto, Canada.
Let me ask you real quick. Is she quoting a source right now? I mean, no, it's just stock footage, so clearly she wrote this part, right? No. She's just reading an article from the Telegraph.
He became a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons in 1985 and a year later was awarded a Wellcome Trust Traveling Fellowship to study small intestine transplantation in Toronto, Canada. Dr. Wakefield returned to the UK in the late 1980s where he began to devote more time to research.
Oh no, there's more.
Joining the Royal Free Hospital in London, he worked on the liver transplant program and in 1996 began researching bowel disorders, autism, and the MMR vaccine.
The average person watching this is being led to believe Blair wrote the words she is saying here. This is called plagiarism. The audience has no way of knowing she's actually reading them the fucking newspaper. But the article she plagiarized is in the list of...
That face when you're doing better than Illuminati. I mean, I might be a small little channel, and she still gets more views than me, but even when I'm doing lazy content, I'm doing it better than she is.
Sources. So we already know what the excuse will be. It wasn't plagiarism, she was just quoting a source. Without telling you. I'm imagining an alternate universe where Philip and Newt's videos just had a little paste bin link at the bottom, which goes to all the stuff they stole. Like as if that would make it okay? This is just plagiarism, but with a shitty excuse in her back pocket to create plausible deniability. The intent behind this is pretty clear. Illuminati videos are like 90% quotes by volume. The part where she plagiarizes the Telegraph is in a 5-minute sequence mostly consisting of quotes from other places.
More research groups with more sophisticated techniques failed to confirm Wakefield's findings. Wakefield was actually born into a family of doctors in 1957. His mother was... This data led us to postulate that there may be a role for measles infection and Crohn's disease, even if at present this role remains unclear. Medical Research Council, however, insisted upon a frantic...
Seriously, huge chunks of the video are just reading entire screenfuls of text from the BBC, various papers, Slate, The Telegraph, and Brian Deer. Yeah, she actually quotes Brian Deer in this one. Wow! But this makes the videos boring. She's just reading pages of quotes at you. So to break up the screens of text and make it feel more original, sometimes she doesn't tell you she's reading someone else's words. She's doing plagiarism out of embarrassment to make the videos less boring. When I think a video is being lazy, I do a little test. I check what sources the video used, thankfully Blair provided a list, and I compare it with the sources you would get if you went to the Wikipedia page for the topic. All of the quotes in that 5-minute sequence I mentioned, including the Telegraph article she plagiarized, are just linked on Wakefield's Wikipedia page. Oh, I know how this video was researched. This is a really common trick with lazy creators. Go on Wikipedia and quote all of their sources, and then it looks like you did a bunch of research and work. And to make it even better, she pretends she had to look for this stuff.
Other studies have suggested there may be a link to Crohn's and measles, just not Wakefield. I was able to find a different study from the National Library of Medicine that's more recent.
I was able to find? I mean, I guess I'm glad you were. One of the lights went off, hold on a second. I'm not sure everyone is fully convinced that quoting a documentary for 30 minutes while pretending you're quoting someone else counts as plagiarism. I mean, it's a bit weird, but she cited it as a source, so technically it's fine. I see you little pedant. You think you're so fucking clever, don't you? But the fact she's trying to pass off other documentaries' work as her own is obvious when you realise if you didn't know the source material, you would have no idea she was doing this. To test this theory, I decided to watch a video of hers on a subject I knew next to nothing about, the Fire Festival, which I've really not looked into before.
It was no isolated island, but an underdeveloped lot just north of a sandals resort.
At first glance, the video is surprisingly well researched, with plenty of backstory and explanations.
According to
Man, Firefest was such an absolute shit show.
Marianne Roll, a local that owns an Exuma Point restaurant, they had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel working.
Lots of it is just quotes, of course. She's still just quoting people mostly, but the fact there's so many quotes makes it feel well-researched and credible.
One of these people was Keith Vanderland, a pilot in charge of flying Billy around the Bahamas. According to Keith, Billy's team...
Two's just said, I just noticed that the famous H-bomb wall behind him. Yep. Yeah, he always has that wall. I think he might have actually redone it because I don't see the hole that he, like, punched into it. Either that or he's just filming from a different part of it. Because there have been videos that he has done where he's kept the hole from the climate change video. Right? That was a climate change video because it was the... he punched the hole because he was yelling at Ben Shapiro. Is like, sell the houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman. And I remember that hole was still there in another one of his videos, but I don't see the hole here. You just looked in the wallpaper's different? Oh, okay. Well, then he probably did new wallpaper then. Okay.
Really wanted to do...
And, once or twice, Blair brings up one of the documentaries about the Fire Festival and mentions something that happens in them.
Later, in a documentary around the event, Billy himself claims that they had rented 250 houses.
She makes it very clear what her source for that section is. This all seems very above board. And at the end, Blair says those two documentaries were some of the sources she used for her video.
I used both the Hulu and Netflix documentaries as sources for this episode, as well as various articles.
I think it's fair to say an average person would think they were watching an original work with lots of research and sources, which tastefully brings up two documentaries when necessary. And that's what I thought too, and I thought that was fine. It was a pretty well put together video. But then I watched Fire, the Netflix documentary about the Fire Festival.
And what I realized was that they had rented an area north of Sandals Resort.
It was no isolated island, but an underdeveloped lot just north of a sandals resort.
And then effectively photoshopped out the bottom portion of the map to make it look like they were on a deserted island.
They were photoshopping out the rest of the island to make it appear as if Fire K was a deserted island dedicated to the event. According to Marianne...
Wait. She says deserted? That she was literally just reading the script and just like expected it to say desert, but then saw the ed at the end and like she didn't even redo that take. Deserted. Come on. Nobody says deserted. That's not a word. Deserted. That's like this is even just aside from the plagiarism, that's just being lazy. Just redo the line.
Roll a local.
Like, I do, based on how Blair has her things done, like she's not like recording video for this. She's just doing her voice. It's a lot easier to cut up just voice than to cut up video and voice, right? As somebody who I've produced a podcast, this stuff is all like, I mean, I've got, my little PNG tuber there in the corner and stuff, but when I'm editing my segments, I'm usually just editing like, looking at the sound wave. And so it's actually quite easy to replace just a little snippet of dialogue. You could just reread the line. It's not like you fucked up the whole, it's not like Some More News, where if Cody messes something up, he does like long takes where he's reading a lot from a prompter. And if he fucks something up badly, he's probably got to redo a whole section of the video. But here it's just a line read. Just redo the line.
That owns an Exuma Point restaurant. They had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel working.
They had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel working.
According to Keith, Billy's team really wanted to do tents, so what I did is I took
my wife and we tried to sleep in a tent for one night, and it was so terrible.
Her Fire Festival video is mostly her reading words from the Fire Festival documentary on Netflix, set to footage she got from the Fire Festival documentary on Netflix, with supplemental footage taken from the Fire Festival documentary that's on Hulu. But don't worry, her first source in her list is the Netflix documentary, so that makes it okay, right? And then further down in the list is the Hulu one. Although fucking hilariously, she doesn't link it on Hulu, she links it on 123films.cc, the piracy website she watched it on. Now this is journalism! Yeehaw!
Calvin claims he then went to the Bahamas for himself to see what was going on and discovered that the luxury festival tents were nothing more than leftover emergency relief tents from Hurricane Matthew.
Apparently this part is from Calvin Wells. No, it's from the same documentary she got everything else from.
One of the things that really struck out to me was that they were erecting these dome tents that were pitched as luxury villas that I realized were leftover hurricane tents from Hurricane Matthew.
The footage playing while she is saying this is the same footage the documentary is showing as Calvin says it. She's just replaced the documentary's voiceover with herself quoting the documentary. It's ridiculous. Quoting documentaries you pirated for 30 minutes while pretending you're just quoting specific individuals is plagiarism. To give an example of how to do these quotes correctly, here's a New Republic article that quotes one of
And for the record, I don't really have a huge issue with, like, obviously I am not endorsing piracy. You should never do piracy. Piracy's bad. You should always obey copyright. I don't care if it's done to Netflix. You shouldn't do it, but I can't, like, muster up, like, oh, you pirated something that was a Netflix stock. Whatever, I don't care about that. You shouldn't do it, though.
The things Blair did. As one caterer puts it in Netflix's Fire, it's clear and to the point. The article isn't trying to look like it found this quote. Blair could have said, in the Netflix documentary, this person says this, but she'd have to say that 50 fucking times, and it would make it obvious she's just remembering Netflix at you, so she deliberately obscures the actual source of her quotes. This is to convince a casual audience she found these herself by doing actual research and reading articles and interviews with these people, which she didn't. This is passing off the work that went into making the documentary as her own. When she brings up the other documentaries as if she's only just talking about them, this is a lie to make you think she hasn't been doing it the whole time.
According to Mark Weinstein, a festival consultant,
a metric shit ton, actually slightly more.
There was another, she didn't say festival, she said festival. I've never actually watched Illuminati's content. I mean, I watched a couple episodes of her on the Leftist Mafia, but I've never actually watched her own videos. Actually, maybe I saw one because I think Demon Mama back in the day like reacted to one of her videos. But that's just lazy. Like, she's cranking these out so much that she doesn't bother to correct these obvious flubs. Like, if I've got a vocal flub on stream, I will usually try to correct it, because if I'm doing a segment, I can just cut out the flub and then use the main take. But sometimes I don't have that, and so that goes in, but it's segment from a live stream. Okay. For Blair, these are pre-recorded, prepared content edited. It's not a live stream segment. So if you flub a line, you re-record it. This is just, irrespective of everything else, this is just lazy.
Imperial shit ton of this video is just footage from the Netflix documentary. Seriously, you can't even fucking take your own screenshot of these articles? What the fuck? This isn't even plagiarism, this is genuinely just copyright infringement. Like, the copyright holder could get this video taken down easily, and maybe even take her to court for the ad revenue she got from their footage. You know YouTube's copyright system, where if you use 5 seconds of the wrong TV show, your video is demonetized? You're probably wondering why that didn't happen here. This is what the Content ID system actually exists to stop, after all. Well, this is why the video has all these ugly filters.
Hey, that sounds familiar. I did a brief segment on Friday's stream where I was talking about somebody who had posted a scene from the Flash movie. And they said, oh my god, look at this, we're so back, no cuts, one long take. But it's a CGI shot. It's Barry running from Central City to Gotham. And like, yeah, there's no cuts in it, but it's CGI. So it's like when people are talking about, oh, no cuts, single take, what they're talking about usually is something like 1917, where you have really long, uninterrupted segments of in-camera work. And as I was talking about that, I showed the clip from The Flash, probably about 15, 20 seconds of it muted in a Twitter window, and Warner Brothers copyright claims that stream. So I've got it coming out as a segment tomorrow, and it doesn't look like it's been copyright checked there yet because I did a color filter on it. Now, it's totally fair use. I even have a little note in the video saying that I have I have altered the colors of this clip because Warner Brothers hates fair use. But it worked because the clip on the live stream got caught pretty much right away. And the video, I've got it uploaded. It's scheduled to come out tomorrow, and I still haven't gotten a notification yet. It passed the initial copyright check and still seems to be good. So yeah, the doing a color filter kind of works.
What Blair is doing is so obviously stealing that YouTube would notice, so she had to put bisexual lighting over all the footage she got from the documentary. Whoever's making these videos is fully aware what they're doing is unacceptable and is purposefully working around the systems designed to stop them doing it. Blair doesn't just reuse other people's footage without credit though, the video has also been edited to hide the credit that was there. The Fire documentary itself used videos posted on Instagram and Twitter by people who attended the event, and guess what? It credits them. Their social media's in the corner. Blair's video steals this footage from the documentary too and puts a filter over it, but also blurs out the social media. She uses a few clips from a Vice video as well, and the Vice logo gets blurred out so you can't tell where it's from. Since Blair's making a documentary out of other people's documentaries without permission for money, she's trying to hide the evidence of whose footage she's using so they don't notice and serve her a fucking cease and desist. Incidentally, when the Vice video uses footage from the documentary, it tells you, because this is how this shit is supposed to work. At one point she uses a clip of a news piece about the festival, which used footage from the documentary, and you'll notice they also correctly credit the footage too. Blair's sources are full of examples of how to credit the source, but if she'd done the same thing, the word Netflix would just be in the corner for 30 minutes. The video's opening features this fan art, depicting her bro-fisting with a person I believe she recently sent a cease and desist to. Put this on r/aged like milk.
Oof.
This piece of fan art is better attributed than the documentary she stole this video from. The 25 minutes of clips and quotes from Netflix don't get this treatment. She just says, oh, I used these documentaries as research at the end. And I guess she's not lying. She definitely did. I wish there was room in the video to show you just how much she quotes the documentary without telling you, while reusing greased up footage from it, but it's most of the video. There's just too much to show. I also wanted to go more into the ways making sloppy, poorly researched videos means the videos are full of obvious mistakes, but this video's looking kinda long, so I shouldn't. However, before I realized I shouldn't, I'd already made all of it. So, check out the new video on my hot new second channel. I have a second channel now. It's not a live stream channel I hastily rebranded. Check it out if you want to see me complain about Blair getting the Stanford prison experiment wrong, and also Silent Hill lore. Why would you want to watch that? I don't know. This is a horrible pitch. As a creator, my question is, why make 3 bad videos a week when you could make 1 half-decent video every 2 weeks? Or 1 pretty good video every year? Videos like this aren't made for the reasons normal people make videos, like to inform or entertain or for the joy of making something. They're made for the purpose of putting out more content.
Oh my god. How did I miss all of that?
The phrase content mill refers to organizations which produce huge amounts of material very quickly, designed to get attention, with no interest in quality. If you've ever seen an article in a search with a compelling title but which says nothing for several hundred words, and only tells you the thing you wanted at the end, while showing you—
oh my fucking god, I hate those. Like, if you're looking for a recipe online, at this point it's just muscle memory to like tab down to the bottom of the page, because that's where the recipe is going to be.
7 million ads, you've had the content mill experience, my friend. Some of these are just a link to a video someone else made, but they got to show you ads. There's a ton of channels out there whose objective is to make as much stuff as possible, as fast and as easily as possible. We just watched Cinemassacre become one of these, making easier, lower effort, worse videos, and for the ones that were supposed to be good, outsourcing the editing to a guy they underpaid so badly he later quit, and the writing to a guy who turned out to be stealing shit. The quality suffers, yeah, but if you don't care about quality, you save yourself a lot of time and effort. The people who are in this for the money are engaged in a constant race to the bottom to find the easiest possible content to make and still get paid for it. If you're a nerd, and look at you, you've been recommended a YouTube short where a robot explains—
That was rude.
—what happens in a comic.
The sad story of Rocket Raccoon, the drunk who knew Batman's identity. After Homelander lost his
Now, I am a nerd and I haven't seen this channel, so I'm not familiar with it.
These float to the top because there's catchy names and there's hundreds of them, so they get recommended to everyone even though nobody likes them. My favorite insane content farm stuff is when an AI explains the plot of a movie to you, but the title is "A Woman Wakes Up Covered in Bees" or something.
Welcome back to Movie Recaps. Today I will show you a drama, fantasy film from 2018, titled Be With You. Spoilers ahead.
These are so perplexing, they wrap back around to being performance art. He has only 3 organs left, but the scientists turn him into a super soldier. It's RoboCop! An AI voice explains the plot of RoboCop to you! Incredible! But if something becomes successful, even if it's something this weird, people are gonna try and do the same thing, especially if it's easy to crank out, like an AI recapping a film.
The opening scene features a guy who finds himself confined within a large cube.
The opening sequence introduces a prologue. After this, the chaos caused by the Egyptians is depicted.
Today, I'm going to explain a film based on the real-life story of the youngest warrior of World War II called Soldier Boy.
Today I'm going to explain the horror zombie film, titled Warm Bodies.
And walked over to the man. When the man saw it, he was still—
Wait, sorry, hang on. I have to go back. There was a
life story of the youngest warrior of World War II called Soldier Boy.
Oh, okay, so there was something called Soldier Boy, because I was just like, wait, Soldier Boy, that's a character from The Boys. He's the dad of Homelander, right? But no, I guess maybe they took that name from this. I don't know.
Today I'm going to explain the horror zombie film, titled Warm Bodies.
And walked over to the man. When the man saw it, he was still cursing at his wife.
The Dog King has gathered hundreds of stray dogs. He is leading his entire army to attack the city.
Hi, Jake Recaps here. Today I am going to explain a movie called Allerlero.
So you can see how content mill shit dovetails very nicely with ripping people off, if not outright plagiarism. And right in the middle of this ecosystem are reaction videos, where people just upload themselves reacting to other people's videos. The money almost makes itself! Reaction videos are a key piece of the Illuminati puzzle here, because that was Blair's previous content mill.
Okay, so I will say there is a lot of issues with reaction content, but sometimes there are things that I kind of want to see people reacting to. Like, there's a couple channels that I watch because they will like react first time to a movie that I've seen. And like for a long time, the holy grail of content that I was looking for was somebody seeing Empire Strikes Back for the first time, not having the Vader being Luke's dad twist spoiled for them, which sounds impossible, right? Because everybody knows the line, "Luke, I am your father." I know it. He says, I am your father," but you know, bear with me. So I found that, and like, I think, you know, just there is something to be said for like going to a theater and experiencing a movie with other people. There's like a communal aspect of that. And when we were all locked up in COVID, and yes, I know COVID's still going on, but no, a lot of people just stopped caring. There was like, you were trying to like recapture that community feel. And so when new movies were coming out or new TV shows were coming out, watching that react content, watching somebody else react to it, so that it was like, you know, hanging out with your friends and seeing somebody else's stuff. Like, yeah, there's you have to make sure that you aren't just doing the Sniper Wolf thing where you're just going, "Oh, wow. Oh, that's funny." oh, how are they going to do this? But like, there's still, it's ethically, copyright wise, it's kind of tricky. I know a lot of like reaction channels, there tends to be like rules that YouTube has in place for how much of a piece of media somebody can show footage of. I think generally, like if you're watching a movie, they can't show more than 10 minutes of footage altogether, and it can't just be one uninterrupted thing. And a lot of these channels will do things where they're like, oh, and the uninterrupted reaction is on my Patreon, but it's just like the raw footage of them in the camera, and you don't actually see the movie. You have to pull up your own copy of the movie and sync it with them and stuff. And, honestly, I think that's kind of like the riff tracks way of doing it, right? Where you buy the riff tracks, but you have to already own the movie, and then you just sync them up and play them together. And that kind of thing is good. There's a channel I used to watch called Holden Hardman, where he got his friends to watch a whole bunch of movies that he'd never seen. Like his friend had just never seen basically any pop culture. He'd never seen Star Wars. He'd never seen Marvel. He'd never seen any of that. And it was always funny because like he was completely unbothered by the expectations of other people. Like if he didn't like something, he wasn't going to pretend that he liked it just because a lot of people liked it. And so seeing him genuinely like something made it that much more worth it. And they live streamed their reaction to watching Endgame. And obviously they had everything muted, because so they just had like a timer on screen so that you, as you're watching the live stream, you can just hit play at the same time so that you know what they're reacting to. And that was so much fun to watch. Just like I had Endgame up on one screen and just watching his reaction and getting excited at certain points, and like yeah, like what I'm just saying is I like reaction content. You have to do it in an ethical way.
Years back, reacting to Reddit posts was a popular format, and it was easy to make, so hacks jumped on it. She used to make videos reacting to popular Reddit posts, and she'd try to add to the jokes and, not manage it.
After all, if I can't trust the President of the United States, who can I trust? And that's Tricky Dick. Very cool, man. The Watergate scandal man himself.
Extremely boringly reading out Reddit posts wasn't good content, but it was content. She saw moderate success doing this for a few years, briefly forming a communal channel where she and several friends reacted to Reddit posts together called Sad Milk, a channel which has since been completely obliterated, and she's currently sending cease and desists to the other members to stop them talking about why. So that's fun. But this kind of explains a lot. In a way, Blair has always just been reading other people's stuff at you. She spent over half a decade trying to become a popular YouTuber, by any means necessary. Before these, she used to do storytime videos back when they were really popular, which led to a notorious video where she talked about clogging a toilet by literally filling it with shit.
I didn't even see the hole, so I knew the poop wouldn't go.
When video essays started being a popular format, she pivoted again and started making what she makes now. None of this has ever been about actually making something she cares about. It's always been about making something popular. When these finally caused her to really take off as a creator, she basically immediately deleted all of her previous cringe attempts to cash in on other trends. Remember when nearly 1 million views disappearing from Philip's channel was a bit weird? Try 40 million.
Holy shit!
Sounds like those videos aged like milk. Sad milk, that is. The Illuminati channel is a video essay content mill. She has a team of editors helping to put out videos every other day, and she doesn't need a writer. Wikipedia's got her covered. And if there happens to be a documentary on the topic, she can just quote that 40 fucking times. The video happens overnight because she didn't have to do any work. There's a part in the vaccines video where she talks about all the documentaries she's watched as part of her research process. And I don't think she realizes she's telling on herself here.
And I've got to tell you that I've seen a lot of documentaries doing research for these deep dives. The Netflix Betting on Zero for Herbalife, The Dark Side of Chocolate for Nestle, documentary series on the Hikikomori, and all the Goop episodes on Netflix, Blackfish for SeaWorld, there's a lot.
This is just a confession. Referencing the big documentaries on a topic you're covering is fine. Quoting them or using some footage from them makes a lot of sense, I think. But at a certain point, you're just repackaging other people's work and selling it off as your own. And speaking of selling, why would someone do this? Well, when I sat down to watch the Fire Festival video, I got served 2 advertisements before I could hit play, and then immediately got hit by a commercial for Blair's plushie.
Make sure to snag one before it's gone because these are not coming back.
Oh yeah, by the way, I have YouTube Premium, and before that I had Adblock, so I don't have to see any of those ads. I've also got a plugin called Sponsor Block, which is like it's community sourced and everything like that, but like you can tag sections of a video as being ad reads, and you can customize like which parts of a video you just don't even want to see. So like if it's like, say, a self promo, somebody's plugging their Patreon or their podcast, you could see that. But if it is just a paid sponsorship thing, you can have it just automatically skip that stuff. My YouTube experience is a lot different than a lot of people's because I don't have to see any of the ads I don't want to see. You use Adblock Plus, you're a horrible human being, you're sorry. No, don't ever apologize for using Adblock. I know, well, for starters, I'm only partially in the YouTube Partner Program. Probably in the next couple of days, I will be able to unlock ads. But right now, my only monetization is in channel memberships and super chats. And so if you're watching my stuff with Adblock, it makes no difference to me. It might make a difference coming soon, but YouTube Premium also pays creators pretty well for people who have YouTube Premium who watch their content. Anyway.
Once this runs out.
Then 11 minutes in, I got a message from today's sponsor, Mint Mobile, where I could get Squixteen Dingles off my Bexed burger.
And we will begin to unravel what happened at the Fire Festival right after this ad break. Make sure you go to mintmobile.com/MLM. That's mintmobile.com/MLM.
And then within seconds of that sponsorship ending, I got a second sponsorship. She has 2 right next to each other. Go to blueland.com/Illuminor.
Go to blueland.com/MLM. That's 15% off your first order of any products of Blueland orders at blueland.com/MLM.
Now, I don't want to speculate how much money Blair made from this sloppy shit that was made in about a day. But I do know how much a video with that many views makes in ad revenue, and I know what the overhead is on those plushies, and I've been offered similar sponsorships. So I'm pretty comfortable in saying she made a fuck ton of money from stealing someone else's documentary. It turns out it's the same twist it always is. Why did this stupid shit happen? Oh, it's money! This is a really good racket. I'm almost jealous. With a small team of editors, you could knock one of these out every few days. And she does. I mean, she doesn't need a writer. Now, maybe this technically isn't plagiarism. Maybe you give them a pass because having a link somewhere in a description makes it okay to have done this. But I think we can all agree that even if it isn't plagiarism, it is, at the very least,
lazy
shit. When we're talking about creative works, questions like this aren't really about rigid definitions. It's about whether or not something passes the vibe check, as adults pretending to be children might say. A lot of this is about how something feels. Case in point, when Blair accused someone else of stealing from her.
Sai says I usually just yeet money at you directly. Well, yes, the vast majority of money that I get is from direct donations. And in fact, if you want to throw money my way, I have a link in the description that goes to my Stream Elements page. I would be gratefully appreciative of any money you want to toss my way. If not, my content is still free. But yeah, and that's the case for a lot of streamers. Like Demon Mama always brings up how probably like 80-90% of her revenue for her channel is just from her website, from people getting for people doing donations and getting tier subs.
Plot twist, baby! Party time. The Legal Eagle debacle.
Here
This
we
is
go.
Devin Stone, law YouTuber and actual lawyer whose channel name is Legal Eagle. He's pictured here interviewing me in my pajamas in the final year I had hair. I used this clip so I could savor it for a second. On April 20th of this year, Blair accused one of Devin's editors of taking her video's style. They were trying to replicate her videos. Her evidence? One of his editors emailed asking how her editors achieved a specific effect in an old video, and then later asked on Discord if he could ask them there. I know, right? And if that's not enough, she posted some comparison shots showing they both have used torn paper effects when showing quotes, and they both highlight text when they show documents.
Legal Eagle is no longer the one good lib.
It's cut and dry, really. There's just one small question left, and that is, what the hell are you talking about? This is one of the most common things you see in all videos. No one owns the concept of highlighting text. Tons of people use torn paper in their videos.
I do. I just copyrighted it. Nobody can highlight text. If you highlight text for in your college textbook, you owe me 5 cents.
Visuals when they're quoting books or newspapers. It's basic skeuomorphism, when the thing looks like the thing that it is. I do the same thing when I'm trying to look professional. Legal Eagle
I will
has
take a look
used
at that
these
donation
visuals
in
for
just a
years,
second.
before Illuminati has used them even. Who's ripping off who again?
Thank you for the anonymous for the $10 donation saying you gay. No, you're gay.
But in any case, it's normal for editors to ask each other how they do things. That's how information spreads. You know those transitions that I do occasionally and Philip did literally all the time? I found out how to do those by asking another YouTuber named BobVids how he made his transitions so smooth in his videos in like 2016, and he told me what plugin he used. Almost everyone finds out about it by asking someone else whose videos they like how they did that thing. This is a communal craft where people learn and share things. That's why there's 12 million tutorials for how to do a chromatic aberration effect without having to pay for one of the professional ones. Editing is for the people. More like comradic aberration. Nah. The accusation wasn't just false, it illuminates, haha, how Blair sees
womp
the
womp.
world. She doesn't really understand the concept of sharing amongst creatives, because she's never actually created anything. Ripping people off is her entire business model, so she assumes that's how the rest of the industry works, just people competing to exploit each other's ideas. To this sort of person, the fundamental act of asking questions and talking shop become devious tricks to get you to give away your precious secrets about how you highlight text. Basically, this is a completely ridiculous accusation. This particular thing really annoyed me, not just as a video editor, but because I had a personal history with her videos. Here was someone whose career is built on remaking other people's hard work 3 times a week, getting extremely aggressive that someone asked someone else how they did something. I'd found the Brian Deere stuff years ago and kept it to myself because I know this might be hard to believe. I don't like randomly starting fights with strangers, but since
Was he not planning on doing an Illuminati segment? He said he had that for years and kept it to himself. I assumed he had it because he was doing a segment on her in this video. Did he do this segment on her because of the legal shit? Is that what made him decide, you know what, she goes in here too? Or maybe she had like a small segment where he just brought her up as an example of here's one thing that she did. Blair, you are the architect of your own demise.
Since Blair seems okay with doing that, and it was on my mind anyway since I was already working on this video, I posted a video with some examples of her ripping off Deere in a quote tweet. A lot of the reactions to my tweets seemed to show that this made people rethink how they felt about the work of someone they previously respected. And this, for me, confirms my hypothesis that whatever you call this, there's something wrong about it. Realizing how heavily regurgitated someone's work is changes how it feels to watch. Even if you like something about it, now in the back of your mind you're wondering if it's them you like and not the person they got it from. Plagiarism stains a person's work.
Modded Yahoo says this is a minor prelude segment to the main segment. Well, we are an hour and 15 minutes in, and yes, we have not yet heard the name James Somerton. But based on all of the buzz that I was seeing last night on Twitter, it sounds like he's about to destroy someone's entire career.
It makes it tough to appreciate even the original parts, because you'll never really know for sure again if they're original. And being the one getting ripped off feels pretty bad too, which I'm sure Blair understands, that's why she posted all of these tweets. Now imagine how those journalists and documentarians might feel. Imagine spending your life doing painstaking research, actual investigation, going out there and interviewing people and physically finding things, not just Googling it and copying what's already there. And then imagine someone reading your words out loud in between sponsorships for dish soap, getting half of the words wrong, and not even making it clear how heavily she's relying on you to make her video. Brian Deere has had a lot of trouble with plagiarism. During the scare, Deere got sued and went to court to defend his findings. He could have lost his home in the fight to get the truth heard. So when people steal his work without crediting him properly, it's messed up. Some entire documentaries have come out which don't credit him. Channel 4 did another documentary about Wakefield recently, and they don't acknowledge that it was his work they were using.
Oh, that's
they pretend
fucked up.
Channel 4 itself made those discoveries. They try really hard to cut Deere out of the story, and it doesn't
that's
even work.
fucked.
Articles he wrote and his book keep popping up in the background. Deere has been battling to have his work properly recognized for years, while other people pretend they discovered it. Deere actually put it best himself when he saw my tweet and replied to it. Sorry to drag you into this, Brian. While copying and pasting text from other people's stuff is a kind of plagiarism, it's not the only kind, and focusing on that as the only way would be a mistake that falls short of understanding the problem. Even when Blair isn't just reading other people's words, she's still gutting other people's work and selling it, and I hope I've explored that properly. I wish the story ended there so we could move on already. I had other examples I wanted to get to, I swear. But on the 28th of April, Blair released a video entitled Illuminati Exposed, which contains an apology to Legal Eagle, a response to hbomberguy's plagiarism claims, and I guess a response to the 5 other things she's currently being accused of. She seems great, and in the section intended for me, she responded to my tweet. So in the interest of fairness, let's see what she has to say.
Before I get into the accusation itself, I want to address the topic of plagiarism. And that word has been tossed around a ton, and it's not something to be taken lightly. And I just want to take a minute to define this word.
She begins by citing the many dictionary definitions of plagiarism, which is very funny.
On screen are definitions for the word plagiarism as defined by Merriam-Webster Dictionary.
One of my favorite jokes, and a joke that I personally wrote, is, hey guys, I just came up with a new word, plagiarism.
.com and the University of Oxford.
But then, she disregards all of them anyway and invents her own special definition with a loophole in it.
I'm showing multiple sources defining plagiarism, but the overall definition is going to boil down to this. Plagiarism is to take someone else's idea as their own or to not credit the source.
The actual definition, you know, the thing that is wrong, passing off other people's work or ideas as your own, has had this new thing grafted onto it to do with crediting of sources. The other definitions do bring up not crediting people as part of it, but Blair has made it central to her definition. Remember what I said about plausible deniability? This is Blair trying to cash that in. She objectively has passed off the work of Brian Deere, the Fire Festival documentarians, and countless others as her own, up to and including reading out entire paragraphs from articles without even telling you she was quoting anything. But in this new definition, as long as you hide a link in a document no one will read or mention once you used it as a source, it magically becomes not plagiarism anymore. She then gives the defense that she did cite Deere in that paste bin of hers. But her video demonstrating this actually shows why this is a cheap trick.
When you go to my sourcing page for this particular episode, you can also see that the documentary is listed as a source.
Illuminati's paste bin full of disorganized links is embarrassing to watch her scroll through. I assume she was trying to show how easy it is to find the documentary in her list, but then she couldn't find it. She cited it as a contextless YouTube link, so she has to have text appear on the screen saying which of these sources was the documentary. What really surprises me about the response is how deliberately manipulative it is. She makes a big show of how thorough she's being in her response.
With that definition being clearly identified, let's go ahead and take a look at what Harris brought to the Twitter table.
She shows my tweets about the situation, obviously, and she reads them all out, which makes sense. She's used to reading people's words for a long time, but she doesn't show the video she's actually responding to.
Harris posted this video saying, and I quote, "Personally, at Illuminati, I would define plagiarism as something a bit more specific. For example, copying someone else's documentary directly into your script." End quote.
After slowly and painfully reading out the entire surrounding context, why doesn't she show any of the video? Well, because it would make her look really fucking bad. If she showed the video directly comparing her with Deere, she wouldn't be able to defend herself at all. It's obvious what she did was wrong. Instead, she shows this one screenshot, which just happens to be the part where she's technically quoting something on the screen. And then she gives the defense that, look, you can see I was quoting it.
However, in his own video, he shows...
I will say, when this video came out, when Blair put out this thing, I hadn't really looked too closely into it. And I was also like, when I was seeing people talk about other things going on, I took the initial assumption that it was like, oh, well, she did one shitty thing, so now a bunch of people are deciding to take this opportunity to cancel a woman, which is a read that I saw other people like Lance from the Surfs repeat. Of course, in my defense, I had no idea really anything about her content, whereas Lance was friends with her and had a running podcast with her. My defense was that I just didn't bother to look too closely into it. From initial appearances, it just looked like people were shitting on a female content creator just because she had fucked up once, and now it's time to find out everything bad she ever did. Of course, later when I found out how deep the rabbit hole went, how bad everything actually was, it's obviously not that kind of a situation. But I actually kind of took this video of hers at face value when it first came out. I wasn't looking too closely into it, but I just kind of did. And I kind of feel a little embarrassed about that because, like, her whole thing about how she's like, oh, yeah, no, I just... it was just like one really long quote. I didn't go back to watch what H-Bomb had presented it as. I just took this screenshot of hers and was like, well, she's got it credited there. So, yeah. In my defense, that is a very common thing for the internet to do, is find a woman who fucked up somehow and bring up every single thing that she ever did to fuck up. So I think she probably was able to coast on that for a little while, but things piled up so much beyond that it obviously was no longer a tenable tactic.
Where I'm audibly quoting a direct line from the documentary, and even visually you can see it on the screen with the quotation marks.
A direct line from the documentary? The video says it's from a lawsuit with the FDA. I have to admit, this is some pretty clever sleight of hand. She's showing specifically the one section where she technically is quoting something.
At the time of recording, it was really obvious to me that it was a citation of the documentary.
You know she's pretending to quote a lawsuit while actually reading someone else's words, but the audience watching doesn't. Her official response on YouTube has way more views than the Twitter video she's responding to here. More people have seen a manipulatively framed single image from the video than the video itself. I got some replies from people who had clearly just seen her video and not seen mine, trying to defend her on the basis that she did put it in quotes, she just didn't cite the source correctly, and you can find it in the description.
That kind of sounds like what I was just talking about.
Some poor Illuminati fans out there think I'm mad at her for quoting some words slightly wrong, because they assume, in good faith, that the YouTuber they like wouldn't tell them an obvious lie. Sadly, Illuminati isn't a unique story. She's just the most prominent tip of the iceberg of content mill video essay garbage. If you want to see these extremely poor practices in action, you need only watch the videos about Illuminati.
Chasing Dopamine says, I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt until her video when she brought up Wonder's suicide was when I realized she was being manipulative along with a lot of her language in that video. Yeah, that whole section of it felt weird, but I didn't know any of the surrounding context. Her video was my first introduction to most of the allegations against her. And I said, it sounds like you had some toxic relationships with people, but I didn't care to look into it further until other content creators were like, no, this is actually bad. So, I can understand how she got away with it for so long. There is a corollary to the whole, oh, it's a woman being bad on the internet, let's cancel her for everything, in that people who recognize that were going to give her a more benefit of the doubt than she had merited.
Drama YouTube. The worst part of YouTube.
Koba says point of view, showing a picture of a man with a hatchet, who I assume is hbomberguy, but I'm not too sure, to be honest.
Is that Boblax? Is he doing a Boblax video now? Man, Boblax is, that guy's a bit of a lol cow, I kind of feel like.
Drama YouTube is its own sub-ecosystem of content mills, grinding out infinite buckets of slop about whatever's happening in that moment.
So I'm not gonna milk this anymore after this video, okay?
These people are so busy making the videos, they don't even have time to find out what Blair did. They're finding the most popular tweets on the topic and hitting the record button.
Not enough that they steal ideas. They have to go out of their way to slander others' work for having the most banal similarities.
Yeah, that's right. Wait, banal? And in their most evolved form, they're not even doing that. They're watching other drama videos and making their own version. I've seen the compilation I made of Blair copying Dia in like 40 different places at this point. But
Angelina
what's really amazing
Scov,
about it is that it's now cross.
Hey, Oomphy Famous. Jalen and I follow each other.
To the drama mill event
I
horizon.
Never.
So instead of being credited
God,
to me, it's credited to the other drama
CB2,
YouTubers the current drama YouTuber
Internet
got it
Anarchist.
from. In this instance, the previous drama YouTuber's name isn't even spelled right. That's the level of research we're dealing with here. I don't really care about
Oh god, it did. It said credit Bolax.
about getting credit for a video I made in 5 seconds. The point I was trying to make was that Dia is the guy who deserves the credit. But there's still an irony to it. I was trying to make a point about the importance of crediting people correctly, and now my Twitter video has human centipeded its way out of the anals of drama YouTubers into the mouths of second-order drama YouTubers who don't even know where it's from, but are ready to reheat and serve it. This is the lowest effort shit you can imagine. They can't even spell plagiarist right. Information itself deteriorates in the process of producing industrial quantities of content. The mask has fallen and the gears of the mill spin naked before us as they wheel and crunch all meaning to dust and Raid Shadow Legends sponsorships. Go to audible.com/repent Harlequin to enter a coma and escape this madness. Anyway, thank you for taking the time to reply, Blair. I disagree. I don't think your new special definition of plagiarism with a loophole in it is plagiarism. I think plagiarism is plagiarism and you are a plagiarist. But thank you for taking the time to respond. And good luck with all that other stuff. We should probably move on. Let's talk about some good videos. Remember my video about the Roblox oof? That one did pretty well, didn't it? There's a bunch of stuff I needed to do for a follow-up video, but then I got distracted by this. But I'll do that eventually. But I'm really happy with the reaction to it. A lot of
When that came out, it came out the same day or within the same few days as Defunct Land's video on the Disney Channel theme, you know, the da 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 da. And those videos were both ostensibly about nostalgic noises from our childhood and investigating where they came from, but they could not have taken a more different endpoint, because the Defunct Land video about the Disney Channel theme ended up being a wonderful homage to a now deceased musician, and the Roblox oof ended up making everybody wants to kill Tommy Tallarico.
people I deeply respect seem to enjoy it, and it was even Jack's Film's third favourite video of 2022, which for me is an incredibly high honour, far higher than all the real awards I didn't win. His second favourite video was Man in Cave by someone called Internet Historian, and that thing got like 10 million views, so I'm not surprised. Personally, I'm not a big Internet Historian fan. Years ago I saw a video of his about DashCon, a failed Tumblr convention, and it was really just a bunch of jokes about SJWs and how bad Tumblr is, and it was really disappointing. You know, he had the opportunity to talk about a really interesting moment in history, and he just used it to post cringe. But that video was eons ago, and I don't like to judge people by super old stuff they made, and a lot of people I really respect seem to like him, so I'm sure he's way better now. Anyway, let's finally watch Man in Cave and see what the hype is all about. No, I mean it. Pull up your phone, open up Man in Cave, and let's watch it together. No, just type Man in Cave. It's the top one. It's got 10 million views. Oh, you can't find it?
Oh dear.
It's not there? As of present recording, Man in Cave mysteriously disappeared.
I said July 15th. When did the Illuminati stuff start? If somebody can, like, go and find out when, like, he confronted Illuminati, I'm not going to look that up myself, but you can let me know in chat. I'm just kind of curious, just to know how long this has been. April? Okay, so he had already done that. Because, you know, knowing how these things go, he could have recorded different sections at completely different bits. But okay, so, alright.
Months ago and has yet to reappear.
Wow, I got like 5 people saying April. I bet it was April then.
What happened to Man in Cave?
Are we...
Man in Cave
No.
is about Floyd Collins, a cave explorer who in 1925 got trapped in a cave. Nice one, Floyd. The video is an hour and 10 minutes long and pretty detailed, covering the events hour by hour as they happen. What a unique way of telling the story. The video implies a deep level of research and understanding, and that animation's pretty cool too. The video was uploaded on September 29th, 2022 and was extremely successful, garnering like 10 million views in the few months since it went online. It was deemed so entertaining it became the thing every Twitch streamer put on while they went and did something else to keep their audience busy. Ooh,
Hey!
that's a good chunk of change right there. But
That's
then
what
in
I
March
do.
of this year, the video disappeared.
Except that I'm here playing video games the whole time. And also responding to it. And I'm not uploading this as its own segment. I'm better than XQC, is what I'm saying.
Any links to the video took you to a blank page saying it was unavailable because of a copyright claim. Usually with really popular videos though, YouTube resolves this quickly to avoid negative attention, but this was down for a while, and then it stayed down. What's going on here? Let's look into this a bit. This video is no longer available due to a claim by Pro Sportority Limited doing business as Minute Media. That's what DBA means, by the way, aren't I clever? Minute Media is a publisher of digital content. One of their brands is Mental Floss, a digital news and entertainment site, which also has a YouTube channel. So, did he use some of their copyrighted images or the YouTube channel's footage? Well, it doesn't look like the channel has ever covered Floyd Collins. The Mental Floss website, however, has. In 2018, Lucas Riley wrote a story about the 1925 cave rescue that captivated the nation. Uh-oh. This article is an extremely detailed summary of the story of Floyd Collins. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
In fact, it makes the unique choice of covering the events hour by hour. Oh, he didn't. He did not just...
Floyd tried to breathe calmly. His left arm was pinned underneath his torso, his right wedged by the rock ceiling above. Beneath him, sharp crystal shards dug into his skin. When he did attempt to shuffle, more gravel and rocks would tumble from above and pile onto his feet.
He should try untying his shoes, said one. No, we should send him down with a contortionist who's got a mallet and a chisel.
Hey, how about using dynamite? One clique formed, insisting that it was a great idea, till they started arguing about gas torches. But by far the most common suggestion, of course, was amputation. So he removes his suit, drapes himself in coveralls, and grabs a lamp.
Whoa, he changed the
Floyd
word.
didn't really answer any of his questions. In fact, he was incoherent. So Miller took a few mental notes, and he left.
Oh yeah, he just
Somehow,
stole this article
Homer mustered
completely.
the strength to altogether wrench the cord from the other men's hands. The rope went slack. Homer, Floyd, and the rope lay limp on the cave floor. No progress had been made.
For the first time in YouTube history, a copyright claim is real. Internet historians stole Lucas Riley's article, used it as a script for a 70-minute video, gave him no credit, and uploaded it for money. But let's consider an alternative explanation, just to be fair. This was a real historical event. They're both telling the same true story, so of course they're going to be similar. That's a good point, you're very smart. But there's a difference between using the same sources or recounting the same history and telling the exact same story in the same way using the same words. And if going hour by hour didn't make it obvious, the fact it copies the rest of the structure makes it blatant. The opening, which covers Floyd entering the cave, even uses the same image used at that point in the article. Soon after, when Floyd first becomes trapped, the article flashes back to Floyd's childhood. The video copies this narrative framing and does the same thing, flashing back after he's trapped, and even tells the same anecdotes about his past.
Floyd has been exploring the caves of Kentucky since he was merely 6 years old. And as he grew up, he gained a reputation for being a very daring caver. He would dive into some hole on one side of town and emerge miles away on someone else's property.
This one's interesting because the words are quite a bit different. Instead, it's copying the article visually by having him literally pop his head out like a gopher. You know how in the previous segments I've been showing all the really obvious examples to get the point across? Man in Cave is over an hour long. If I showed the funniest examples, we'd be here all day.
Gerald knew more about cave rescues than most. In fact, just that summer prior, he had helped untangle Floyd from a different snag. Everybody was shaken by the experience. Burden fainted as he crawled towards the exit. Most of the other men had to be carried away.
World of Tanks is not only the best game I have ever played.
Okay, that one was a joke. Sorry, I couldn't resist. There are some differences between the two, though. Internet Historian's video has mistakes. He gets the weight of the rock pinning Collins' leg down wrong. He says it's 33 pounds, while the article lists 27. Every credible source I can find has it listed as around 27 pounds, give or take, and the Wikipedia page lists 26. The rock weighs about 26.5 pounds. How do I know this? We still have it. We've weighed it. It's 26.5 pounds. How did he make this mistake when all his sources, including the one he was plagiarizing, say otherwise? It's almost like when he was loosely rewriting the script to seem more original, he accidentally changed some of the facts of the story. Or maybe it was on purpose. It's slightly harder to say it was plagiarized now. I mean, how could he be ripping anyone off if he got the facts wrong? Man in Cave is also a little confused about the fucking cave? In 1917, Collins discovered a beautiful cave full of stalagmites on his family's land, which he named Crystal Cave. They tried to turn it into a tourist attraction, but this didn't pan out. He then tried looking for a new cave on his neighbor's property, and this is the cave he got trapped in while clearing out, which was later named Sand Cave once he became trapped. This is covered in the article as well as being common knowledge about this story. Internet Historian treats them like the same one cave and calls it Sand Cave. So now the story has insane shit, like Floyd advertising Sand Cave to tourists, which literally never happened because he died in it before it could open for business. That's what the story is about! This isn't nitpicking. Okay, it is, but this is the cave in Man in Cave. It would be nice if he got the cave right. This is the place most people my age are going to learn about Floyd Collins, and it's a shame they're learning history that's not true. Here's a funny thing I noticed, because I'm one of those weird cave people. We prefer the term amateur speleologist, but he keeps using this picture to represent the grotto Floyd is trying to reach.
On the other side is this. Until he found this hollow.
This isn't a picture of that hollow. There are no pictures. No one's even seen it apart from Floyd. And because I'm insane, I recognize this picture. It's from the website of...
That's right, spam Bean if you have membership. And if you don't have channel membership, it's only $3, and you can get access to the Bean emote, as well as the Fesh emote and a couple of cute Pepes.
Crystal Onyx Cave in Kentucky, which is about 12 miles away from the Mammoth Cave system the video is talking about. This cave is often confused with other nearby caves because the names are similar and they're so close by, so it's an understandable mistake to use this image instead of one from the right cave system, but I do find it really funny a picture being used to represent part of Mammoth is from a site whose title reads, "We're not Mammoth." Like, they tried to warn you, buddy. And I saw people congratulate this video for the effort that went into it. I assume they're talking about the animation, which is pretty decent. Internet Historian's team did a good job with this, especially considering its length, a compliment I've received myself many times. That's one reason why this is all so disappointing. This could have been good and not been stolen. We can do both. Riley is a really talented writer and researcher. He was the articles editor for Mental Floss back when it had a physical magazine, with folks who worked on it calling him its beating heart. Riley is a very well-regarded, award-winning writer with a skill for telling gripping stories, and I can tell Internet Historian agrees with me, so it's a shame he gave him no credit for his work, even as it contributed to what must have been a huge amount of income for him. Doubtless more than Riley ever made for writing it in the first place. Internet Historian sometimes cites his sources when they come up. He'll have text saying where it's from, and that's a good practice, but this makes his choice to never cite or mention Riley obvious. He's trying to hide it. Sometimes the way he tries to look like he's done research and wrote this video himself is very funny. There's a bit where he's reading the article out loud, as usual, then pauses and acts like he's about to read something else and just keeps reading the fucking article.
Near the final squeeze.
Hey, thank you, Chasing Dopamine, for being a new channel member. Enjoy your fishy emotes.
Large cracks had formed. The ceiling was beginning to droop. Alright, so the following is a recounting of events from one of Carmichael's men, Casey Jones. Casey and another worker spent about an hour in the cave, but he heard Collins moaning ahead, so he pushed himself on. He managed to make it through the squeeze and he arrived at the 10-foot pit. Seeing Floyd trapped, he tried to ignore the pebbles that were tumbling behind him.
Internet Historian wants you to think he's telling you a story he made after doing a lot of research. He doesn't want to read you a good story he found. He wants to pretend he wrote it. But this, the obvious fact it's plagiarism and it's wrong, that's the easy stuff. What's interesting is what happened next. I've been standing on my feet for ages. I'm gonna have a sit down. That's better. This is my living room where I keep all the books I pretend to have read, and also my board games.
And also less lighting. It's a little dark in there compared to your studio.
Yes, I'm one of those people. I even have a board game about caving. This is quite hard to find nowadays, so I had to get it from Germany. They love board games there because they're not afraid to look one another in the eye. I can't wait to spiel this cave game. For my money, that's the best joke I've ever written. Hold on, we're doing a video about plagiarism. Let's get this set up properly. Aha! But then... This is a whole style of video now, and by
Bisexual
style,
lighting!
I mean...
Okay, so that's why I was like, it looks a little underlit, but that's why. He had to get things properly set up. Oh, well, I'm glad to know that I am your second ever membership, Chasing Dopamine. I'm glad you like my my content. And by my content, I mean hbomberguy's content.
One person did it first and then a bunch of boring people ripped her off. Stealing from lots of places is inspiration, but stealing from one place is plagiarism unless you call it the bread tube style, and then it's fine. I don't even know what a bread tube is. I just woke up one day and was told that I was in it and that people hated me for being in it. I don't even know what it is. Anyway, when someone from Mental Floss noticed the plagiarism and filed a copyright claim, Internet Historian tweeted about the video's disappearance, but in a kinda suspicious way. He obviously knew why it got claimed, but he chose not to say why, so his audience could freely speculate amongst themselves for hundreds of posts about all the ridiculous reasons YouTube takes things down. Some of them noticed Pro-Sport Authority is based out of Israel and got anti-Semitic about it, but ironically, so it's fine. What an interesting audience he's built. All this needless speculation has helped to create a smokescreen. People assume the video was taken down for a bullshit reason and there is no clear explanation, when there is one and he didn't give it to them on purpose. Internet Historian has taken videos down before. A lot of them, in fact. Like dozens. None of these seem to be because of plagiarism. He says he just doesn't think they're very good anymore. I think he got a bit of what we in the business call trolls remorse. Like, oh, maybe this video was inappropriate and normal people would judge me for it. And he got rid of that video that's just a bunch of Tucker Carlson clips and reading a hentai in an extremely racist Japanese man impression. That's not advertiser friendly, and we want those World of Tanks bucks, don't we? But since his fans are, you know, normal cool people, they saved all those old videos, and there are several channels dedicated purely to re-uploading all his old inconvenient stuff. And some of them tried to re-upload Man in Cave and instantly got hit with a copyright claim as well because the video is in YouTube's system now. Here's a screenshot that was posted of one of these claims. The infringing video blatantly and unlawfully plagiarized verbatim text from our article, and the placement, pacing, and presentation of content is almost identical to the article. Speaking from experience, normally claims aren't anywhere near this detailed. The article's owners are not messing around. This
sounds to me like when Johnny Depp fans paid the court fees to unseal some of those things because they thought it would expose more about Amber Heard, and it ended up backfiring because we found out that Johnny Depp was like, he had done even worse shit. My cloud is about to die. Can I make it? Nope. I died.
Is how we found out about the plagiarism. Kat was browsing her drama Reddits, as she does a lot, and she saw a post with this smoking gun in it. It's amazing how easy it is for a story like this to not get spread to a wider audience, even when it's for a video this popular. The furthest the story has got so far is a thread proving it, just sitting in a random subreddit with like 90 upvotes. If Kat hadn't seen this, I wouldn't be talking about it, and you wouldn't know it happened either. So, thanks, Kat. You're so cool. I love you. Most YouTubers in this situation would fight a copyright claim publicly, arguing their case where everyone could see it, which would force YouTube to take notice and do something about it. People at YouTube on Twitter all the time and get responses and see things fixed. I once tweeted randomly about an old test video I deleted getting copyright claimed somehow. I didn't even at YouTube about it, and they still found it and asked me for more information. They're pretty diligent about responding to people messaging them on social media with problems. Internet Historian can't start a public case about this because he is in the wrong. He stole an article for money, and bringing attention to it would just broadcast to his audience he did 70 minutes of plagiarism. Right now, not many people know about this, although some of his viewers have noticed how strange it is he's avoiding talking about it. Why isn't he telling his audience who to get mad at and go after? Why isn't he giving his completely normal fans marching orders? Because he ripped someone off and he doesn't want you to find out. That's why. In May, 2 months after the video disappeared, a new version was uploaded, claiming to be a re-upload of the previous one. But then, 2 days later, it went private. On the Internet Historian Reddit post about the re-upload, the big guy himself wrote about there being some complications. Again, being vague about what's going on. This new version would remain private for about 2 months. It's not clear why. In July, while I was making this video, it finally came back up, but only unlisted. You can watch it, but it doesn't show up in a search or your recommendations. You can't watch this video now unless you know it exists and go looking for it and get the link from somewhere else. This new version has quite a few changes. It opens with this new clip explaining what happened, but in the vaguest way possible.
Sorry for the re-upload, fella.
It says he used a lot of passive voice here. Is that what's going to happen?
The original got copy struck.
Again, we have a comment about it being copy struck, but no explanation why. He's still hiding what happened, in a pretty sneaky way this time. You see, this graphic of the copy strike has been edited. The notice on the video actually looks like this. It shows who made the copyright claim, but obviously he doesn't want people looking up the company behind it, because then people will find out why the video is unavailable. So now he's editing screenshots to try to hide what he did. The re-upload uses mostly the same animation and tells the same story, but lots of the voiceover has been rewritten to try to sound less like the article. Here's a section I showed you earlier.
His left arm was pinned underneath his torso, his right wedged by the rock ceiling above.
Now here's the HD remaster.
His right arm is wedged against the roof of the cave, and his left is stuck in place underneath his torso.
Wow,
he flipped the order he talked about the arms and reworded how he talked about them. He hasn't really solved the overall plagiarism, he just changed the words more than last time.
Beneath him, sharp crystal shards dug into his skin. He can feel the sharp crystals on the ground poking into his back. Floyd tried to breathe calmly. Floyd took slow, steady breaths, so he removes his suit, drapes himself in coveralls, and grabs a lamp. Miller thinks for a moment, then says, "Yeah, all right." He grabs a lantern.
In the past, we've seen people reword stuff they stole and hope they don't get caught. But now we're getting a special treat. We get to watch someone go back and try to change it even more. Like, no, we already know you stole this now. You can't take it back and pretend you didn't.
But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. In fact, he was incoherent. So Miller took a few mental notes, and he left. But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. There's nothing Miller can do. So he hurriedly turns around. Homer, Floyd, and the rope lay limp
really
on the
lazy
cave floor.
rewrites.
Floyd fell back down.
Barely
Homer,
rewrites.
Miller, Burden, and the other 3 men were flat on their backs.
I want to get across how much worse written this version is. Riley's article has a chilling section about Floyd spending an entire day trapped screaming for help. He began a tormenting routine. Sleep, wake, scream. Sleep, wake, scream. Sleep, wake, scream. Minutes melted into hours. His voice disappeared. His arms tingled numb. Pain radiated up his ankle. This is vivid storytelling. I can feel myself going insane, even imagining being trapped there for 25 hours. It's a really good passage. Internet Historian liked it too, so he stole it.
He's at the start of a very tiring loop. Sleep, wake, yell. Sleep, wake, yell. Hours passed. His voice gave in. Arms tingled numb. Pain radiating up his ankle. Here he remained in the dark for the next 23 hours.
Now, in the remake, he has to tell the same story, but with completely new words, so we get this.
So there's Floyd in the dark, yelling out for help. Yelling into the pitch black. After a while, his voice would give out, and he would have to sleep to recuperate. He would then wake sometime later, remember where he is, and begin yelling again for help. Here he remained in the dark for the next 23 hours.
It's just not as effective.
No,
the feeling of being stuck in that cycle for dozens of hours is gone.
There's no poetry
it's quite
to
difficult
it.
to take a story you got from an article and tell it again without using any of the words you liked.
Floyd has been exploring the caves of Kentucky since he was merely 6 years old.
Oh, I guess I can't mention Kentucky now. That makes it obvious. Better re-record.
Floyd started his caving career at the tender age of 6.
Some of the changes give away how uncreative he was, just how much he relied on Riley's work even with the most basic shit. He used his words about someone's hands being bruised and purple.
Parts were harder to navigate than before, especially now with their bruised and purple hands.
So in the new version, this had to be changed.
Parts were harder to navigate than before, doubly so with their bruised and rock-shredded hands.
Why would you not just write a new description of some hands in the first place? This is so lazy. What is wrong with this guy? And despite all these changes, the factual errors about the cave and the rock are still the same. It's like this version was made to annoy me. It's especially hard to make major changes when you already made the animation.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Let me go back.
Made to annoy me. It's especially hard.
Looking at the guy's face here, I don't know why, but right there, he really looks like American Johnson. Does anybody else see that?
Hard to make major changes when you already made the animations. It's almost impossible to remove Lucas's influence without doing so much work it's not even worth it. For example, the gopher section has been completely removed since it was directly copying an anecdote from the article. He's replaced it with a new segment, which is just C-tier reference humor.
He would go off on his own, disappearing into the caves for many hours at a time. Have you seen that movie, The Descent? It was a lot like...
You think the guy in the vid looks handsome? Well, no, I'm not making fun of his looks. Actually, I think American Johnson is kind of attractive too. He looked like him.
Like that.
Holy crap, Lois, this is just like that movie. Some of Riley's article was too short and simple to meaningfully change, so those parts have just been taken out.
And all they could do was leave for now and reassess. Everybody was shaken by the experience. Burden fainted as he crawled towards the exit. Most of the other men had to be carried away, and all they could do was leave for now and rest.
Footage not found.
Since it can't use any of the clever words it stole anymore, the whole thing's been dumbed down.
Now, Floyd was trapped in a supine position. So Floyd is trapped laying down like this.
Imagine sitting down to watch your favorite show and the streaming service has replaced it with a different cut where all the characters talk like idiots now.
You made me look bad, and that's not good.
I feel bad.
That makes me think, did anyone ever see Mad TV had done a skit that was The Sopranos on the first time for broadcast television, but it was like PAX TV, which PAX was like a Christian cable network. And or maybe not a cable network, but like one of those higher channel broadcast networks, like you would usually see it in like the channel 20s or something. And the Mad TV sketch literally just had like it had an episode of Sopranos where like things get cut after like 2 seconds of dialogue because there's so much swearing and sex and violence in the show. It ended up just being like a 2-minute episode.
For the people who enjoyed the original. People in the comments and on the Reddit page are asking why he changed it and why all their favorite lines are missing. They don't know why because he didn't tell them. Why is the...
You made pizza rolls. Post a comment on my web zone if you want a pizza roll, and I will send you one in the mail. Just so people know that that's not plagiarism, I took that from Red Letter Media.
New version of the video
Everyone knows that
unlisted
one.
and not public. Well, it could be because it's a lot worse, but mainly, by being so much worse, it kind of gives away what he did. This video's fans obviously want it back up, but if it goes back up and it's obviously much worse written now, the 10+ million people who saw it the first time, potentially even more than once, will wonder why it's different and look into why and maybe find out. But if it stays down, people will wonder why it's down and look into why and find out. It's like he's trying to delay the inevitable wider discovery of what he did by letting the video exist, but as quietly as possible, so no one wonders where the video went, but not too many people see it and notice the differences. It's a precarious situation, and I don't envy him. But he does deserve it. Right now, he looks like a plagiarist and a liar, and a coward who's willing to ruin his own video and let it gather dust unlisted in the corner to try and hide what he did. To be fair, the new version now actually cites Riley's article. Whenever a section was too difficult to change, but too significant to remove, he keeps it in and cites the article at the bottom. In the original, there were several places where he quoted the same sources Riley quoted, and in this version, just to be safe, he also cites the article to make it clear that's where he got it. The description of this version also acknowledges the talented Mr. Riley and links to his work. This would have been cool if he'd done all this the first time and not tried to hide it, but this is like if Philip re-uploaded a very slightly changed version of the plagiarized videos and just put "thanks to Boomstick Gaming" in the description. It's too late to hide what he's done, though that hasn't stopped him from trying. Oh, late breaking update. A couple weeks ago, the Man in Cave re-upload became public again. I wondered how he would stop people noticing its weird changes. Then, days later, he uploaded this year's new video, so people's attention is onto the next thing now. The only people who really noticed the video coming back are the hardcore fans.
Oof. I don't know if you could see it because it was a little small on the screen, but it said, "Nice, the Jews couldn't keep you down."
This was a real clever boy move. If I wanted to sneak my weirdly changed re-upload back out without too many people noticing, this is how I'd do it, and all I'd have to do next was hope no one ever makes the video I'm making right now. Oops. Right, my eyes have gone fuzzy, so it's time to get back up. Ah, my knees really hurt too. Okay, I threw out an IKEA Poang to make room for this beanbag chair, and it's rubbish. I love sacks full of balls, but not this much. Don't get a beanbag chair. Oh God! Jesus! Hey, the mic's still out of frame. That's nice, that never happens. I don't know, a proper apology would be nice, and maybe an explanation for why it happened. As far as I can tell, this is the only video where he's just ripped something off like this. I hope. You know, why did he do it for this one? Really, I just want to know where he got £33. I'm a simple man with simple needs, Yorkshire puddings with a little bit of gravy on top, and explanations for discrepancies in numbers. My parents never took me to see a psychologist, so I assume that's normal. In the meantime, I'm very happy to accept the award for Jack's Film's second best video of 2022. The version from 2022 is gone. Get it off the list, Jack. Bump me up. Now, what's the first place one? And how do I destroy it? Oh, it's the steamed hams one where an animator did like a million different styles. That one's really good. And it even tells you which styles it's doing and when in the description. This cartoon cites its sources better than half the stuff I covered in this video. Well, I guess I'll settle for second place. This time. So, there we have it. A bunch of examples of plagiarism, why it happens, why it's wrong, and all the ways it can result in destructive results.
We are halfway through the video.
With these 4 examples, I think I'm ready to reach some kind of conclusion. Just don't touch the screen or move the mouse. There's no way you haven't seen the runtime. You've probably guessed what's coming. Where's the part where he turns out to be on a green screen and the video's about someone else? Congratulations, you figured it out. You know all my tricks. The student becomes the master. Master of shit? It was real the whole time! Ah! Last time I wanted to research one thing and tripped and learned too much. This time I had the breakdown and worked backwards. We understand why this shit is wrong now and the damage it can do. The piles of money people make from stealing other people's words and ideas and work. But there's one group more important than historians or journalists or anyone else with a real job, and that's gay people. You know what's worse than stealing from established journalists who in the end are doing okay? Stealing from small queer writers or creators from marginalized groups who weren't even paid for their work in the first place. Stealing from the writings of dead people who passed away doing the activism you pretend to do. Stealing from the very people who fund your videos, the people you claim to be defending. This video is about James Somerton.
Here we go, we are halfway through and we're finally to the point.
James Somerton is a gay YouTuber with a degree in business administration who frequently refers to himself as a marketing expert.
I'm a YouTuber, marketing expert, and film school grad. I'm also gay.
Cool. In 2014, he briefly made videos about geek stuff, reviewing Marvel movies and so on. Several years later, when video essays became a popular format, he started making those, with a focus on queer characters in media and LGBT film history, and occasionally anime, such as this really successful video about the fascism of Attack on Titan, which has mysteriously disappeared. Where did it go? I wonder what happened there. Somerton is doing great by the standards of queer YouTube, in terms of views, ad revenue, sponsorships, Patreon income, and donations on his live streams. The man is doing extremely well financially in a field where people generally struggle to do this full time. In many ways, James Somerton is a success story our entire community should be proud of. Not to rain on this pride parade, but whenever I saw a video by James in my recommendations, I would have to stop watching because it quickly became clear to me he didn't know what he was talking about. The first video of his I ever saw was about Disney's relationship with the queer community, and in it he claims Disney set up an event called Gay Night and claimed to give the profits to to charity, but actually kept the money.
During the 1990s, Disney's parks also tried profiting from their LGBT fans by creating Gay Night, a one-night-a-year event at the parks where LGBT folk would be the main guests. It was a big hit. Initially, the revenue was all to be donated to the Aid for AIDS Foundation, but by 1995, donations to the charity had dried up. Disney was keeping all of the profits for themselves.
He's misremembering a really well-known event. Gay Night was not set up by Disney, they didn't sanction it. A travel agency rented the park out for the night, and they kept the money they were supposed to have donated. This is a bit sloppy, but then he claims the more progressive CEO Bob Iger expanded Gay Nights into full Gay Day events.
Under his stewardship, Disney switched from the once-a-year Gay Night at Disney parks to the full Gay Days event, rebranding the occasion into a more family-friendly affair.
Now, obviously, Iger couldn't rebrand something Disney wasn't doing and had no control over. Gay Days is actually a completely separate event, which is also unofficial and unsanctioned by Disney. Also, it started before Gay Night and 15 years before Iger became CEO. It's kind of impressive how wrong this was. He's giving fucking Disney credit for the actions of independent queer people. It really downplays.
So, I've been to Disneyland a couple of times, and there are very often events that aren't sanctioned by Disney themselves, but that happen. Like, one of the times that I went, it was like Doctor Who Day. A whole bunch of people were going in with Doctor Who cosplay. I saw many versions of the Doctor. I saw a lot of Fourth Doctor scarves going around. But obviously it wasn't sanctioned because Disney doesn't own the rights to Doctor Who. Although I think the new Doctor Who specials and the next season is going to be premiering on Disney+. Yeah, like, there's a lot of... Disney is such a huge corporation. Disneyland is like, if you live in SoCal, oftentimes Disneyland is like the place that you go. And so you will have people just come up with their own events that aren't sanctioned by Disney, but Disney's like, yeah, you're paying us money to come to our park. Of course you can do that. So, yeah. Transgirl Jade says Gay Days happens once a month. Interesting. Noctalb says, oh no, I was in James' Discord. The one that he deleted. Did he delete the Discord or did he just boot everyone from the Discord? I know he deleted his Patreon. But yeah. More Tom Baker scarves than the BBC story. I believe it.
Is the work that people put into organizing stuff like Gay Days. It's super disappointing, honestly. The first official Disney Pride Night happened this year, 3 years after he made this video. That's how far off the mark he was on this. Whenever I saw another Summerton video in the wild, I'd give it another shot and quickly have to give up again. In his Yuri on Ice video, he claimed the show never went into explicitly gay territory because it aired early in the evening on Japanese television, and there's a law on the books preventing showing homosexuality that early.
Japan has certain laws, such as what time of night a queer-centric show can actually be aired on TV. This show was slated for an earlier time slot in the night because it's first and foremost a sports anime. In order for the quiet part to be as loud as the creator wanted, it would have to have had a much later time slot than the network wanted.
This is a common myth made up by Western fans of the show to explain why it wasn't gayer. They wanted to, but it was illegal. How convenient. But that law doesn't work that way, and even if it did, Yuri on Ice aired at 2:30 AM in the morning, the gay witching hour. They could do whatever they wanted. But now I see people continuing to spread this lie, linking Summerton's video as proof it's true. James is helping to reinforce misinformation by not checking whatever he hears on Twitter before he spreads it, which is a bit concerning. Basically, I can't really watch James's videos because I care a lot about the stuff he talks about, and I can tell he's not really checked what he's saying, and that really gets to me. Normally in this situation, I would just not watch his videos and live my life, but over the last couple of years, Summerton has been repeatedly accused of plagiarism. In response, Summerton has claimed he never ripped off anyone, and the times he did weren't even that bad anyway.
If I had been plagiarizing videos, I wouldn't have a channel. I would be called out all the time by people saying he stole my shit. But I don't plagiarize.
Well, as HBomb has already shown, you typically don't shit where you eat. You plagiarize from people that you don't like and you don't respect. So, like, Yeah, so it ends up being in areas where it might not be immediately caught. Because, like, say, if Sarah Zed took a Jenny Nicholson video and just basically recited the entire thing and pass it off as her own, it would be caught immediately, because fans of Sarah Zed are very often fans of Jenny Nicholson. Like, right, that would be caught immediately. So you wouldn't do that. You would go where you wouldn't expect your fans to also be watching or reading.
One time that there actually was plagiarism, it was by mistake, and I fixed it immediately, and it is no longer in my video. And the other two accusations, one was silly.
That's an interesting way of saying you didn't do it.
When 3 or 4 separate videos have 3 or 4 separate plagiarism controversies attached. There's not 3 or 4.
Summerton is...
Oop, hang on. That was Sarah Zed in the comments. I gotta go back and read that one again. To be honest, and I have no say or special knowledge in who standard hires, I'm not claiming expertise. When 3 or 4 separate videos have 3 or 4 separate plagiarism controversies attached. Yeah, okay. So Sarah Zed was literally commenting in this one.
For plagiarism controversies attached. There's not 3 or 4.
Summerton is telling the truth here. There are not 3 or 4 accusations. Whenever these allegations are brought up, however, a fan of his will normally pop up to accuse them of harassing a gay man and claim this is all part of a deliberate homophobic campaign against a queer creature.
Like, I did not pre-watch this. The reason I brought up Sarah Zed was because I remember a time that somebody on Twitter was, like, mad at something Sarah Zed had tweeted and then tried to bring up some Jenny Nicholson drama. And I'm just like, do you think all girls who sit on their bed and talk to the camera are the same? All white girls who sit on the bed and talk to the camera are the same person? Because, like, they're not. But yeah, that's why I was thinking of it, because I was like, oh, those are people that I have seen people mix up before, so why don't I give a fictional example? I did not expect Sarah Zed to come up immediately in the video.
And as an open bisexual who knows what the internet is like, I'm vigilant to the possibility the phobes are making a fuss about nothing again to take down a fellow gay boy. It does happen, so keeping this possibility in mind, I looked at what he'd been accused of for myself, weighed up all the evidence as objectively as I could, and it quickly became clear he did do it. He's a massive plagiarist. In fact, there's a bunch of stuff no one else has found yet. He's just convinced his audience to attack people when they notice. And the worst part is, they do it in the name of defending a gay creator, when many of the people he has financially benefited from stealing from are queer themselves. I've never seen anyone try to put together a full explanation of what exactly happened here, because his fans will threaten you into silence for trying, which means there is no solid body of evidence to point to, so James can freely lie about what happened without anyone to contradict him. I'd like to take the opportunity to go through what happened here, so people can see what happened without it being filtered through James and make up their own minds. So, let's clear all this up once and for all, shall we? In July 2020, Summerton uploaded Evil Queens, a queer look at Disney history, a 1 hour and 8-minute video about Disney's relationship with the queer community. This original upload of the video has since been deleted for reasons which will become clear. As the video reached its audience, some viewers began noticing similarities between the video and the book Tinkerbells and Evil Queens by Sean P. Griffin. James opens with a present-day example of Disney being bad about gay content on their platforms, and then says we need to explore Disney's history of doing this. The next 45 minutes are almost word for word taken from Griffin's book.
Fantasy is often described as a method of escape from the trials and tribulations of everyday reality. Living in a society that has outlawed homosexual desire, categorized it as a medical disease. Shmi is constantly at Hook's side, and although Hook is the maniacal master of the relationship, Shmi is obviously... His prospects brighten, though, when he overhears of a young man cub who is wandering alone in the jungle.
Now I'm up.
He whispers to himself,
change my badge.
and vows to arrange a rendezvous with the boy.
Most of this video is just James reading a book into the camera.
In the number, Ursula uses various methods to convince Ariel to sell her
that's
soul,
blatant.
from looking sorry and saint-like to shimmying madly in excitement.
Throughout this video, James uses parts of the book where Griffin quotes someone else. Like here, this is from an essay by Cynthia Erb. James just keeps reading and doesn't tell you he's quoting anyone, and even changes it slightly, almost like he knows it's wrong and is trying to get away with it.
In its use of vocalist Pat Carroll's ability to slide up and down the musical register, from shrieks to baritones, Poor Unfortunate Souls is an unmistakable send-up of the campy female impersonation numbers of underground queer films in the early days of Hollywood.
When he rips off Griffin quoting more well-known writers like Susan Sontag, he reads them out and puts the quote on screen. It looks like when he thinks he can get away with it, he passes obscure writers' words off as his own. He's already stealing from Griffin, why stop there? Somerton reuses a section of the book where Griffin quotes gay journalist and activist Jack Babuccio, who passed away of AIDS in 1990. Griffin explains who he is and discusses his quote, mentioning by name repeatedly. You know, the way you quote someone and discuss what they said. Somerton removes all mention and discussion of Babuccio, but he still steals everything he says.
Stole from a gay man who died of AIDS. That's low. That is very low.
And amping up that depiction to an 11. Camp, by focusing on the outward appearance of a role, implies that roles, and in particular gender roles, are superficial. A matter of style.
He then skips a few paragraphs, since the book discusses what Babuccio meant by this, and that would give away James didn't write it. I didn't even think it was possible, but somehow James managed to steal 2 queer authors' words at once. He copied a book word for word, and even removed mention of the people being quoted so it sounded like he was saying their words too. That's not something you do by mistake, that's something you do when you want to take the credit, which he does. In future videos, James talks about Evil Queens as if it was all his ideas.
But other movies require a bit more digging. In Evil Queens, I talked about the queerness of the 90s Renaissance Disney movies, especially Aladdin and The Lion King. When I first mentioned this to people, they thought I was crazy. Then I explained it to them, and they came around to seeing it my way.
And everyone clapped. James claims this video is his work and a weird, bold new approach to media, when it's word for word from a 20-year-old book. It's ridiculous. He appears to have found and replaced words like gay and homosexual to queer or LGBT.
Another narrative strand in Disney's films that would have a great appeal to the queer community is the tale of the outside. Labeled it as a sin against God and allowed and often encouraged violent acts against LGBT people, queer culture has unsurprisingly embraced. Queer culture, particularly gay male culture, has long held a fascination with fantasy. The close association of gay men to the world of fantasy has attributed to some of the most common insults for gay men in Western culture.
Somerton never mentioned the book or its author anywhere. There was nothing in the credits, the description, no citations, no mention of his name. Nothing. When YouTubers use a book as a major source of research, usually they mention it or put it in the background on their set. He did film himself next to a book, but it's not Tinkerbell's. It's Disney War, a commonly cited source in videos covering Disney stuff. He's trying to look like he did research without giving away where he got all the words he's saying. Eventually, a Twitter user who noticed the similarities started comparing the works closely and wrote a thread showcasing hundreds and hundreds of words worth of examples of the video directly copying Griffin's book. She eventually asked him why he didn't credit it, and he responded,
"Oh, 2020, so this has been around for a while." Hey, Boba T, welcome in.
That he hadn't started crediting source materials yet when he made the video. He then finally added a reference to the book to the description almost 2 months after it had been uploaded. He'd gone with the internet historian method, put an acknowledgement of your theft in the description later and pretend that makes stealing okay. The thread's author thanked him for admitting it, but pointed out adding a line of text to near the bottom of the description is deceptive, considering the sheer amount of writing he copied. It looked like he was trying to get away with it by hiding some text somewhere no one would see. In response, he did the professional adult thing and blocked her and started tweeting vaguely about being wrongly accused of plagiarism, even though he always credits authors in the video description, which is a very funny thing to say when he didn't do that until the person he's currently complaining about pointed out he didn't. In just over a day, James went from saying, "Whoops, I'll put his name in the description, learning as I go, smiley face," to "I always credit authors in video descriptions, fuck off with your accusations." He also made a YouTube community post with the same text as the tweets. However, However, this turned out to be a Streisand'ian bargain, because people started asking what he was being criticized for. Here's where it gets really interesting. James responded to one of them with a new example. Something like this had already happened before. James had made a video called Unrequited: The History of Queerbaiting, and this video had also been accused of stealing from a documentary called The Celluloid Closet. So this wasn't even the first time he'd been caught doing something like this. The author of the thread noticed this comment and looked at the description of the Unrequited video, and there was a note hidden towards the bottom thanking The Celluloid Closet in a familiarly vague way. Somerton had been caught stealing something before, and he tried to get away with it the same way by hiding something in the description. The comments section was full of people saying thanking the documentary in the description wasn't good enough since he copied a shit ton of it. She then tweeted she was considering comparing The Celluloid Closet and Unrequited side by side, like she'd done with Evil Queens. It looks like James saw this tweet and realized someone was about to prove he'd done plagiarism in multiple videos, because suddenly he set both Unrequited and Evil Queens to private so no one could watch them, and made a post announcing this. The thread's author mentioned this happened and included these screenshots of the announcement. Let's put this on a timeline. This tweet came almost exactly 12 hours after saying she was thinking of checking the other video. In her screenshot, the announcement was only 11 hours old. James hid Unrequited within an hour of someone saying they were thinking of checking it for plagiarism. That's not suspect at all. In his post, he explained he was the victim of a targeted harassment campaign, had received...
Now, I'll be honest, I have never heard of James Somerton before this. I know I like the first time I saw his name, to my knowledge, was when everybody was talking about hbomberguy's video. So I generally, it seems like a lot of people feel betrayed by it, but like, so I just genuinely don't know how big of a creator he was before this.
Death threats, and he hid these videos because he didn't want...
It's also interesting that this happened in 2020. There's got to be more to it, because the video is only halfway over, and we're certainly not going to be making him the thesis of the video based solely on 2 videos that he plagiarized 3 years ago. Somerton had over 300k subscribers on YouTube. Okay, so that's a decently sized channel. Not a huge channel, but a pretty large channel.
People who want him dead seeing them. In the comments section, he also claimed the thread's author had been harassing and attacking him for the last 48 hours on Twitter, and her followers had been hunting down his home and work addresses. Any harassment or threats Somerton may have received are unconscionable and wrong. I want to clarify right now that if anyone harasses Somerton on my behalf, they are worse than him and will not see the light of heaven. I must underscore, however, the original author was not unnecessarily rude in her criticisms, was straightforward and polite when speaking to James directly, and when he talked about harassment, she was very clear where she stood on that as well. Somerton accused her of personally stalking him anyway, and starting a harassment campaign against him, threatening his life and trying to track down his address, with her obscure thread of tweets. The author's account was very small at the time, with less than 150 followers, and barely anyone had seen the thread until Somerton accused it of trying to kill him.
That's fucking shady as shit.
Instead of addressing his mistake head-on and holding himself accountable, Somerton span a narrative about how the most polite critic he could have possibly gotten was the head of a targeted campaign against him, while trying to hide the evidence. On the other hand, the author of this thread has received a lot of harassment from Somerton's fans over the years, to the point they eventually changed their username and locked their account. You literally can't see these tweets anymore. When I managed to contact her with questions, she asked me to reference her as little as possible because she's afraid of it starting again. Somerton's fans believed they were defending him from someone threatening.
Quem98 says James' channel has lost at least 21,000 subscribers since Saturday, according to Social Blade. Oh man. This video has been out like a day, so oof. You know, and just based on my what I was seeing on Twitter, I'm seeing more people talking about this than they were talking about Tommy Tellerico when H-Bomb's video on the Roblox oof came out. Like, I would see the Tommy Tellerico references come out later, but I didn't see that name a lot when the Roblox oof thing came out. People were just talking about, oh, it's a great video, it's a wild ride. So, but then again, Tommy Tallarico was not like an active YouTube creator who a lot of people were following. James Somerton, I gather, is. So it would make more sense. It's like, well, it's a creator that I actively follow and have a parasocial relationship with. Reasonable that more people would be talking about it. But I based on the fact that he's deleted his Discord, his Patreon, he's deleted a bunch of his YouTube videos. I think Harris destroyed this man's entire career. And we have not even scratched the surface yet. We are 2 hours and 5 minutes into a 3 hour and 51 minute video. So let's go.
His life, remember? So they were pretty fucking vicious about it. And that is what he was telling them. When he made a video addressing the plagiarism, he titled it, "About Those Death Threats."
What the fuck,
Somebody
man?
watched my Evil Queens video, my video about Disney, and realized that there are quotes in the video that are directly taken from the book Tinkerbells and the Evil Queens. They went ahead and started accusing me of plagiarism.
Correctly.
Somebody read their thread and decided to message me some death threats, as you do on the internet. I think she has something like 154 Twitter followers, something like that. And some of the people of that 154 decided, hey, let's threaten to kill him. But yeah.
I suspect what's going to happen is that if he ever provides evidence of the death threats, it probably actually came out after he had responded to the thread. I mean, like, it's not impossible, you know, the internet is full of psychos. Oh, wait, I don't want to hit that one yet. The internet is full of psychos, so it is entirely possible that just one person issued a death threat. But something tells me if it happened before, or sorry, it happened after he's claiming it happened. Just because Harris is making a 4-hour video that half is about this one guy, so.
That's the situation. That's why someone doxed me and threatened to kill me.
He claimed he simply forgot to credit the book, which made up the vast majority of his script.
I'm kind of flighty when a video is done and I'm putting the credits together, so I don't always remember to put everything in the credits. That's kind of been a problem with me in the past. That has happened before.
He then compared his video to serious documentaries and how they're often based on books.
You know, like a lot of documentaries, they're based on books that come out. And so, yes, going forward, I just want you to know my videos may well be based off of books.
Normally you get permission to adapt people's books into documentaries before you make them and release them to the public for money. It's really hard not to see this for what it is. A guy making up a series of bad excuses after being caught plagiarizing. Let's just think about this for a second. If James was honestly adapting a book, why would he film himself on his set for an hour sitting next to a different book and not even think to mention the book he's adapting even exists? Somerton went out of his way not to mention his primary source, so people wouldn't read it and realize he copied it.
So yeah, I guess what I'm just trying to say is that yes, there are quotes in the video and sections of the video that are taken from the book. It's not entirely based off that. There's, you know, most of what's in the video is my own original content.
How does he explain what he did to the quote from Babushio? He doesn't even try.
And if you don't want to support me anymore because not everything is entirely my original thoughts, then that's fine. I would never have had the time to do that amount of research for a YouTube video.
This video and all his YouTube posts about the plagiarism accusations were deleted soon after. I think Somerton realized there was no decent explanation for what he had done, so trying to explain it made him look worse. Instead, he started tweeting that he'd sent the video to the author to ask for permission to put the video up again. He was finally asking permission to do what he already did months ago. I'm curious how he explained all of this to Griffin. It sounds like Griffin asked to be credited properly because the old version of Evil Queens never came back up. Instead, a new one was uploaded. This version is exactly the same as the old one, except it has "based on the book by Sean Griffin" hastily added to the opening credits. In the span of a few days, the video graduated from not acknowledging the book anywhere to using it as a major source of research to finally being based on it. In the years since this happened, Summerton has come up with new lies about it to try to make himself look better. On a recent livestream, someone brought up the old allegations, and his version of the story is that he always had permission from Griffin before he even made the video.
For the Evil Queens one, like I said, that was based directly on the book. That was word for word from the book. And that's why before doing the video, I got permission from the author to do it.
Oh, that's a lie.
But I did have full permission from him before making the video.
Wow,
the
that's a
tweet about
blatant
how he
lie.
literally had to take the video down and ask permission afterwards is still up. Anyone can fact check this. I want to observe that if this was an honest mistake, James had the opportunity to be honest about it and chose to lie. Looks a bit like a dishonest mistake to me. He also pretends he credited Griffin in the description in the first place, and the person who criticized him simply didn't notice.
In the original version of Evil Queens, the citation was in the description of the video and not in the video itself. And that was the issue. They didn't read the description. And so I took down the video and I put it back up, and somebody didn't acknowledge the "based on the book by" in the comments, so I took the video down and put it back up with the author in the opening titles.
Again, his reply to her where he acknowledged he hadn't and was going to is still up. For reasons that I don't understand, James likes to tell obvious lies that make him look worse. This is why I felt it was important to make this video documenting the evidence. Currently, the only version of events people are likely to hear is his, even if it's...
I gotta say, between this and George Santos, it's not a good day for gay liars.
easily disproven. Who's disproving it? The person who noticed the plagiarism in the first place was threatened into non-existence by his fans, leaving his lies as the last story standing. There's also another reason why I'm not buying the "it was based..."
Hey, Gimpimento. Yeah, we are just enjoying a little Harris Bomberguy tear into a plagiarizing YouTuber.
On a book excuse.
And then there was a video I made about Disney that was based directly on a book that I got the permission from the author to make the video.
Let's take that at face value. Okay, so this video is based on this book. Based on it, word for word.
That was word for word from the book.
This is a lie, of course. He changed quotes so it sounds like he's saying them and altered a bunch of other words to try to make it sound different, but let's pretend it was for a second. Is it possible he really was just trying to adapt the book? James insists this is the case. But at this point, I'm not sure I can trust him when he says things. The author of the thread was just comparing the video to the one book she noticed, and mentions around the 53-minute mark he moves on to stuff not covered widely by the book, like Mulan.
Disney's Mulan is, however unintentionally, a queer narrative.
Video?
First of
what
all,
other
it's
book
a little
is it
bit
stolen
weird
from?
that his video, word for word adapting the book, stops adapting it and starts winging it partway through. But let me ask you this. Wouldn't it be really fucking bad for him if it turned out he also stole the new stuff from somewhere else?
Oh no.
Yeah, it is bad. Because he did.
Oh,
Disney's
no.
Mulan is, however unintentionally, a queer narrative that explores both gender identity and sexual orientation. It is not, as it is often simplistically described, a story about a disempowered woman who becomes empowered by masculinity.
It's almost impressive how hard he leaned into something he knew was a lie people could check. James, what were you thinking? What was your plan here? The section on Mulan is taken from an article at Shondaland by Asian American trans person Jez Tom about how the film speaks to their experience with gender. This section is almost word for word stolen from this article.
Mulan as Ping progressively works their way toward achieving manhood, which is defined by catching fish, carrying heavy things, and of course, wielding a big stick.
He makes a few changes. Since this article is one specific queer trans person writing about how they related to the film, Summerton removes their personal experiences and moves on to the next sentence.
First, in Honor to Us All, the village women attempt to sculpt Mulan into an ideal woman. More specifically, an ideal wife. Mulan fails the test of womanhood when her meeting with the matchmaker goes
personal
horribly
information.
awry.
Sometimes, though, he keeps the stories in and makes a slight change.
Mulan's gender journey over the course of the movie feels very familiar to many trans and non-binary people.
Jesus! Is he really doing this instead of just crediting the person he got all this from? Well, yeah, he does this repeatedly.
Many trans men in particular feel a kinship with Mulan as the character prepares to convince everyone they're a man, practicing their swagger, affecting their voice to a lower register, and scrambling to settle on a boy name.
Somerton doesn't just steal another article when he's done stealing from a book, he deliberately changes it to avoid acknowledging the original author and their experiences so he can pretend he wrote it.
Yeah.
Just for the record, I found an article.
I don't like stealing from trans people. Trans people have a hard enough time as it is. Don't steal their shit.
On another website that quotes this article by Tom. Here's how quoting works, James. It's clear who wrote this, and even links to it as well for the reader's convenience. Meanwhile, James just pasted these words into his script and read it out loud like he came up with it.
As Mulan acknowledges this failure in reflection, she poses a question that most trans people know intimately. When will my reflection show who I am inside?
It goes without saying you shouldn't just take stuff and reuse it without crediting them. Write your own videos, man! Well, maybe he shouldn't do that either, because if you've been paying attention, which you have, you notice this is the video where James said gay night was Lord Disney's brilliant idea because he loves gays so much. Is this part stolen? Well, kind of, yeah. Griffin's book correctly explains the gay nights situation. The part where James talks about this is in a brief section that appears to be written by him, connecting the parts written by Griffin and Jez Tom. We're graced with a whole minute and 30 seconds actually written by James. How nice of him. It seems like when writing his own new section to connect the two writers he stole, he wrote a half-remembered story about gay nights he got from the same book. So the part of the video that was technically his was full of obvious mistakes. This is, well, it's not a good sign. There's a bit of a theme developing. These guys don't know their history. They're copying it without really learning it. So when they try to be unique, they have nothing to say, and none of what they say is accurate. Around the time he re-uploaded Evil Queens, acknowledging one of the people he plagiarized, Somerton also unprivated the queerbaiting video, with what seemed to be no changes, except an acknowledgement at the top saying the stolen portion is based on the celluloid closet and its documentary counterpart. Before the video went down, the description didn't look like this. It just had a special thanks hidden at the bottom. So while it was down, he'd changed it. Looks like he settled on using based on as an excuse for stealing things when he's caught. I guess we should take a look at exactly how based on it is. The Celluloid Closet is a documentary about the portrayal of homosexuality across the history of Hollywood, with plenty of interviews with film historians, writers, directors, and actors. The structure and narrative is based on the book of the same name by Vito Russo, who passed away from complications of AIDS before the documentary.
How many people with AIDS did he steal credit from? Holy shit. Sai, thank you for the $5. Am angry, have money. Well, now I am angry and have money. So we are truly the same, except you're $5 poorer and I'm $5 richer. So, you know, who's really coming out on top here?
Documentary could be made. The first 30 minutes of Unrequited is just the Celluloid Closet. James Illuminati'd it. He downloaded a copy of the documentary, loosely paraphrased it, and as footage for the video he uses the same clips the documentary used of the movies it talked about. He also reuses the more pivotal interviews, adding his own titles so it looks like he got them from somewhere else. James wants to pretend to be a scholar of film history, when in fact he watched a documentary and is now pretending it's his. He never credits the documentary as a source when he's doing this. He even pulls my favorite trick, which I've come to call the Blair Classic. He quotes film historian Richard Dyer.
Your ideas about who you are don't just come from inside you, they come from the culture. And in this culture, they come especially from the movies. So we learn from the movies what it means to be a man or a woman, what it means to have sexuality. Richard Dyer, film historian.
It's actually Richard Dyer. Would you like to know how I know that?
Your ideas about who you are don't just come from inside you, they come from the culture. And in this culture, they come especially from the movies.
He has his own special spin on this trick, too.
The lesbian experience isn't really expressed in the film at all, and even Shirley MacLaine has gone on record in 1996 saying William Wyler, the director, never even spoke to her about the lesbian elements.
What he's neglecting to mention is the place MacLaine went on record in 1996 is the Celluloid Closet.
At the time that we made the picture, there were not real discussions about homosexuality. None of us were really aware.
James is dimly aware what he's doing is shit, so he's taking baby steps to avoid it. Without solving the actual problem, he's remaking a documentary using their ideas and footage.
Gore Vidal, screenwriter of the film, said this in
Gimpimenta, yeah, no, James Somerton is gay. And I think, I don't know if he's gotten to this point in the video. I don't think he has. But I was seeing some people who were saying that James has been using his sexuality as a shield. Like, they're going after a gay man. And I noticed this in the video is that Harris has been playing up his bisexuality a lot. He was making a lot of jokes earlier in the video. Specifically so that he can counteract the claim of, oh, here you're just taking down a gay man, when he's like, I'm also queer. So, yeah.
1996.
Let's say that these two guys, when they were 15, 16, when they last saw each other, they had been lovers, and now they're meeting again, and the Roman wants to start it up.
He's flipped the footage and added weird filters to try to avoid triggering the YouTube bots, which correctly would flag this video as just large chunks of a copyrighted documentary. I doubt he's even seen many of the films he's talking about here. He's just showing clips from the documentary, quoting the documentary, or straight up repeating what it said himself.
Homosexuality is a thing. It does exist, but it's not something good moral people should talk about.
Homosexuality was finally being talked about on the screen, but only as something that nice people didn't talk about.
I know a lot of documentaries are based on books, but not a lot of them are based on other documentaries someone already made, James.
Well, I mean, Illuminati's done that.
Celluloid Closet ends with a heartfelt acknowledgement of Vito Russo, the book's late author. James's video, which takes pains to tell you was written, filmed, and edited by James Somerton, also ends by saying it is in memory of Vito Russo. This one line of text is the only acknowledgement of Russo or the documentary in this entire fucking video. For those keeping track, this is the second gay writer and activist who tragically passed away of AIDS in 1990, whose words James has passed off as his own.
I did notice that. That's very fucked up.
There were obviously comments on the video pointing out he's just remade a documentary for 30 minutes, and James's reply was to insist it was impossible not to plagiarize the Celluloid Closet, because it's such a good history lesson. This is his main defense.
Oh, are you serious? It's so good I had to remake it and pass it off as my... The audacity of this bitch. Oh my god.
When this comes up. Of course it's derivative. It's the only place I could get information on the topic, which implies James has not engaged with the last 65 years of writing about gay people in the film industry. He also claims he hasn't simply posted it as his own, even though he'd never acknowledged the documentary until someone caught him, and then had to sneak one into the description. If he wanted to pay respect to his main source, he could have said, in this documentary, instead of in 1996, but I won't say where. But in this reply, he says something very funny. He insists he expanded on some of the ideas in this section, implying he did some of his own work.
And I'm predicting that Harris is about to say that anything that he expanded on was inaccurate, because anytime he tries to do original stuff that isn't plagiarizing somebody else's work, it's half remembered and bad. I am paying attention to the way that Harris makes videos.
One thing did stick out to me as new. The documentary covers Rebel Without a Cause, but not for very long. When James talks about it, he goes on for longer, in ways that aren't paraphrasing the documentary for once. So this must be the new section. All that original work that proves he didn't just rip off a documentary. Wouldn't it be really fucking funny if it turned out he stole this part too?
Or that.
Oh, you bet your ass he did!
Dean's character Jim is a teenager kicking against authority and parental neglect, who becomes both friend and fascination to Minio's Plato, a lonely younger kid.
Despite being based on an existing documentary, Somerton takes a break in the middle to steal from someone else. He stole Peter Howell's article on Rebel word for word, not even trying to cover it up with find and replacing text this time.
If you don't pick up on that from the photo of hunky Alan Ladd that Plato has taped inside of his locker, or the looks of adoration he gives Jim, it becomes abundantly clear when he makes a coded declaration of love to Jim late in the film.
It's not like I lifted it and posted it as my own, my foot. He changes one thing. The current date.
Plato is obviously gay, although it's easier to say that in 2020 than it was in 1955.
Peter Howell, whose shit he jacked, is not acknowledged in the video or the description or anywhere else and never has been. Like with Jez Tom, this section was never caught, until now, so he hasn't had the chance to go back and pretend it's based on it. It starts to feel like Summerton is just an extremely cynical loser with a business degree who, like Blair, and around the same time even, saw the success of video essays and decided to half-ass his way into them by stealing shit. This is on the whole how business people see creativity. They don't respect it. It doesn't matter. It's beneath them.
That's why Elon Musk, whenever he Elon Musk talks about how he hates memes being watermarked, and he hates it when people ask him to attribute to them the memes that he's made, because to his mind, it doesn't matter who created it. He just wants to share it because, you know, it's funny, and he doesn't want to have to think about somebody else getting credit for it. Because he doesn't respect them. He just thinks, oh, it's a funny thing. Surely no real work went into this at all. I can just claim it as mine. That's why he's also got the his own Twitter AI thing now. Yeah, it's fucked up.
So they can take it and say it's theirs if they want. But at this point, my interest was fully peaweed. I was just looking at the original allegations to see if they were true, to check for myself. But even in just looking at those two, I found 2 more places he stole from that other people hadn't even found yet. And if it was that easy to find more, how deep does this rabbit hole go? These videos were made over 2 years ago. Did James learn his lesson from being repeatedly caught plagiarizing and at least stop? Well, his next video, Society and Queer Horror, has a script supervisor in the opening credits, and this person would go on to be his co-writer for many future videos. That doesn't necessarily mean the videos are better though. I mean, first of all, that's not how you spell supervisor, so write that down. But he even has another writer now, so surely he started making his own original videos and things got better? Well, things got much, much worse. Society and Queer Horror, or as the video calls itself, Deep Cuts, Society and Queer Horror, steals so many words from so many writers it genuinely makes me think I've traveled to an alternate dimension where plagiarism is fine!
4 girls end up in the same school and find each other essentially by cruising the hallways. Given Carrie's simultaneous status as horror film victim and monster, alongside the narrative concerning her burgeoning sexuality and attraction to boys, or when Ripley asserts authority and
So one thing that I'm noticing as I'm playing the game while reacting to it is every time he has one of these bits, like he just has the stuff on screen. So sometimes I am just taking him at his word here, but the VOD will vindicate me. Because you can all see the text on screen, even if this the video is not in my direct line of sight while I am buying extra coins.
the team after Dallas is caught by the alien. Ash, the male robot, feels threatened and attempts to dominate Ripley, regaining his masculinity. It's fun, messy, mean, sad, campy, and self-aware. That's the key variable that makes Hellraiser so special.
I can't show you how messed up this is without ruining this video's runtime even more than I already have. So let's use visuals. Here's a transcript of all the words James says in this hour and 25-minute long video.
Okay.
And here's all the parts that are plagiarized.
Holy
Each
shit!
author's name is in a different color for
Holy
convenience.
shit!
This video steals roughly 10,000
Holy
words
shit!
from 18 different places. And this is just the stuff I found.
Oh
there
my
could be
God!
more. A truly staggering portion of this video is James staring into his...
I'm sorry, but the way that... Hang on, I'm going back so that we can look at this better. This looks to me like how the first 5 books of the Bible, how they are listed in terms of which one of the original 5 sources that they think that the Torah was compiled from, like which parts were written by which author, right? Like the documentary hypothesis, if you're familiar with that at all. That's what this looks like. This looks like it's so like, because it's, look at how little of this is not highlighted. It looks to me like, okay, here is this part of the Bible was from this author and this part was from this author, but it's for just a YouTube video where he just was like, you know, obviously we're not going to see who gets credited as the author of which parts of the Bible because it was written thousands of years ago. So for a lot of it, we have to reconstruct it through literary analysis. But here we have the actual names. It would be like if somebody went and actually found the sources, the original authors of the different parts of the Bible.
Could be more. A truly staggering portion of this video is James staring into his prompter, reading words he got by Googling movie name gay. I wish I could show you everything he copied, but we'd be here forever. This is just one video, and he makes so many of these. And now we know how! But Somerton thinks he's figured out a loophole. It's a familiar spin on an old classic. It opens with a horror-themed credits sequence, which claims the video is based on the works of, and briefly shows a bunch of names. These are some of the people he plagiarized. So if any of his plagiarism is noticed, he can say, no, I name-dropped them in the opening for literally 1 second, so it's fine.
That's how it works.
This is the stupidest thing I've ever... Anyone watching this video would assume this is Somerton showing his sources, or people whose work he read while writing the video, not people whose writing is the video, based on the works of Colin Arison. What does this mean? There's no way of knowing what Colin's contribution to the video was. Does this mean he inspired a section? That he gets quoted? That James read him and used some of those ideas? This mention means 21 minutes into the video, the next 5 full minutes are word for word copied from an essay he wrote.
Jesus.
Benshoff recognizes Hellraiser for some of its visual characteristics, but comes to the conclusion that too often the representation of Barker's monster queers seems similar to those produced by right-wing ideologues.
I don't think I need to tell you, this is just plagiarism with an even stranger excuse than normal. Somerton never tells you when he's just reading other people's words, because then people would know he didn't write anything. He's hidden their name at the beginning and in the end credits at the very bottom, after a long list of patrons, so he can make a video out of other people's words without ever saying when he's actually doing it. 4 minutes is just Andrew Park's article about the film The Craft, with slight changes to try to hide it, and his usual LGBT to queer word swapping.
The film follows the story of 4 teenage girls who each grow up feeling different in one way or another. Special.
I've heard
above the fray
that
of
The
their
Craft
peers,
is really good. Tipster has been
or
talking
rejected
it up.
by them entirely,
I should watch it sometime.
as so many queer teens have experienced. The most memorable character, by all accounts, is Nancy, and she's already out as a witch, openly practicing the craft. She wears goth lipstick and black, laced-up Stevie Nicks boots. She has a sexual history and a noose hanging in her locker. Bonnie is a girl with self-image issues due to scars that cover her arms and back.
Swapping back and arms to arms and back doesn't work. We can still tell.
Chris, your typical teenage movie football jock, persists in making bullying comments about the 3 spiritual deviants, who he calls the bitches of Eastwick, because he's just so clever.
Wow, what a great addition, Jimmy. You really spiced up that anecdote, made it your own, put your fucking spin on it. Oh well,
he's just
this is
so
a
clever.
bit skeevy, but at least Park's name is in the credits, so people can at least see his name and check him out. No, he's not in the credits. Half the people James plagiarized in this video didn't make it in, he forgot. This whole, it wasn't plagiarism, I said it was based on them at the start excuse really doesn't work when you forget to put half their fucking names in. My personal theory is James came up with this phony excuse during the Evil Queens fiasco when he was already making this video, so when he made this list, he'd already forgotten half the people he plagiarized.
Oh, man.
The segment about aliens is completely taken from Bart Bishop's essay queering James Cameron's Aliens.
Aliens is curiously progressive in its sexual politics overall, especially for a movie released during the Reagan years. Take, for instance, the exchange between Hudson and Frost. This isn't just queer behavior being portrayed in a positive manner, but one of the many ways that the movie obfuscates gender and supports a pansexual ethos.
My favorite part is when he reuses an extremely long quote from author David Greven, along with Bishop's exact commentary on it, with a very slight change.
David Greven in Demeter and Persephone in Space observes, Bishop, the cyborg,
Oh geez, 30 seconds of
the
quote,
aliens,
reading
and
the same
especially
quote.
the alien queen, represent a cisgendered heteronormative status quo that resents the changing times.
Another full minute
So while
of quoting
Greven
Greven.
suggests that the conservative alien queen has contempt for the queer family dynamic, the metaphor could go even further. Cameron creates a future where gender norms have all but disappeared.
He changed "I'd go even further" to "the metaphor could go even further," suggesting he is at least uncomfortable using someone else's words in first person. The copying of Bishop's Aliens essay was eventually pointed out on his website. Bishop responded calling this very strange. Bishop also made a Facebook post about being plagiarized, which is disheartening to read. This situation demonstrates perfectly the way respect and social status factor into stealing. James fundamentally doesn't respect
They
the
thought
people
me
he's
so
copying.
insignificant that no one would notice, is what the thing said.
He knows to quote people when they're well known, but when he thinks he can get away with it, he doesn't. A lot of queer analysis is sadly unrecognized, and James exploited this obscurity for clout and hid a little excuse where people will miss it, but only for about half of them. As with several previous authors, Bishop was not credited. However, the video's credits do contain David Greven, one of the authors Bishop quoted. At first I thought Greven was in the credits because he quotes him by name in this section, but no, he's in here because he also stole from Greven.
In terms as resonant as they were phobic, Scream was a cry of despair over an apparent amorality in the millennial or late Gen X youth, especially in the male population. The homoeroticism of the Billy-Stu relationship, which the film develops into an all but explicit queer love affair, shows both the unpredictable, anarchic, bewildering behavior of the generation and the shifts in male gender roles synonymous with it.
By complete coincidence, the competent writers he's plagiarizing are familiar with each other's work and sometimes even quote each other. Greven doesn't actually come up by name when James reads his words out loud for 5.5 fucking minutes. The authors James steals only get their name mentioned in the video if someone else he was stealing happened to mention them. I'm losing my fucking mind! When he quotes Bishop quoting Greven, he puts this text up like he's quoting them. However, like Illuminati, he doesn't list the source in any useful way. This is because he doesn't know the source. He got it from this article, and he can't list the article as the source because he doesn't want you checking and finding out what he's done. It's the same reason he didn't film himself next to evil queens. He'd be giving the game away. Ironically, this is how the Bishop plagiarism was discovered in the first place. Someone was trying to find the source of one of these quotes and Googled it and discovered the whole segment was a quote. Summerton's videos are anti-educational. They go out of their way to hide where they come from or where to learn more. But this gives me an idea for a hot new game. Go to a random section of Summerton's video and just Google the words he's saying. Okay, I'm gonna literally click on a random part of the video right now. I'm gonna hold my mouse up to the microphone so you can hear it.
Dedicates an entire subplot to the romance between Richie and Eddie.
Okay. And here we go. One result! Well, that was easy!
It, by Stephen King, was published in 1986 and has made a lasting cultural impression. The novel inspired a miniseries, 2 movies, and ruined clowns for generations of children. And adults, frankly.
Oh, good one. This one is an analysis of Stephen King's It by Rachel Brands. He reads this article for about 4.5 minutes. And Brands is one of many people whose name didn't make it into his dumb fucking credits. I reached out to Brands about her essay being used in this manner, and she told me she'd never been asked permission to use it, but she already knew it happened. You see, she was a fan of Summerton's work, and even supported him financially on Patreon.
God.
So she saw this video as soon as it went out, and realized it was copying her.
Can you imagine? Holy shit! That's... oh my god. God, that's gotta be devastating.
This is so fucked up. A queer writer who supported James financially because she thought he was making original work discovered she was funding the plagiarism of work like hers, including literally hers. Brands was never paid by the website she wrote this essay for, since at the time she was writing for exposure, which she definitely didn't get when James didn't even fucking credit her. Summerton makes a lot of money doing this. Tens of thousands of dollars in Patreon income, ad revenue, his many sponsorships, and another massive payday we haven't even gotten to yet. Brands has never been compensated for her contribution to James's financial success, and she's not the only person James plagiarized in the section on Stephen King's It alone. After reading Brands without crediting her for almost 5 minutes, suddenly he starts saying new words.
Childhood trauma looms under the skin of the Losers Club well into adulthood.
Wow, did James write part of his video all by himself? Nope. It's from the Hollywood Reporter. We've seen this song and dance before. It goes on for ages. I'm just going to highlight one of the parts he changed because it's so funny.
Like every person on the planet, the losers remain trapped in their trauma.
They've just found new ways to cope. Richie ended up telling jokes and becoming rich and successful, but always alone.
Summerton specifically removed mention of a character finding success using other people's material. That probably hit a bit too close to home, huh?
The plagiarism thing, it's not a thing.
After several minutes of stealing Joelle Monique's article, the video still has a bunch of runtime left to talk about it.
It is the hate that's unnatural. The hate that is evil.
Oh, for fuck!
When we get into the head of Don Haggerty, Adrian's boyfriend, and the author lets the reader know him, he's sympathetic, he's smart and loving. He also sees the town for what it is, sees its evil clearly and wants to leave it.
The entire 12-minute long It section is copied from 3 different articles, back to back to back, and only one of the 3 authors is even in these shitty credits. Summerton didn't thank Brands or Monique for the articles about Stephen King's It he stole for money. He did, however, take the opportunity to thank Stephen King! I love it when small indie writers finally get the acknowledgement they deserve. It boggles my tiny mind just how much every tiny thing is stolen in this video. He really briefly, like for 30 seconds, discusses the appeal of witchcraft to queer people, and he steals an article for that too!
Witchcraft, on the other hand, offered a spiritual space where queer people could step into their personal power and explore otherness without shame, guilt, or fear. Furthermore, the idea of a coven creates a space for community.
Based on the works of whoever wrote this sentence. Of the 18 authors I found him stealing from, only 9 of them make it into the opening or closing based on credits. So at least half the people he copied didn't even get a bullshit credit. And that's just what I found. I'm pretty sure I missed some. Maybe he reworded some parts better than others, so it's harder to check. But after seeing how much shit he stole for this video, I have no doubt the blank spaces are just someone else I missed. After this video came out, I think he decided he'd gotten away with it, so he stopped using the based on the works of excuse and just went right back to stealing shit. Here's one of his next videos, Code Breakers, Queer Film Theory and Why It Matters. This video's opening credits are just James, and the description thanks no one, but it's still full of plagiarism. Replacing the queer agenda with a straight agenda does not mean there is not an agenda. Zinc Hero of YouTube loved this line by Summerton so much. What am I willing to bet he stole this line too? Place your bets!
$0.
Directly into my pocket, because yeah, obviously, you fucking piece of shit!
It also bears mentioning that if a filmmaker doesn't choose to queer history, that doesn't mean they're telling history like it was. It just means they're straighting history. Replacing the gay agenda with a straight agenda does not mean that there's no agenda.
Summerton's fans praise him for the quality of his writing, unaware it's not his. Since the true authors' names have been erased from the story, they are prevented from learning who they actually enjoyed and being able to go read more. I find this genuinely sad. James, how do you manage to churn out so many high-quality videos so frequently? I know how! At one point, he starts explaining basic film theory. Not basic by nerd standards. I mean, it's like he's just reading Wikipedia. Actually,
he is.
Not like.
Today, there are many different schools of film theory. So let's talk about them. The structuralist film theory emphasizes how films convey meaning through the use of codes and conventions, not dissimilar to the way languages are used to...
Now, tread carefully here, James Summerton, because Lindsay Ellis has done like a whole series of videos on different theoretical lenses with which to analyze film, including queer theory. So... I'm wondering, does he... no, plagiarizing Lindsay Ellis would be too obvious, right? She's a huge YouTuber. But if I'm onto something, I swear I have not pre-watched this. If I'm onto something and Lindsay Ellis comes up, because I literally earlier on mentioned Sarah Zed 5 seconds before her text was on screen.
Construct meaning in communication. An example of this is understanding how the simple combination of shots can create an additional idea. The blank expression on a person's face, an appetizing meal, and then back to the person's face. While nothing in this sequence literally expresses hunger or desire, the juxtaposition of the images convey that meaning to the audience. Marxist film theory is one of the oldest forms of film theory. Sergei Eisenstein and many other Soviet filmmakers in the 1920s expressed ideas of Marxism through film. In fact, the Hegelian dialectic was considered best displayed in film editing through the development of the montage, a Russian invention. Eisenstein's solution was to shun narrative structure by eliminating the individual protagonist in favor of telling stories where the action is moved by a group, and the story is told through a clash of one image against the next, whether in composition, motion, or idea. Formalist film theory is a theory of film study that is focused on the formal or technical elements of a film, i.e. the lighting, scoring, sound, set design, use of color, shot composition, and editing. It's a major theory of film study today. Formalism, at its most general, considers the synthesis or lack of synthesis of the multiple elements of film production, and the effects, emotional and intellectual, of that synthesis and of the individual elements. For example, let's take the single element of editing. A formalist might study how standard Hollywood continuity editing creates a more comforting effect, and non-continuity or jump cut editing might become more disconcerting or volatile.
It's
Cringe.
just Wikipedia,
There's
man.
no other word for it.
It's just Wikipedia,
this makes
man.
Me cringe. It's embarrassing. It speaks volumes what James thinks of video essays as a format. To him, reading Wikipedia is equivalent to what everyone else is doing. I don't know why you would make videos like this unless you were just in it for the money. Where's the joy of doing your own research, your own learning, and getting to share it in your own way? These videos are a cash grab with absolutely zero original thought or soul. I didn't think YouTube videos could have souls, but now I've experienced ones that don't. The end credits don't thank any of the people or wikis who wrote this video, just James and his co-writer Nick. Oh, and he thanks all his patrons who give him thousands of dollars to read Wikipedia to them without telling them. And this puts us onto a related problem with his videos. This might be obvious, but James is a little bit lazy. In Codebreakers, in between the rest of the stealing, he brings up the potential gay overtones in Legend of Korra between Prince Wu and Mako.
Mako's Will They Won't They with Prince Wu.
But I thought the clips from Avatar looked a bit blurry for a video from 2020 when much higher quality sources were available. Did he just Google an old AMV shipping these two characters and download it and slap it in here? No, that would be ridiculous. Yes, of course he did. It was this one. It took 2 minutes to find. He just added black bars to the top and bottom because he's trying to pretend his shit is cinema. This is probably the laziest moment in video essay history. He's downloading other people's videos to use as backing for a voiceover he probably didn't write about characters whose names he can't pronounce. It's like staring into a low bitrate abyss, but it doesn't stare back. James stares back. The phrase by James Summerton is doing so much heavy lifting he probably stole that from fucking Atlas. There's a section where he just reads the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy's explanation of what homosexuality is.
As has been frequently noted, the ancient Greeks did not have terms or concepts that correspond to the contemporary dichotomy of heterosexual and homosexual. Probably the most frequent assumption of sexual orientation, at least by ancient Greek authors, is that people who respond rightly to
this goes on for so fucking long.
Is the character Plutarchus argues that ancient Rome had many parallels to ancient Greece's understanding of same-sex attraction and sexual issues more generally.
He looked up homosexuality in an encyclopedia and pasted it into his fucking script. Oh my god! The lack of effort is a running theme. James doesn't really care what he's saying and is just googling movie name gay, so the quality of some of the places he's copying are not very good. His coverage of Alien 3 in Society and Queer Horror, yeah, there's more people I didn't show you yet, is taken from the Cracked article, 5 terrible movies with awesome hidden meanings.
Wait, you can't just steal from Cracked? That's like... How did nobody catch this before?
People sometimes compliment James for his fancy opening titles with 3D movement and graphics, but he just bought these. Anyone can. Look, here's the place he got Society and Queer Horror's opening. I bought it. Now it's mine. Whee! The opening of Evil Queens, the highest production value part of the whole affair, is just more stuff he bought. I'm not criticizing him here. This is normal and fine, but it's a little surprising to realize James never did any work of any kind during the video making process. He buys the fancy looking bits and gets the rest from an AMV. Presumably he hired a co-writer so he could stop pretending he does any. But that makes the fact they're still full of plagiarism even more shocking. Kat looked at his video about Jeffrey Dahmer and found about 5 places he plagiarized without even checking too hard.
Wow.
Thus, the term homosexual overkill served to normalize heterosexuality, even heterosexual serial killers, while pathologizing homosexuality.
Look how much effort he put into rewriting the thing he stole to hide it. His dedication to not coming up with his own ideas is almost creepy. This video was a couple months old when I started looking into James. This is recent, and I can't believe how much he's still stealing. The first words in the fucking video are stolen.
We all like true crime.
it's very suddenly become one of the most engaging forms of contemporary entertainment.
He's really extruding the original words here. He's put so much work into changing it, it might have been easier to write something from scratch. But this is James we're talking about. He stops putting in the effort after the first few sentences.
Again, both Bundy and Dahmer were serial killers who tortured and murdered dozens of people, whose families are still alive and can see these tweets and posts on TikTok.
He actually copies the previous section of the article right before, but Kat asked me before I play this part to ask you to pay specific attention to the change he makes here.
There is a thirst for Dahmer, made apparent on TikTok and Twitter, with hordes of white women droning over how attractive he is.
This change is part of a running theme throughout Summerton's work. Misogyny? In the parts of James's videos that he actually writes himself, or rewrites after stealing, he really doesn't like women. I didn't want to open this can of worms, but...
Oh yeah, that's a really long-running undercurrent with a lot of gay men. Somebody says, here we go, so I'm guessing this is going to be a pretty bad section of it. But there is, like, just some severe... misogyny among gay men that just kind of gets like fuck that up, that just like, you know, they act like, oh well, you know, I'm gay so I like men, not women, and like they think that allows them to be, you know, yeah, I'm not doing the best job explaining it, but you know, you've seen it. There are some really bigoted gay men who think they can get away with it because they're gay, and because it can just be played off as, well, I'm gay. Of course I don't like women. I like men. But that's pretty pathetic. All right.
The thesis of the stuff he stole for this video gets completely fucked up by his rants about women being attracted to serial killers. He argues women are only attracted to Dahmer because he killed gay men and not women, which makes it easier for them to ignore the brutality of his crimes. And if he'd killed women, they wouldn't be so thirsty.
Despite his cannibalism, despite the decades-long erasure of his victims, these women, and mostly teenage girls, are swooning over him. And
I'm doing bad at this level.
To our knowledge, Dahmer never killed any teenage girls, or any women at all, so there's a level of disconnection.
Women are attracted to the wrong serial killer, how terrible. But he couldn't stop himself from also complaining about women being into Ted Bundy, who did murder women. He goes off script from the article he's stealing for that section to complain about it even more.
Navigating the ethics of true crime content is tricky. Critics have begun to question the need for entertainment mediums which fetishize or even sexualize serial killers. In the last 3 years alone, we've seen multiple films about Ted Bundy, with 2 of them coming from Netflix, one of them starring Zac Efron. A whole new generation of girls fell head over heels for the infamous killer, which was a grim remake in itself of the real-life Ted Bundy trial. He had fangirls defending him in the press and even begging to marry him. Netflix's social media team actually begged viewers to stop stanning Bundy.
He added a whole new bit fantasizing about millennial girls' attraction to a serial killer when, like, no, they were attracted to Zac Efron, the famously attractive celebrity actor. This was a stupid tangent to begin with, but now his own video contains examples of women fancying a serial killer who killed women. So his rant about women loving Dahmer because he didn't kill women makes no sense. Really, he just wanted an excuse to complain women see their gay friends as disposable.
Because unfortunately, to this day, many women still see gay men as nothing more than a fancy accessory. Especially teenage girls who lust for the perfect gay best friend. A boy whose sex life is secret, so you never have to hear about it. But he's always there to tell you if your boyfriend's being a jerk. Gay men and boys as a purse or a fancy iPhone case. Something to show off, but ultimately something disposable.
What teenage girl did this to you in high school, James? And why are you inserting fanfiction about her into an article you stole instead of going to therapy? This is the only new stuff he wrote. The rest is stolen. This is all he has to say. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? These insecurities affect how he talks about gay women. The videos are continuously punctuated with tangents about how lesbians have it easier than gay men. In one video, he claims gay women historically saw less legal persecution, and his example is made up.
And if you're wondering why this section is so man-centric, this is because the vast majority of legal persecution of early queers was focused on men. In the legal case of Radcliffe Hall, she, in her book The Well of Loneliness, depicted World War I ambulance drivers as being primarily lesbians. English courts were really not pleased with this depiction, but women who love women was such an uncomfortable topic for them that they threw her case out of the courts and just let her carry on in her happy life.
Over here in reality, Radcliffe Hall was found guilty of obscenity and all copies of her book were ordered destroyed. He's rewriting history to pretend women had it better. This approach to female queers reaches a territory where he doesn't even accept other people's identities if he has a bone to pick. In one video, while trying to argue queer women have it better than men in Hollywood, he misgenders two showrunners.
So why don't gay men get to represent themselves in media? At least media that's widely accepted by the mainstream. Queer women get to represent themselves, at least sometimes. Look at animated hits like Steven Universe or She-Ra and the Princesses of Power.
Indy Stevenson and Rebecca Sugar are trans-masculine and non-binary, respectively. But for the purposes of James's point, they count as women. And if he really doesn't like something, he just assumes a straight woman did it.
The only way I can possibly account for anyone saying that this is straight is a bunch of women and girls who are experiencing the most willful ignorance I've ever seen.
His Yuri on Ice video just guesses anyone who interprets the characters not being gay must be a dumbass woman. He's shockingly committed to this principle. In a video that just came out, he claims he still gets comments on that video from straight women denying the gay anime is gay.
Then again, that video still gets comments from usually straight women, no hating, but still, who
no hating,
incessantly deny that there's any queerness, coded or otherwise, present in that series.
James, how do you know they're straight or women? Did they all say so in their comment? If you don't like something so you assume a woman wrote it, you're doing misogyny. There really isn't another word for this. It's pretty straightforward. Also, I just went through the last year of comments on that video and none exist that make this accusation. He's lying. He just made up straight women to get mad at. As arbiter of gender, James also gets to decide who's queer and who isn't. I don't know who gave him this power, but it means he has a lot of fascinating opinions about Love, Simon. The film is based on a book by Becky Albertalli, a bisexual woman who was not public about her sexuality when the book was published. Albertalli was subsequently harassed for years, accused of writing a book about being gay without being queer herself and being a straight woman profiting off the queer community. In 2020, she came out publicly, with a quite powerful essay about how she was doing it specifically because of this type of shit. This event hopefully serves as a lesson not to make assumptions of people's sexuality and then write criticism based on those assumptions. But James didn't get the memo. In 2022, he managed to write a video complaining that many stories about gay people are written by straight women and used Love, Simon as the only example.
Because their life experiences did not match the experiences about gayness set by straight women with a kawaii idea of two gay people. You have mass consumption media, which takes gay emotions.
Okay, man, like, if you... That is not how you say kawaii. I don't think, anyway. I've never heard it pronounced that way.
And removes gay experiences, leaving a husk of empty gestures and unanswered questions, which feels more like a gambling addiction than even implied representation.
James was years late to the party and still accused the openly bi author of being a straight pandering to the gays. I'd say I wonder what Becky Albertalli thinks about this, but I know what she thinks because she left a comment on his video, explaining how shitty it feels getting lumped in with the straights yet again years after coming out, specifically after being treated poorly by people like James. When this happened, this is how he complained to his fan Discord about her. She isn't happy I included her in the straight female authors section. But I never said she was straight. James is still sore about this mild pushback. He now refuses to acknowledge Love, Simon by name, referring to some unspecified incident.
This is compounded through several other high-profile instances of gay media, specifically one which made waves in 2018, but that I will not explicitly mention for reasons. If you know, you know.
Someone asked what he meant by this in the Discord, and he clarified he meant Love, Simon, and in true James fashion made up a story where he didn't do anything wrong. He simply mentioned he wasn't its biggest fan, and the author ripped into him on Twitter and stuff. As far as I can tell, Becky never tweeted anything or said anything anywhere about him except his comments section. He's having to twist the story pretty hard to seem like he didn't do a shitty thing here. He called a bi author a straight with kawaii ideas about gay people, didn't think she would see it, and she criticized him for doing it. So this is the non-stolen work, the stuff he writes himself. Open bitterness about women, lies, and grievances audiences over being criticized for this. I'm gonna regret saying it, but he should have stuck to the plagiarism. He complained on Twitter about being criticized for being so harsh on the women who thirsted after Dharma, not realizing he was actually being criticized for a pattern of behavior. These criticisms were valid already, but I would like to supply the context that he stole the words he is saying here and reworded them to be more mad at women specifically. James, what the fuck are you doing? I am trying to maintain focus for once in a video and stick to the plagiarism, but I just can't get away from how this guy fucking sucks. James doesn't get caught stealing as often as he should do because he's cultivated an audience of younger queer people who don't read the kinds of stuff he's stealing from, and don't recognize open misogyny as long as it's qualified as white women. But on the rare occasion that he is caught, his solution is to private or delete the video and re-upload a slightly changed version and hope no one digs into this extremely suspicious behavior. For example,
Attack on Titan. On Titan.
While I was doing preliminary research late last year, a funny thing happened. Summerton's YouTube community page was wiped. Hundreds of posts from over several years disappeared overnight. At this point, I'd spoken to a few of the writers Summerton had stolen from, and I wondered if maybe one of them had publicly accused him. But after doing some more looking, it turned out no, someone else had independently noticed they'd been plagiarized because there was still more. Seldom Musings, a WordPress blog, had made a post accusing Summerton of plagiarizing a blog post about Attack on Titan from 2013. And then I thought, wait, doesn't Summerton have a video from September 2022 called, like, Attack on Titan and the Death of Media Literacy? Well, he did. Finding an old link, it was suddenly set to private. Over 1.5 million views had been wiped from his channel. Huh. I already had a copy downloaded because, well, Summerton has deleted inconvenient videos before, and I figured something like this would happen again. I've been going through his videos chronologically, so I hadn't got to that one yet, but what's kind of funny is I know I would have noticed this plagiarism myself if I had.
Just an aside, but like, the ephemeral nature of media on the internet, where things that you assume, well, it's on YouTube, so I'll be able to find it wherever, but then the creator takes it down, or things like that. Last night on Demon Mama's stream, she was going over the whole thing that went down with Michael Voris and Church Militant. Michael Voris is an ex-gay Catholic fascist who runs a cult called the Church Militant that like produces videos and stuff like that. But then he was recently found out that he's not so ex-gay and was actually having an affair with Milo Yiannopoulos. And basically Church Militant is completely like shutting down now because like a whole bunch of people walked off. And there is a little comedy series on the Church Militant's website called Holy Mackerel that if you are an imp, you might know about. It is basically a series of skits about honoring Canon 1251, which, if you're Catholic, it's the one that says you're not supposed to eat meat on Fridays. And so Holy Mackerel is a guy in a suit with a fish mask who slaps people if they are trying to eat meat. And the reason he's a mackerel is because under the Catholic tradition, fish is not a meat. Interestingly, beaver is also not considered a meat. It's considered a fish because beavers swim. Anyway, we realized that stream that Holy Mackerel, which is something Demon Mom has been reacting to for years, could go away because of all of this stuff with Michael Voris. So the imps kicked into gear. We had several people who independently downloaded all of the videos. There was a Google Drive link set up. I downloaded it all. It's now on my personal Plex server. So, and like Demon Mom pointed out, how we're probably the only people outside of the Church Militant who are a fan of this show. So it's very important that this show made by a bunch of Catholic fascists has just like a little bit of a pocket of queer online support who helped save it. Anyway, yeah, all of that to say, it was probably a smart idea of Harris to download all of James Summerton's videos when he started this, because yeah.
That blog post has gone viral multiple times. It's one of the main sources for Western awareness of Attack on Titan's author's right-wing views. If you're deep on anime fascism discourse, this is a classic post. I've seen it linked and referenced dozens of times over the years. It would make sense to point to this post if you were discussing the political implications of Attack on Titan, or you could even quote it and cite it as a source. Well, wouldn't you know it, Summerton doesn't link the post or quote it anywhere, or acknowledge its existence, he just copies it.
This outrage should come as no surprise knowing the history between Japan and Korea, but that is exactly what most people may not be aware of. Korea was occupied by Japan from 1910 to 1945, only one of many East Asian nations colonized by Japan as part of its growing imperial presence at the time, during which the Japanese army enforced changing Korean names to Japanese style, destroyed and stole Korean cultural artifacts and locations, murdered the Korean empress, forced Korean men into hazardous war efforts, forced Korean women into sexual slavery for Japanese soldiers, and tortured and massacred and experimented upon Koreans en masse. However, history books and classes in Japan have glossed over it, if not outright ignored these events.
James doesn't acknowledge the writing he's stealing at all, though he does find the time to make a long opening sequence. James Summerton Presents, directed and edited by James Summerton, written by Nick Hergott and James Summerton. This site was active briefly in 2013, with a post in 2016 clarifying the blog was done. They came back 6 years later to talk about James stealing their work.
The reluctance to paraphrase the same factual information speaks to a lack of imagination, not to mention a lack of research. He should be ashamed of the laziness of copying entire sentences into his script as if he wrote them himself. How can you say a fandom lacks media literacy when you can't even conduct your own research or compose your own analysis?
Summerton saw the author call him a plagiarist and panicked and hid the video, deleted all his community posts so there was nowhere to leave a comment asking what happened this time. He was preparing for his plagiarism to go public and locking everything down. If what Summerton was doing was a defensible artistic choice, he'd be defending it, wouldn't he? He'd say, this is a normal thing to do and I'm going to keep doing it. Instead, he does it secretly and hides the videos when people notice. It's clear he knows what he's doing is wrong and would just rather keep stealing than actually do any work. But while we're talking about the Attack on Titan video, you know he didn't just steal one thing. The video's an hour long. No self-respecting marketing expert would do all that work himself. In this video, and only this video, he quotes several YouTubers. Like he has their text on the screen and he reads it out. And he would never normally do that. He would just steal their words and pretend he came up with them. Which means he must be stealing from someone who quoted them. And, yeah.
For a long time, anime fans had no way of knowing what their favorite writers and artists even looked like, let alone what they thought about the world.
3.5 minutes of this video comes from Geeta Jackson at Vice Motherboard. And yeah, when he quotes YouTubers, he's actually quoting Jackson quoting them. I can't believe I fucking called it.
YouTuber Jeff Thu argues, it's because this discussion keeps happening, but it's also not. There's some really good criticism of Attack on Titan, and I think it's important to criticize it.
Now, this isn't just an article quoting someone. Jackson reached out to Jeff for his opinion on this topic. There's nowhere else James could have got this quote, and this time he really fucked it up. At one point, he uses a quote Jackson got from historian and scholar Andrea Horbinski. But remember how he sometimes find and replaces words like gay or trans to queer or LGBT to hide it? He accidentally did that to the quote.
As they put it, these fans insist that feminism and LGBTQ people don't exist in Japan, and that any anime depicting either is woke garbage or similar. These fans are extremely angry at attempts to discuss the depictions of female characters in anime as something that could often use improvement, or the inclusion of LGBT characters, period.
This is the most amateur shit I've ever seen. This is sub-high school level plagiarism hiding. You don't find and replace text in the quotes, James! People in Summerton's official Discord server were asking what happened to the video. On January the 1st this year, he said the video was coming back up that day, and that it had to come down because of a missing source. That's a very strange way of saying, someone noticed me plagiarizing them and criticized me for it, and I deleted fucking everything. The new version he uploaded is a minute shorter. He just cut out the sections where he directly read the blog post. The video is even more stilted and strangely written than normal. The point Summerton was trying to make here was so important he was willing to steal it from someone else. Now that point is missing, and the surrounding conversation makes no sense. The new version opens saying the original had a citation error. But if that was the problem, why didn't he add a citation instead of deleting the section completely? Well, one reason might be he wants the credit for himself, but the other is if he added their name now, anyone who checked would see the author's new post saying he plagiarized them. Summerton's only way out is to hide it and hope no one notices. He doesn't want to stop stealing, he just wants to not get caught doing it. If he thinks he can get away with keeping something in, He does. The 3 minutes of the video, written completely by Geeta Jackson, are still in the new version, completely unchanged. As of recording this video, no one else seems to have noticed this yet, but if anyone does, he'll doubtless delete the video and re-upload a new version with that piece missing too and call it a day. James has...
Yeah, I don't know that he's gonna be able to do that now. This video has, hang on, 2 million views.
Done this repeatedly in the past. Several other videos open with text claiming they had to be re-uploaded to avoid a mysterious and unexplained copyright issue. One of them was Codebreakers. At some point it was taken down, altered to hide some but not all of the stuff he stole, and re-uploaded with a new title, Queering Cinema, by any means necessary. The opening titles still call it Codebreakers though. Every time
Valhalla says, was it 1 million earlier? Yep. But like it just came out yesterday, so you know.
time he re-uploads the video, the name is different. It's very confusing. And his well-meaning fans assume that his constantly taking down of videos and re-uploading with pieces missing is a sign of his integrity. They talk about how much more they respect him every time he re-uploads a video like this. Every time, because he has to do it a lot. The reality is Summerton has had years worth of chances to be the man of integrity his audience wants him to be, and despite this being his full-time job, which he makes thousands and thousands of dollars doing, he would rather keep stealing. By the way, that re-upload of Codebreakers, Queering Cinema, around the time of the Attack on Titan drama, it disappeared again. As far as I can tell, it's still gone nearly a year later. Maybe some authors noticed what he did and said something. Maybe so many pieces had to be taken out there was nothing left. The frequency with which he's had to hide videos to cover this up is staggering. Scrolling up his Discord's video announcement page, you can see right away a shocking amount of stuff that mysteriously went missing without any explanation given. For some reason, Nick wrote a joke on this page about how to tell who wrote what part of each video. It's cute, but I'm going to take it as confirmation that if a section doesn't contain these words, neither of them wrote it. While I was browsing his public fan Discord, I found myself wondering about Nick, his co-writer. Does he know? Nick Hergott, also known as NT Hergott, is a writer, mostly for James's videos, but he does have a self-published young adult novel, so there we go. He's a better writer than James as far as I can tell, in the sense it doesn't look like he steals things. So, does he know what his boss is doing? I checked the fan Discord to see if they talk about the writing process, and I found Nick has a special section dedicated to previewing part of the scripts for upcoming videos, which is a really nice feature, or it will be if they wrote them. Nick showcases parts he's written, and as far as I can tell, they're actually his. And they're pretty decent too. And sometimes he shows things James wrote. This is part of the script for a video called How Disney Tore Down the Owl House. And it actually made it into the video. Let me play it to you.
Chapek, though, is in a unique position as far as CEOs of multi-billion-dollar corporations go. Disney is first and foremost in the business of making money, but unlike almost every other giant corporation, it doesn't want to be seen that way by the general public.
Nick literally says, James wrote this. So at the very least, James Summerton wrote this text, right? Right?
Nope.
No!
Chapek, though, is in a unique position as far as CEOs of multi-billion-dollar corporations go. Disney is first and foremost in the business of making money.
It's an article by Julie Tremaine for the San Francisco Gate. I wonder how she feels about having her work reposted to an audience being told it was written by James Summerton. Holy shit! If it's any consolation, Julie, James Summerton's Discord thinks your writing is harsh but true. I love any time y'all talk about Disney. Jesus Christ, it wasn't y'all, it was someone else! It was them all! But the way this post was phrased implies Nick has no idea James did this. He probably saw the text his boss put in the shared script and assumed he wrote it, because if he didn't, that would be really fucking bad. And it's not just these 2 paragraphs. A solid 4 minutes and 40 seconds are taken from this article. What's weird is James actually acknowledges in the video he has no idea why he went on this tangent.
So, what does all this have to do with the Owl House? Well, I just wanted to point out how big of a tool Bob Chapek is.
He stole a bunch of words for literally no reason. They don't even connect to his point. He just needed to pad his runtime, I guess. Here's another section of a script Nick shared. This is from a draft of the Attack on Titan video. Wait, what's this? Shonan? Okay, shonen is a Japanese word. There's like 5 ways to spell it in English, and this isn't any of them. Here's how we translate Bisatsu Shonen magazine, where Attack on Titan was published. Has he never seen a single issue of Shonen Jump? This video sucked, by the way.
Well, based on how he pronounced kawaii, you know, I don't expect him to to know Japanese that well.
He didn't know anything about the genre he was discussing, and now it turns out he can't even spell it. I hope this section was plagiarized. Then again, maybe this time Nick found something he liked in the script that James actually wrote. Nope. It's also stolen! No! Again! It comes from culturalreview.com, the website / personal blog of Tyler Hummel, who hopes to bring thoughtful and enjoyable commentary on popular culture and entertainment from a culturally conservative and religious perspective. Oof. In case you're wondering what that means, he thinks Batman is too woke. Right before the section James copied into a document and told Nick he wrote all by himself, Hummel complains about Marxism and critical race theory, and then randomly whines about people who criticized Game of Thrones' final season before posting Lindsay Ellis's video about it as an example of people he hates. In his quest to seem like he knows what he's talking about, he's willing to borrow the words of a guy who hates him and everything he stands for, including Lindsay Ellis, who he credits with getting him into making video essays, another crime Lindsay should pay for. Wait a minute, did he film himself next to Disney War because Lindsay did? Was he copying that too? Normally I'd think I was overreacting.
Oh my god. Did I call it? Did I call it? Did I call it? Did I say, is he gonna steal from Lindsay Ellis? Holy shit.
But he's stolen everything.
Super Pepper Shaker says, saw a clip on Twitter of him saying Ranma 1-2. I thought that's how it was actually supposed to be said. Is it supposed to be Ranma 1/2? I thought it was supposed to be Ranma 1-2. Anyway.
Else, I don't know anymore. At least that means he didn't get shonen wrong. That must have been the nutcase he copied from. No, that's one of the few new words he added to the stolen segment. James Somerton is the dumbest motherfucker. To be completely fair, this piece of the script didn't make it into the final video. So
it is Ranma 1/2?
seems
Okay.
Somerton thought better than to steal from one of the most insane people in the world. But the fact Nick keeps accidentally showing pieces of the script James stole, assuming he did write them, implies even his co-writer has no idea he's doing this. I feel kind of sorry for Nick. His trust has clearly been violated here. He's been made a liar without his knowledge because he trusted his boss and, I assume, friend. That's a messed up situation to be in, seriously. I thought it would be worse if Nick was in on it, but it's the opposite way around, isn't it? It's so violating imagining people work for James and, I assume, make most of their income from working for him, and don't know what they're signing up for. I don't know how I would feel in his position, but not good. This sucks. Worst of all, I think James might be using Nick as a shield. Whenever any mention of the old plagiarism stuff comes up, James immediately brings up how Nick actually writes the videos, and there's no way he would plagiarize.
I have a co-writer who came from academia, where plagiarism in academia gets you kicked out of school.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Like, it gets you fired. Nick co-writes my videos. There is no plagiarism.
It's like he's trying to redirect possible negative attention onto his unsuspecting co-writer. Whenever plagiarism comes up, James brings up how great Nick is for writing all the videos in a totally not suspicious way.
Because if it was like somebody accusing me of plagiarism, especially recently, the videos are so heavily written by Nick.
Wow. Way to throw him under the bus. Jesus Christ.
Would be accusing Nick of plagiarism, and I will not fucking tolerate that.
Remember, James knows there is plagiarism in his videos because he did it. So when he responds by saying, no, Nick writes the videos and he would never do that, it's like he's setting him up to take the fall.
Nick is an angel for tolerating me and writing the videos as well, like with his fantastic talent. So that I would just not tolerate.
What the
so
fuck,
either Nick
man?
is plagiarizing as well, and that's why the new videos still have a ton of plagiarism, or James is doing it, and now when it comes up, he throws Nick under the bus.
How long has Nick been a writer for him, though? Like, because if Nick is a newer writer for him, like before, you know, if James was doing the plagiarism before he brought Nick on as a writer, then, you know, like, he has no leg to stand on because the behavior happened before Nick and continues.
But James isn't content pretending to make video essays, no. He wants to wipe on a bigger canvas. In 2022, James Somerton started an Indiegogo for a film studio he wanted to open called Telos Pictures, which intended to produce films focusing on LGBT characters and stories. His video pitching Telos included a series of ideas for miniseries, feature-length movies, and short films. For example, Final Girl, a short about a woman who had survived a typical slasher story. The initial goal of $6,000 was to make 2 of the short films, but with stretch goals for making more. The campaign made enough money to make almost all of them, over 86,000 Canadian dollars, so a bit over 63,000 in USD. Telos has been a runaway financial success for James. As of today, 18 months after raising over $64,000, more than 10 times its initial goal, Telos has made nothing. For people who supported Telos, updates on what's happening have been few and far between. A few months after the campaign ended, he claimed Final Girl, one of the short films on the slate, was in pre-production and had been expanded into a full movie, but they were having trouble with casting and were considering relocating to another part of Canada. The next update would come 7 months later, with the announcement James had moved to Toronto to try to find actors, and they dropped Final Girl and moved on to a new project, one which wasn't on the original list people funded, called The Listener. He'd be spending $20,000 to $30,000 of the Telos money on it, and as an apology for the lack of updates, he would be adding an update page to the Telos website later that week to keep people informed. 10 months later, this hasn't happened. The Telos website does, however, have a working donation page where you can give him more money for rewards up to and including getting to make requests about the films. What films? Months later, this July, he announced Telos had finally been incorporated as a real company. He called this a long and pricey process. Incorporating in Canada is a few hours of paperwork and costs $200 Canadian. He claimed an update was coming within a week. This was almost 3 months ago. The Telos Twitter account hasn't been updated in well over a year, but he recently opened a Telos Blue Sky page, which has made one post with a poster for a new movie supposedly coming in 2024, which isn't The Listener or any of the previously mentioned films. Every time I look in on Telos, I find no updates on what's happening, but I do find out about a new movie they announced. The website is currently claiming another new film called The Sub, estimated release 2023, is in pre-production. Better get a move on then. Telos keeps announcing new projects with a new poster to go with it consisting of a stock photo with text over it, and then not making any of them. This one's already being used for a real show that exists. He keeps putting text on stock photos and pretending it's a real film in pre-production. It doesn't exactly inspire confidence how fast new films are being dreamed up. One of them even had a teaser consisting entirely of stock footage, only to never be spoken of again. This one isn't even mentioned on the website at all anywhere. Movies take time to make, even short indie films, and for the record so do video essays, but the lack of updates on what is happening, or which film is even being made, is a little disconcerting. Continuing the trend of James's work not really being his, we need to talk about Final Girl.
Gimpamenta says he couldn't find a script to copy.
First project, which was cancelled. Final Girl was at one point coming this fall, which at the time was 2022. The people who funded this film were told to expect it by autumn last year. They got pretty far on this one. In late June, James tweeted the script was done. But then, all of a sudden, James moved on to The Listener and the 5 other films he started since then. But unlike many of James's other announced projects, which still have a poster and a tentative release date on the site, Final Girl disappeared completely. What happened here? He claimed he gave up because it was too specific to Nova Scotia and he had to move to find actors. But there could be another reason. The name and synopsis of Final Girl are extraordinarily close to a book which already exists, The Final Girl Support Group by Grady Hendrix. I wonder if Somerton is aware of the similarity. It would be weird if he wasn't, because it was one of his favorite books of 2021. He started the Indiegogo with this short film idea a few months after making this post. You'll be shocked to discover, but something of James's turned out to be stolen and evaporated. The 18-month journey of Telos consists of Somerton being paid $65,000 to make a dozen fake movie posters. So far, James has ripped off bloggers, novelists, authors, anyone who writes text for a living, really. Oh, and Wikipedia, and AMVs, because watching Korra for himself was too much effort, apparently. If you're queer and you wrote something good, no you didn't, but now we need to talk about the time he somehow went even further than that. Let's talk about the time he ripped off another gay YouTuber.
Don't shit where you eat, man. Who did he rip off?
Remember Unrequited, the video that ripped off the Celluloid Closet and plagiarized Peter Howell? Before any of the Celluloid Closet stuff had even been discovered, James had already been caught ripping off someone else with the same video. How? How are there still more? A
Are
later
they
section
game
covered
nightmare?
examples of queerbaiting in various TV shows, including BBC's Merlin, the recent Teen Wolf TV series, and Sherlock, whatever that is. But people began to notice these sections were suspiciously similar to one another YouTuber had already made. Alexander Avila, whose channel used to be called Are They Gay, has a series of videos exploring the queer implications between characters in various shows, and he's covered Merlin, Teen Wolf, and Sherlock. The part of Summerton's video covering Merlin feels like he watched Avila's video and very slightly rephrased it. But what made it really obvious was the footage he used. They weren't just similar, they were exactly the same. Avila had this one part where he fades between several different scenes across different episodes to show the evolving character dynamics. This is Avila using editing and his knowledge of the show to make a point. That same sequence appears exactly in Summerton's video. Avila's video puts text over the footage to explain the character's thoughts and justify his interpretation of the show. This text is still in there in Summerton's version.
Oof.
This is sloppy even by James' standards. He even keeps...
Jesus. No, you would... Oh my god. You would at least, like, try and look up what the show was and just recreate those? Get the original footage for it? But that would probably require him to go and watch the show to find the exact spot.
in a joke Avila made.
If I wasn't a prince, what? I think we'd probably get on.
In case it wasn't obvious, Marvin Gaye's Let's Get It On wasn't in the original show. Avila put that in there for a joke. And you're not gonna believe this.
We'd probably get on.
Summerton stole Alexander Avila's video essay and reused it, and just recorded his own very similar version of the voiceover and jokes.
It really is like a romantic comedy.
Oh, come on, you've seen a romantic comedy, you know how this works.
This is the worst and laziest example of plagiarism I've ever seen. Reusing other people's work like this is not right, especially when, you know, you make a living making these videos. He only said things about the show Avila also said. It's extremely clear Summerton hasn't seen Merlin, he just reused Avila's work. The other sections covering Teen Wolf and Sherlock also had extremely similar looking sequences. He'd downloaded and reused several of Avila's videos. When this was discovered, Avila tweeted to Summerton about it, asking for proper credit and in the future to ask people permission before doing something like this. He also left a similar comment on the video, which finally got James's attention. The next day, Summerton set Unrequited to private and contacted Avila on Twitter. I reached out to Avila and asked him what they discussed, and he gave me permission to share these messages with you. Summerton apologized for using his material without asking, claiming he intended to reach out but forgot to, and he had been in a rush to finish the video before the end of Pride Month, and in this rush he ended up using a lot more of your content than I ever intended. He then offered to credit Avila in the description of his video. Ah yes, that old trick. He also, perplexingly, asked Avila to
Memento says, if I'm buying my own ship stolen parts, I'd expect them to at least be cleaned up, you know, as a courtesy. I do remember that moment.
delete his comment because he put an awful lot of work into his videos and felt discredited by it, which, frankly, is a wild thing to say to someone you just admitted you stole from. You're not the one putting the work in, buddy. Avila said he would rather Summerton upload a new version that credited him in it directly, or perhaps he could watch Merlin and make his own arguments. He also reminded him that passing someone else's work off as their own is far more discrediting than pointing out someone did that. Summerton never replied. So he admitted he plagiarized Avila's work, but he had an explanation. He was too busy. Too busy doing what? You don't do anything! The video was never unprivated. Instead, a few days later, it was re-uploaded with pieces missing, of course. This re-upload was also in 3 parts, saying the video had been edited to remove content owned by other parties. The re-uploads also say which part of 3 they are, except for part 3, which is also called part 2. Summerton had put in about as much work as you'd expect from someone who copies for a living. In the new version, the Merlin section was completely removed. However, this was the only change, so later parts of the video still refer back to it.
Much like with Merlin, the pair start the series off on a bad path.
The Teen Wolf and Sherlock sections were kept the same, so all the video sequences he got from Avila for those parts were still in there. He didn't accidentally use...
So he cut out some of Avila's stuff, but left in the rest.
use any obvious parts where Avila's text or jokes came up, so I guess he decided it was fine to keep it in. The way James treated Alexander, stealing several of his videos, then when caught offering to hide a credit in the description like that would change what he'd done, and then re-uploading the video with half the stuff he stole still in it, is a clear indicator how little he thinks of his fellow queer creators. He does not care about doing right by other people in his community. He cares about making money, by any means necessary. What makes this even clearer is how publicly he does not admit fault or even pretend he learned anything. To this day, he lies about what happened. When the plagiarism allegations came up on that livestream, he made up a completely new story that contradicts the apology he gave to Alexander. He claims he downloaded a highlight reel of Merlin clips from somewhere else, and that highlight reel stole from Avila's video, so technically he didn't steal from him and it was all just a misunderstanding.
In the original History of Queer Coding video, I used a highlight reel from the show Arthur that another YouTuber had used, and
it sounds like he's coming up with the explanation on the spot.
I thought it was just a highlight video, but apparently it actually came from another video from the channel Are They Gay?
He repeats.
Oh, he did. He called it Arthur, not Merlin. You're right.
And refines this story throughout the stream.
And there was one where I took a highlight reel in 2020 from a highlight video that happened to be from a video from a YouTube channel.
The only problem with this story is we have receipts.
And I took a highlight reel to highlight the queerness in the Arthur show. No, Merlin show.
There it is.
And it was pointed out to me that that didn't come from a highlight reel. That came from an actual video, and it had been stolen from that video for the highlight reel that I took it from. Nick co-writes my videos. There is no plagiarism. There was, as I said, and I will say one more time, a highlight reel from the show Merlin that I took from a larger highlight reel video that was apparently sourced from a video from the channel Are They Gay?
James admitted directly to Avila that he took from his work on purpose, although he intended to steal less. How considerate of him. James is lying directly to his audience to protect his reputation. He can't even own up to his behavior. He just keeps lying, and he didn't even stop stealing. A little while after the stream where the allegations came up, he made a post on Patreon to try to explain the allegations for people still asking about them. You have to be a patron to see it, so avert your eyes if you're not giving James money. In addition to repeating,
well, right now nobody's giving James money.
The lie, he got permission from Sean Griffin to adapt Tinkerbells and Evil Queens before making the video. He again states he got the clips from a highlight reel which got them from Are They Gay? Left to his own devices, James will just make up what happened. And since his paying customers haven't seen the evidence of him admitting he did it, they have no option but to assume it's true. James did this on purpose with multiple videos and is lying to his backers so they continue to support him financially. James, you've been to business school. You know there's a word for that. And even if I hadn't reached out to Avila and got that woefully hilarious confession, I could still have objectively proven he did it. There's one last missing piece of the puzzle here. Ignoring for a second he admitted to Avila he took from more than one video, ever since he's always pretended it was just Merlin. If I could somehow prove he also used Avila's other videos for those sections, that would show the extent of the copying and how much he's lying to cover it up. But like I said, the Teen Wolf and Sherlock sections aren't as obvious. He doesn't steal any jokes, he just very boringly spouts arguments similar to Avila's while playing what looks like the same footage. It's harder to prove he downloaded his video to make this, which is probably why he feels comfortable pretending he didn't. I was thinking of watching both videos closely side by side and contrasting the clips to show they're all the same, wasting even more of my precious life watching Sherlock than I already have, but then I was reading James's tweets from when he was making this, and I saw that he posted a picture of him editing this video, with his timeline visible. Forgive me, but the opportunity to do something like this comes once in a lifetime. Jimmy.
Oh my god. Oh. Hey, so there's something funny. Harris actually forgot to credit the animator in this video. He had to tweet it out later and say, I forgot to give the credit. It wasn't like he was stealing it. This was literally an oversight. But for all videos for Harris to make that mistake. Oh man.
If you're somehow still watching, I need you to understand just how bad a liar you are. Just how obviously awful and deceitful you look to anyone who's paying attention. Before you'd even uploaded the video, you posted a picture of the Sherlock section of your timeline, and the source footage is clearly labeled, "Are they gay?"
Oh.
You had proven you plagiarized Avila before the video was even done.
Damn.
Also, delete your channel. Let's get a big picture look at how
that might happen.
How much stealing James has done. As of making this motion graphic, there are 56 video essays on his YouTube channel dated after October 2018. A minimum of 22 contain some amount of plagiarized material. He also has 2 essays exclusively to his Vimeo page. According to him, YouTube flagged them not safe for work. These have a ton of plagiarism in them too. Several videos were taken down and then re-uploaded with parts removed, like Attack on Titan and a few others. I don't know how I should account for re-uploads on this list, but we should at least include videos which were deleted and never came back, like Codebreakers, and hey, welcome back Unrequited, he took that re-upload down too at some point. I wonder why. And let me be clear, this is just the plagiarism we know of. We could have easily missed the stuff in the other videos, or there could be more deleted ones we don't even know about. That's a minimum of 26 videos that steal stuff. Like James said, there's not 3 or 4 examples, there's hours of examples.
Jesus.
An entire channel's worth of examples. This isn't a one-off mistake, or a misunderstanding, or a citation error. This is a pattern with no sign of stopping. There's no fixing this, and there's no undoing the damage he's done, directly and indirectly, by using so many people's work without credit for money.
Yeah.
A lot of people have been burned by James, not just in terms of having their writing or videos stolen, one even giving him money to find out he was stealing from them, but on a basic level, liking someone's work and funding them only to realize you're funding plagiarism is humiliating. James has become one of the biggest LGBT YouTubers in the room, essentially absorbing all the support and attention that would have otherwise gone to people who actually do work. Other gay video essayists have to come up with their own opinions and actually write them. They can't compete on volume with a guy who's willing to rip off dozens and dozens of other people. Many of the people he's copied were paid very little, and in some cases not at all, for their original material when they wrote it. They were hoping their writing would be recognized and result in future work and more of a career. And in a way, their good work was recognized, but only by James. How much recognition do you think they got when James read their words without crediting them? And on the other hand, how much money has James made from them? How much money has he...
I really hope there's some fucking lawsuits from this. Like, this is so egregious.
Made in fundraising to start a film studio on the back of this career he got from them, while making no films. Gay writers are already poorly recognized for their work and contributions. It's a common problem. James should know about this. In Codebreakers or Queering Cinema or whatever it'll be called next time, James has a surprisingly eloquent section about how gay people keep going missing from history and being forgotten.
Jesus.
This part was stolen too.
Oh, God. Dude, you're a fucking piece of shit. You're like an actual fucking piece of shit. Like, holy fuck. Go fuck yourself, man. Jesus Christ. The fucking gall to talk about the erasure of gay people's lives that you took from somebody you fucking erased. Goddamn, fuck this person. I've been having fun with this ride. but oh my god, that's disgusting.
So as we start out on our lifelong personal journeys, how do we discover our queer identity if we don't know much about those who came before us?
Stephen Spinks's column is extremely moving to read and genuinely important. And no one watching James's video had the chance to learn his name. James made a lot of money repeatedly re-uploading a video about the erasure of queer people, and he did it by erasing queer people. I guess when he renamed it Queering Cinema by Any Means Necessary, he meant it. Every re-upload, the credits get longer. The list of people he's conned grows. The works he's stealing from aren't doing quite so well. This column was written in 2019 for Midlands Zone magazine, the UK's biggest regional gay publication. Due to the impact of the pandemic, Midlands Zone ceased production in 2020. This year, their official site went down, along with its archive of articles like this one. Googling the words James stole now gets you no results. I only found this plagiarism because I noticed it before the website fell off the internet. Good writing about queer living is hard to find, and easy to lose. And in obscurity, it becomes even easier to pretend it was yours. None of the money he makes will go to the people who wrote the great lines his viewers enjoyed. They get to rot in the very obscurity he pretends to criticize, while James takes all the oxygen for himself to promote only himself and position himself as a crusader for real representation, while giving a speech he stole about how gay people keep going missing from the story. I wonder how that happened.
It provokes a deep and meaningful question, I think. What is the real, tangible impact of gay erasure?
There is something a little bit soul-crushing about watching a man be paid thousands and thousands of dollars to literally plagiarize the phrase, "What is the real, tangible impact of gay erasure?"
Yeah, that's really fucked.
This is the impact.
That's fucked. Fuck this guy.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do about this. I don't even know if...
I feel like you're doing exactly what you should be doing about it. Sunlight is the best disinfectant.
If I should be making this video. I was just trying to double check 2 or 3 old plagiarism accusations, and I ended up finding a whole bunch more, and I have functionally made a drama video about some guy.
Nah, this isn't a drama video. Drama videos are... There's going to be drama videos made about James Summerson, but this is about, like, actual crimes being committed.
And worse, if this video goes up and is monetized and gets views, I have been paid, financially rewarded for making this. I don't find that acceptable. Especially not when the story is really about people who were never compensated for their work being stolen. So
to make sure I have no financial incentive...
To make sure I have no financial incentive to make a video like this again, I'm going to be dividing any of the ad revenue this video makes among the creators James stole from.
Damn, that is a fucking class act. Holy shit. That's awesome. And based on how much it's popping off, that's going to be a decent chunk of change.
I'll be conducting a thorough examination of every video James has posted, including the many he has deleted I can find archives of, and contact everyone I can. At least the stuff he got from that weird right-wing guy isn't in the video, so he technically wasn't stolen from and doesn't need to be paid. You dodged a bullet for me there, James. It also occurs to me now that I will have to make a substantial donation to Wikipedia. Something that really got to me researching this video was watching James pitch himself as the queer creator to support. Making YouTube queerer entails giving him and his movie studio your money, and not the other talented people who have a fraction of his support. He extremely rarely recommends or speaks positively of any other creators, as if to him fellow members of his community are competitors. He acts like no one else is talking about these issues, and no one else sees things his way, even though he stole those observations, so obviously people do. The trickle-down effect of this behavior is a little upsetting. From the look of his comment sections, his devout fans believe him when he says there's no one else doing what he does. It's a manipulative strategy. Some young queer people feel underrepresented because the main guy they watch watch says they are, and that sucks to see happen. So I want to recommend some of my favorite queer creators in case James fans who made it this far need to know someone else they could watch and support. Matt Baum is a brilliant creator who, to put it bluntly, is the platonic ideal of what if James Somerton was good? His videos are entertaining but also well researched. He doesn't need to steal from books to discuss the evil queens of the Disney canon. He writes his own books because he actually does his own work. His video about Disney villains is a favorite of mine and a palate cleanser after watching someone reconstitute other people's observations into smug hamburger. Khadija Mbawe's ability to be energetic and funny when handling sensitive topics is incredibly refreshing and instantly makes the conversation at hand so much more useful. Their video about the politics of coming out, the evolution of the concept, and whether maybe we fixate a little too much on what it's come to mean in modern culture is great. Give it a shot. Lady Emily's videos are all made for me, but the one about Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy explores the history of two of DC canon's most important characters and why they make such an engaging couple in stories. I recommend it, especially if you've not seen any of the good stuff coming out of DC lately, which does exist, like Teen Titans Go, or the Snyder Cut. Shanspia covers a broad range of issues from AI to Lolita, but their video about true crime is a great tour of our species' long-term morbid fascination with gruesome stories. Shanspia asks, why are we fascinated with true crime, with real curiosity rather than judgment? They don't even make up any white women to get mad at. Amazing! Ricky Hirsch has made a ton of videos about media and gender over the years. Kat only found her by searching queer horror on YouTube and scrolling down for several minutes to see what was buried under the huge pile of James Somerton and X and Y being gay for Z minutes straight. I recommend her recent one about body horror, which explored gender's role in it in a way that made me say out loud, oh right, yeah. It's good. Give it a shot. I just found out about Verity Ritchie and their channel Verily Bitchy, good one, but their videos with the help of co-writer Ada are really entertaining. I should recommend the video about the lesbian gays just to offset all the baggage I had to experience making this, but the one about Doctor Who and women is great and also deals with gayness, so it counts. And after all this, I'd be amiss not to recommend Alexander Avila, whose latest videos have been real bangers. The type of content he makes has evolved in the last year or so from funny, queer-oriented media analysis to funny queer-oriented life analysis. TikTok gave me autism is really good, and I'd plagiarize it if I could get away with it at this point. There's a ton more queer creators out there covering the topics James pretends to, and they manage to do it with their own words, even without his massive budget. Linked in the description is a playlist with these and more video essays on queer media, or history, or politics, or philosophy, or queer anything really, from creators you should consider giving a look if you haven't. It's been reassuring putting this part of the video together and getting to fully realize there's plenty of us out there, and most of them are very cool. James was the exception to a group of entertaining, thoughtful, and kind human beings. I'm proud of us. Yeah, I guess that's the word, isn't it?
It is the word.
Let's try to pull a rabbit out of this bloody mess of a hat. I'm gonna put my wall back up and try to come to a wider conclusion about plagiarism real quick. One sec.
You need some help there?
Rachel, you haven't even held the camera. Can you help me with this at least? That's right, she's real. You don't know me. To me, to you. It's on! Thanks for that.
She's wearing a mask.
We've talked a lot today about what plagiarism is, but we should also talk a little bit about what it isn't. It's completely fine to be inspired by someone or build on ideas you got from somewhere else, especially if you're open about it. Famous big boy YouTuber Ludwig has a thing he calls the yoink and twist, where he gets ideas from existing videos and openly broadcasts he's doing his own spin on it. In his video about that one guy copying the Capsule Hotel video...
This is... yeah, okay, I saw this stuff, right? Yeah, this was what I was talking about a couple hours ago.
He happily says where he got the stuff he drew on for his own work.
This is me trying silly chess ideas, and look at all the tweets beside me with your ideas suck. Genius thumbnail. I got it from Fundy. I got it from Fundy. I made your dumb ideas in Minecraft, and then he has a bunch of tweets next to him.
It's hard for anyone to feel ripped off when he's open about where he got the ideas. I'm old enough now that when I was yay high, I was here for the first time this conversation happened on YouTube. It's easy to get rose-tinted about the early days, the 240p wiki wild wild west before anyone had sponsorships or even qualified for ad revenue. There was no money in it, so people just made what they liked making. Things were better, more original then. This was never the case. There wasn't capital, but there was social capital, and that spends almost as good. The AVGN, one of the subjects of this video, had dozens of knockoffs vying for his spot. The Irate Gamer, the Game Dude, the Sega Kid, Urinating Tree, Armake21, Acoustic Rocker, Undercover Filmer, the Pissed Off Angry Gamer Man.
Nintendo Shit Cube.
Even before there was any money in it, we were drowning in people competing to be the guy calling NES Batman a shitload of fuck. But even back then, you could draw a line between people who cynically wanna be the guy and people who wanted to be themselves, but inspired and informed by ideas they liked. Second-generation critics, like the Spoony one, are open about drawing inspiration from Armake21, one of the better angry reviewers. And how many people claim inspiration from Spoony one today? Too many. Stop Skeletons from Fighting, who, unlike everyone I just mentioned, is still around today because he developed his own new ideas, started out by taking inspiration from all these people and then deliberately doing the opposite, with the happy video game nerd, being positive about games he liked. Now that's a yoinkin' twist. YouTube is a beautiful cesspool of inspiration, remixing, riffing, parody. Drawing on existing ideas is a great way of making something new and unique. It's only wrong when you add nothing and try to pretend it was yours in the first place.
True.
And you don't have to cite your sources like a rocket scientist either. Sonic lore YouTuber Cybershell frequently uses information.
I fucking love Cybershell. Man. Cybershell is like an OG, okay? Cybershell was doing Let's Plays of Sonic games back like on Something Awful. Like he was primarily a Something Awful goon rather than a YouTuber. He just uploaded his Let's Plays in the Something Awful forums to YouTube. But I promise, like if you go back, you look at his old stuff, some of it's pretty dated. He does he does use slurs, not in the way that we gay people approve of. But like I promise, it's really solid stuff. His Let's Plays of Sonic 1, 2, and 3 are, I think they probably set the bar for how you do that shit. Yeah, no, I like Cybershell. Cybershell's a good dude.
And images he got from websites like the Cutting Room Floor, and just explains where he's getting it from, and often asks.
And yeah, and as I said, like the also Cybershell is so insanely inactive. I think he streams. I've seen clips of him streaming, and I actually think he even uses the same PNG tube software that I do. But yeah, I don't pay a lot of attention to him, but he was a YouTuber I watched way back in the day, and I really liked his Let's Plays. So if it turns out there's something shitty that he did that I don't know about, then that's my excuse. I didn't know about it.
Permission to use it. A coward would hide their source in a paste bin and not mention it anywhere else, but his videos are great because he shows you where you could learn more, and maybe even makes fun of you for not reading the website yourself in the first place, while explaining the topic in his own way. This is why Kat is forcing me to tell you his Chow video is objectively the best thing on YouTube. Thanks a lot, Kat. Fittingly, when Cybershell inspires someone, they're equally open about it. When one of his videos led Alan Pan to invent a device to steal soda from Universal Studios, he tells you right at the start he found out about the original from Cybershell's video. This is the community spirit I love to see on this website. It's kind of beautiful watching a wider story unfold. One generation of Baja Blast thieves passing on their designs to the next. If you're honest about it, there's not even anything wrong with adapting a book or telling people what you found on Wikipedia. Different people like getting information in different ways. Wikipedia lets people record and upload readings of pages so you can learn about Bhutanese passports through audio, and they do it for a reason.
Bhutanese passport.
Some people might even prefer a video version. It would practically be an accessibility feature. Making video adaptations of interesting books or mental floss articles is an idea with potential. It's a way of spreading writing and ideas to a new audience, and all you have to do is be honest about it. That also forces you to be accountable. You'd have to ask permission and get the approval of the people who wrote what you're adapting, which clears up any potential criticisms or infringement on the existing work. Speaking of adaptation, what about different languages? This is another way of sneaking plagiarism under the radar.
You might be wondering why I am subtitled in Portuguese.
A few years back, Jeff Thu, the guy James quoted someone quoting, covered how a Brazilian YouTuber had been stealing dozens of videos from him and other English-speaking creators, but in Portuguese, so us cadelas would never notice. This sucks, but it also points to one of the core barriers to accessibility for creators. Most videos are trapped in their mother tongue, making them hard to watch in other languages, and therefore easier to steal. This is why some clever creators very smartly let their producer trick him into paying people to do proper captions for the vaccines.
Yeah, so you say sus for the inappropriate slur usage. I don't trust apolitical content creators. The slur usage that I'm talking about, like, yeah, I don't blame you for not trusting it. Just in context, this was like 15 years ago. Like, this is old YouTube. So I don't even know if that's something he still does. Yeah, I don't think he's still a chud. I'm just saying there was. I do recommend his content, but I qualify it saying he at least used to do that stuff. And while I still recommend those old Let's Plays, they are dated in that way, so you should be aware.
Video in Portuguese, Spanish, and French so more people could engage with the facts of the story, and Pathologic into Russian because I know who watches that video. Translation is a big part of video discovery, in more ways than one. For Spoonie fans, a lot of his old videos used to be missing, as non-YouTube video hosts died and their content didn't make the jump. Many of his videos weren't viewable on YouTube, were it not for the Spoonie Russ. A Russian fan of Spoonie re-uploaded his videos with Russian subtitles, and some of these were the only versions of those videos that existed on the net, at least for a while. Subtitling his videos didn't just make him accessible to a new language, but to the original language too. That's pretty cool. But you can go deeper than sub. You can dub. Counter-Strike tuber 3Clicks Philip dubbed two of a Russian creator's videos about mods they made into English, with permission of course. It's very cool that a video about game development got to cross the language barrier for us sukas to enjoy. There might actually be a market in—
The subtitle said, speaking foreign language. He said suka, which is Russian for bitch.
adapting videos like this. I'm sure some of my videos would do very well if someone translated them into English. I think a lot of people are inclined to protect creators they like on the grounds that plagiarism is a very academic-sounding problem, like something that happens in research papers or journalism, not something that you can do in a silly video made for entertainment purposes. Why are we holding YouTubers to standards? That would be like expecting accurate history from someone whose name has historian in it. Because YouTubers often project a sense of being scrappy, do-it-yourself amateurs, it feels almost wrong to expect them to be professional. But a lot of them are professionals, regardless how authentic their persona might be. YouTubers are now among the most recognizable faces on the planet and have become immensely wealthy doing this. Some are so influential, we literally call them influencers. Maybe it's a good idea to have some standards for not stealing. Maybe. In current discourse, YouTubers simultaneously present as the forefront of a new medium, creative voices that need to be taken seriously as part of the next generation of media, and also uwu small beans little babies who shouldn't be taken seriously when they rip someone off and make tens of thousands of dollars doing it. But on the opposite end, YouTubers who act like serious documentarians gain a shroud of professionalism which then masks the deeply unprofessional things they do. We just saw that with James. I think he's partially got away with what he's doing for so long because he acts so professional about it, so people assume there's no way he could just be stealing shit, so they don't check. And on top of that, a lot of James's videos contain obvious mistakes and made-up facts, which we haven't even had the time to get into in this video. But because they're often presented next to well-researched stuff he stole, no one questions it. I've seen James repeat a lie in his videos, and then other people claim it's true and link his video as the proof. He has helped to solidify misinformation by seeming like he's doing his diligence. To quote the great philosopher Danil Dankovsky, truth does not do as much good in the world.
He's quoting Pathologic.
As the appearance of truth does evil. Just kidding, he actually stole that from Francois de la Rochefoucauld. Cite your sources, bachelor! This becomes extremely glaring once you've seen how the other side lives. At the last VidCon I went to, like 4 years ago, I was taking an Uber and a bunch of people came in it with me because we were all going to the same place. A bunch of big YouTubers who I don't know super well, including really massive one, like way more important than me, you know? And we were all just making small talk, and I made a joke that was actually quite funny about the topic we were talking about.
Oh no, did this joke get stolen?
And this big YouTuber, she laughed and took out her phone and tweeted it. She heard my joke and just casually went, "Oh, I'll have that." And it became her joke. And she just took it. People really liked the joke too.
That's like the that Key and Peele skit. The kid next to you who repeats your joke louder.
Which felt kind of good, but not really. And what are you going to do, complain and start a massive public fight with someone extremely famous and get smashed into dust by thousands of fans? No thanks. And that was my Uber too. I paid money to have one of my jokes stolen by a multimillionaire. When people hit a certain level of celebrity, they start to think the world actually revolves around them and they can just take something if they want and say it's theirs. I don't have a clever analysis here. Some people are just fucking weird. I'm not smart enough to know what we're supposed to do about plagiarism. I think trying to fix it in any systemic way could risk making it worse. Let's imagine YouTube introduced some kind of plagiarism claim system. We'd be expecting someone at YouTube to be able to decide whether something is plagiarism or not. And I don't like the idea of YouTube having any more power than they already have. If there was a system for handling plagiarism, the Illuminatis of the world wouldn't stop. They'd find ways around it. We've seen in this very video how easy it is to get away with copyright infringement. Just blur the logos and slap a filter over it. These systems are so untrustworthy, when Internet Historian correctly got copyright claimed for stealing an entire article, people automatically assumed it was some kind of mistake, because YouTube is quite fairly viewed as bad at handling this. Just as likely to shut down perfectly fair use work as it is actual infringement of copyright. A system like this would also allow bad actors to falsely accuse people, which would create a lot of problems for their targets. People falsely copyright claim videos they don't like all the time already. It's happened to me. I almost had to give a Nazi my home address so that a video would go back up. I'm half expecting some of the people this video was about to try it with this one. Maybe let's not give YouTube any more easily exploitable features. I want my joke back, but I can live without it if it means not giving the bad guys another toy. Simply being able to talk about plagiarism and bring attention to it and let people decide if something.
So Montana Schmidbauer says, what YouTuber? He's not going to say what YouTuber it is. He's not trying to put them on blast, and he doesn't want to start a fight about it. Like, he literally said why he's not naming them.
Is and who they want to support going forward, that's good enough for now. But don't take my word for it on this. I'm certainly not. Someone smarter than me might come up with a better idea, so let's keep our eyes peeled for that. As technology progresses, the methods of plagiarism are getting stranger and more complex. The hot new tool in the stealing tools box is generative AI, like ChatGPT, Stable Diffusion, or Midjourney, which can produce new art or words on command using a process known as stealing. Sorry, that's an oversimplification. The process is called, complicated stealing. Theoretically, generative AI works by training on a large dataset of existing material to figure out how to make new things. Before we even ask whether stuff generated by this counts as original, we have to ask, how did they get all that material? Well, by taking a lot of stuff without its creator's consent. ChatGPT has intricate knowledge of copyrighted works it shouldn't legally have access to, and when you ask it to write something original, it's just smushing all the stolen data together and using pattern recognition to try to guess the next word. It can't actually intuit things based on context. Here's what ChatGPT thinks I'd say about ChatGPT. It's like having your own personal tutor, therapist, and fact-checker rolled into one. So whether you're here for the knowledge, the banter, or just to see how deep the rabbit hole goes, buckle up. It knows I say buckle up. I'll give you that. None of the people whose stuff was stolen to create this were asked permission or compensated. I certainly wasn't, but you bet they're charging you a monthly subscription for the privilege of using Theft Machine 4.0. When you look into what a large language model actually does, it boils down to a slightly more advanced version of mashing the predictive text button on your phone, which makes it especially dangerous when it comes to writing reliable information. AI frequently hallucinates imaginary people, books, and historical events, because it doesn't actually know any facts, just what facts look like. It's like asking James who came up with Disney Gay Days. You can't trust it. They had to put "don't trust me" at the bottom so they don't get in trouble for inventing a machine that makes up lies. But because it has copied a lot of text and can guess a lot of new ways of saying it, the power this tool brings.
Have you guys seen like the AI predictive answers given at the top of like search engine results? Like Bing, and I think Google's starting to do it too, where it just is giving confident but wrong information because it's AI generated. That shit is cancer to the internet. Holy fuck.
Specifically to thieves is tremendous. ChatGPT's one truly impressive feature is how well it enables plagiarism. You could just paste a bunch of stolen stuff you got from Wikipedia or someone else's video in there and tell it to rewrite it so it sounds different. I wouldn't be surprised if James's videos suddenly stop having easily detectable plagiarism in them right around the time computers become able to.
Well, I don't think James is going to be doing anything easily, and I don't think James is going to be making videos anymore, based on how he's reacting now, deleting his Patreon and everything. I think he might be done.
Launder this type of theft. Now it's a machine accidentally changing the quotes. Some creators have found people copying their work using this exact method, feeding their videos transcripts into a GPT, asking for a different sounding version and using it as the basis for a new video. While it's scary to consider a world where machines crank out videos copying your work and replace you, the plagiarism is extremely obvious. It's just someone's script reworded badly. The thumbnails are just a thesaurus version of the originals that doesn't even make sense, and the videos themselves actively demonstrate they're using footage from the original video. It's sloppy. The videos are unwatchably bad, so no one watched them. When someone finally did, they were caught immediately. Not to downplay the chance for these to be successful, or the possibility of a more sophisticated version in the future, but it's heartening to recognize that these aren't even really AI. A person had to make these videos. It's still just people doing the stealing here. Pointing out AI was involved is almost a misdirection. A human being stole a video and made his own. All the AI did was speed up the process of making a shitty, obviously stolen video by doing the bad rewriting for them. People have been ripping each other off long before AI happened, and for now, it's still people. So, why do people plagiarize? We've talked a lot of superficials in this video, wanting money or prestige or clout or to get one over on your enemies by jacking their stuff, but these are small things. There's other ways of getting those. The reason humans copy like this, I think, goes a bit deeper. We don't exactly live in a world built for humans, do we? There's no guidebook for happiness or success or a sense of place in the world. And the people claiming to have one for you are really just trying to sell you something. We spend most of our little lives struggling to make these feelings fade away, or find something to placate them. It's either ennui, or being ennuied. I know it's a little pretentious, but we're all searching for a sense of meaning and purpose in our lives, and those things are hard to come by. There's a little bit of nothing in all of us, and we'd like to fill it with something. Opening your web browser and seeing someone who seems to have it figured out, making you feel better and entertaining you, and seeming to attract an audience on this roulette wheel of a planet, that's powerful. There's someone who seems to understand what they're supposed to be doing, and it's working. That's all anyone really wants. Sure, in retrospect, a bunch of people wanting to be exactly like the AVGN sounds silly, but he knew who he was. He was the angriest gamer you've ever heard. We can laugh, in fact, you're supposed to, but that's a human being with purpose. There's someone who's not anxious about their place in the world anymore. It's very difficult not to want that completeness for yourself, not to just be like someone, but to be them, to attain that sense of knowing. In real life, James Rolfe is a human being with all sorts of problems and fears, but that doesn't stop people from wanting to be like the person he seems, someone who knows their place in the world. I know this is getting a bit pretentious and heavy for a video about plagiarism, but I do worry there are people out there who will never get the chance to become who they are because they're too busy trying to be like someone else who, at best, has it figured out for themselves just a little bit. I feel like I know who I am and how to live my life, and that makes me feel happy and somewhat complete. And I don't think I'd have ever found myself if I was trying to chase someone else's sense of completeness. Basically, no one knows how to live your life, and you might not either, but the only person who's going to figure it out is you. And you won't find that by trying to be the next that person. You can only be the first of whoever it is that you are.
You can only... I am the first gay fetch. I am the only gay fetch. That is who I am. I have found my spot. I am Fesh. And if anybody else shows up and is like, no, I'm a gay Fesh, well, I was it first. Also, don't look up the South Park episode, the first one about Kanye West.
Other people help in small ways, though. They give you pointers to who you could be. And I think what makes me happiest in the world is feeling like I might have helped some people with that. People take...
Actually, ironically, that episode of South Park that I got my name from, the gay fish joke, that episode was about plagiarism. The episode was about joke theft.
Take inspiration from my work sometimes, and that is very cool. It's the ultimate flattery, and let's be honest, the closest I'll ever come to having children. If you find any happiness or success making something creatively, and you think I helped, thank you. Feeling like I can do that for someone makes me happy in a way I can't describe. And if you find a lot of success doing it, give me all of your money.
I'm gonna let the credits play out. That was a good one.
Wow, the boom mic is still out of frame. Oh, the light literally just went off right now, went out of battery. Pretty good timing that it went off just like then. I'm just going to leave it off. Thanks very much for making it all the way through this video. And a big thank you to my patrons, whose names should be going past the screen right now in some form, for keeping the lights on and allowing me to keep making stuff like this. Not literally this, though. This shouldn't have happened. I have good videos coming that I've also been working on. Those are happening as well. I didn't just make this for 10 months, I promise. I have a video about Myst that's 90 minutes long and is just up for patrons. Check it out. That video was actually good.
All right. That was a good video. What time is it? 7:04? All right. I usually plan to do 5-hour streams, and that ended up being a 5-hour stream. Oh yeah, absolutely. Everyone go like this video since you watched it on my channel. Go like that video. I'm going to. Anyway, actually I wonder, is there anything? There is something at the end. I'm gonna skip through this to the end. Come on. Here we are. What do we
You
got?
know the review in Film Comment of 28 Days Later that was ripped off in the Cinemassacre section? I knocked it over. The Film Comment website claims that that was printed in the physical magazine. Film Comment has an actual magazine edition. So obviously I thought, well, if I could get a copy of that, that would be great for some footage. I should get some shots of it for the video. So I painstakingly tracked down a copy of a 20-year-old magazine, which I just knocked on the floor. Here we are. And I have footage of me opening this to get the shot of the review, and it's not in it. I thought, oh, maybe they messed up which issue of the magazine it was in on the website. But then before I did any more searching for ancient magazines, I emailed Professor Syad and just asked if it was ever printed, and she said no, it wasn't. So I wasted a lot of time trying to get a shot that I ended up not getting. And that's why videos like this take this long. Imagine something like that happening once a week. This is why people steal things. Doing your own research is life-ruining. Tune in next time when I make a donut. That's not a joke. That happens in the next video. Bye.
He's gonna make a donut in the next video. All right. Let me close that up. Bring up the game audio. Kitty Garden says, wait till you see his pathologic video. I have not watched that because have I watched it? I don't think I have. Pathologic, from what everyone has described it to me, sounds like the exact kind of game that I would hate. I'm not really a fan of the, you know, like the way people talk about how it like builds on your anxiety. I have an anxiety disorder, and I'm not really looking for a game that makes me feel super anxious to make decisions. I like to be a little bit more relaxed in my gameplay, you know? So I'm sure Pathologic's a good game. Both Demon Mama and Vosh have talked it up a bunch, and hbomberguy, but like, it just does not sound like a game for me. I do own it, though. I think it was in one of those Humble Bundle things, so that's why I have it, but I don't think I'm ever going to play it. Anywho, I'm gonna finish this level. Oh, there was something there. How about that? I'm gonna finish this level, and then I think I am probably gonna call it. Go in there. But yeah, you should all go like hbomberguy's video. I'm gonna paste it again in chat. Just to make sure you all go like it, because you watched it here and not over on his channel. I mean, I've got 35 viewers, so it's not like I stole a lot of views from him. But I did, you know, yeah. Anyway, you should like his video. In all seriousness, Stardew Valley is one of your favorite games too. I think I've played a little bit of Stardew Valley. But yeah. Anyway, I think this was a good place to call it. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining me. I did have a lot more viewers than I normally do, and I assume that's because people were looking for somebody to watch the hbomberguy video with. So thank you all to the new people who were here and watching with me. Be sure to subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. I do movie reviews, I play Mario Wonder, I play some other games as well, and yeah, I stream, right now I'm streaming Sundays, Mondays, and Fridays. Normally I do Thursdays, but there's like a Star Trek hiatus, because I usually was streaming Thursdays because new Star Trek episodes would come out on Thursdays, but now there's shows coming out on Fridays, so I moved it over so that I can get my reviews of those shows out the same day. But anyway, yeah, drop me a subscribe and watch all my other stuff. I am super close to getting 4,000 watch hours. In fact, this stream probably pushed me over if I wasn't there otherwise, which is good because that means that I get access to AdSense, which means that Google is more incentivized to push my videos out because there'll be ads on them. So that's good for me. My channel's growing and I'm happy about it. But anyway, thank you all so much for being here. There is a link to my Discord down below if you want to join the community. And I think, trying to think, oh yeah, I got Patreon as well. You know, all of my links are down there in the doobly-doo. But this is where I leave you. Have a lovely evening and stay gay. But don't be the kind of gay that plagiarizes. Bye. Oh, actually, wait, before I go bye, is anybody streaming? Because I do have the ability to redirect. Let's see. Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay, well, stay gay and not the kind of gay that plagiarizes. Bye.